camera is. So by now, you've all noticed where your camera is on your screen, I hope. You put your finger over it and you can always find it. Now we're just talking about how you look, because when you come over the first time, people are gonna, that's it. They make an impression. They make a distinction. They make a judgment, really, on what you look like. And as you can see, I've decided to dress up for the beach. I've got my flamingo shirt on. So you can't miss that, can you see, Kay?
This is very interesting, Neville. You have sort of stationary flamingos on your shirt, and whether you are wearing a beach shirt or not, I leave it to the viewers to decide, but definitely you stand out. Definitely it is a different shirt. It's not like a usual shirt.
And the interesting thing is, all of those listeners are going to have, they're either going to really like it, or they're really going to really hate it, or they're going to say, oh, well, it looks okay. But the thing is, it needs to bring out your personality. Flamingos are great because it always brings a smile to my face when I see a flamingo. Because you know how they get the colour, don't you? Because of the shrimps they eat, they're all pink. So eventually that comes into their colour. I didn't know that until a few years ago on a particular quiz that I got wrong. But it should bring out your personality, who you really are. I can see who you are, CK, you know, typical business guy, top button undone, you know, no tie, very smart casual, as we would say, you know, maybe a bit of dress down Friday going on. But it's your persona, it's how you are, and that needs to shine through on the video that you're going to create. So what do you think of that?
Neville, I think for our listeners and viewers, last week we covered how do you set up your camera, your light, and your surroundings. And this week we would like to give them little information on how do you project yourself in front of the camera. Because if you're run-of-the-mill, similar guy like me wearing a usual shirt, I'm not going to stand out in the crowd of videos that are coming out. So the whole point, Neville is trying to drive today is that, hey, stand out, wear flamingos so that you are visible. And, the content you're giving is also must be interesting, because people have not yet started hearing your content. They're just seeing your camera, your light, your surroundings, and yourself. So I think the important thing is you have to dress up for that particular video, for that event. For example, if you're talking about something serious, something related to education or something related to business, then you have to dress up like a business guy, or you have to dress up like a teacher. But if you're talking about something which is not related to serious matter, but you can talk about astronomy, then you can probably wear a t-shirt with a galaxy picture on it. So the whole point is that you have to set up your infrastructure in such a way that you dress up for that subject. So what do you think about this, Neville? What is your opinion?
It's absolutely right. And remember, you know, when you go for an interview, because this is not just about a short 90-second interview that we're, video that we're talking about here. It's potentially getting you ready for the interview. Your brand, the brand of me, as we call it in our programs. And you need to understand what your brand is and how you're going to portray that brand. Because just like anything else, people make an instantaneous decision as whether they like you or they don't like you. And the point is, what you want to do is make a good impression at the beginning and keep that impression going on, so it improves that impression. It's not always the fact that people don't like you and then don't listen. Because although they've made a judgment at the beginning, they're human beings. If you're going to then open your mouth and they actually say, oh, I quite like this person now, shame about the shirt, you know, but then they make an explanation as to why they don't like the shirt. We're human. This is what happens. So here's an opportunity, you know, come on to the SOTI Award and practice until you're perfect. So very simple thing today, you know, show who you are, put your personality on the screen and enjoy it, you know, smile, because smiling is infectious, isn't it?
Certainly, Neville. In fact, there is one more thing which is also very, very critical for a video, because the window to the world is through this small, 12-inch by 14-inch screen. So I think I have seen some videos where people don't even groom themselves. So apart from looking and having a smiling face, I think very, very important to groom themselves, because this is like a 10 minutes window to the world. And if they are not groomed, obviously you will not look too smart for that subject. So you need to have right combination, right color shirt, or cloth which you are wearing, and also groom yourself properly. If you are a man, you have to shave before you come, and if you're a lady, you have to dress up properly for that particular video. So I think it's important, apart from having these soft skills, but also prepare for it. Prepare for wear the right color of your shirt, and also groom yourself and look, as Neville says, with a smiley face. Always have a smiley face.
Have a smiley face. So
And
simple message today, very simple message. You can only get bite-sized chunks of messages. Now you've got to do, go and practice, because practice makes perfect sometimes.
yes, Neville, in fact, next week in Sorty Wednesday, we will talk about the presentation skills. And I expect you to wear a shirt of flying flamingos, because right now the flamingos are stationary. So next week, we will probably see Neville with a real beach shirt with flying flamingos.
We'll see.
We'll see. See you tomorrow, Neville. And thank you for your time. Have a nice day.
And you. Bye-bye all.
Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And today is a very fine Monday, start of the week. And with that positive note, let me also invite my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gunn.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's Monday morning. What are you going to be doing for the rest of the week, CK? Got a plan?
Well, I have a lot of activities which are official in nature, so I've got things piled up. But I think there are certain things which I would like to do, but not finding time. So, in fact, things like building some furniture, for example, or planting a tree, things like that. So it's something in the arena of DIY which I've been planning to do, but not finding time, or for some reason or the other, I have some excuse for not doing that.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, actually. For some reason or another, you have an excuse. You're putting something else in the way, because if it was really important to plant a tree, if you put it down as your priority of things to do today or this week, then it will be a priority and it will stay on the list until you do it. And then when you do it and you take it off the list, you can actually celebrate something that you wanted to do and you did. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. So I think there are a couple of factors which are responsible. Number one factor, which I feel is the procrastination. So, that is really where the problem is. And there are other secondary issues like resources and time. But I think the number one reason is procrastination.
You're probably right. You see, we put things in the way. Let's face it. Things don't get in the way. We deliberately put things in the way. We put things there so we look at them and we don't trip up, and we go around and avoid them. And that's procrastination too. So the simple fact of life is, if you have something that's really important to you, you'll do it. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it's something to do with the family, something to do with you socially or professionally, something to do with you and your business. If you've identified that it's really important to do, you will do it. And we start the week, it's Monday. Some people actually plan the week yesterday, in their quiet time, in their relaxing time. If they've got a normal 7-day week where Sunday is a day off, day of rest, they will have just been thinking there, even watching TV with a notepad and pencil, and just writing a few things down, getting themselves ready for the week. That's good planning, It makes you be prepared for the following week, because when you wake up Monday morning, other things happen out of your control. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? But the key thing to this is, if you're putting something in the way from something that you want to do, but it isn't happening, it's no one else's issue apart from your own. As you said at the beginning, it was excuses. Well, we are really good at making excuses. And over time, because we make so many excuses, we get really good at making more excuses. So we could have a fantastic book on excuses that probably would be a world's bestseller. Here's all the reasons why I didn't. There you go. There's a title of a book. And the thing is, what we would love it to be is a lot of blank pages, a bio up the front and a lot of blank pages, 5,000 blank pages, because you didn't find a reason why you didn't want to do it. Procrastination. You mentioned procrastination. That's a fascinating one. So what is procrastination?
Well, I think it's an English word, and it has a very clear meaning in the dictionary, which is like, you have that in mind, but you don't getting yourself to do it. So I think it's like always postponing things for some excuse or the other. I think that is what the procrastination is.
Well, there's a great saying that I heard many years ago. Procrastination is the thief of time. And the thing is, you are the thief. You are stealing your own time. I mean, in our leadership programs, we call it behavioral waste. Procrastination, there's a fine line between people thinking they're doing something and procrastinating about it. And you'd be quite surprised that the thin line is almost like jumping off the end of a cliff. And when you realize actually that you're not thinking about it. And let's give people some tips here, okay? The difference between thinking and procrastinating is, when you're thinking, you're always moving forward. You're always saying, what if? You're putting things in the way. It's always a progressive opportunity. When you procrastinate, you tend to do this a lot. Round and round and round in circles. You may still be moving up, but that's because you're thinking. But the procrastination is going round and round here, not growing. And it's the thief of time, because sometimes you can say, I can do this in 10 minutes, and it takes you 50. But what if it took you 10 minutes? How much? You'd have 40 minutes to go and think about something else.
In fact, you're making a lot of sense, because as a human being, you are always thinking, and the procrastination is also a thought process. So it is actually spending your gray matter in actually planning your procrastination. So I think it's very well put by you. It's a thief of time. You are actually spending more time and less productive time.
And it's simple, actually, but only when you realize what you're doing can you get out of it. So this excuse, putting things off, the easiest way to stop putting things off is to make a list of things that you must do. Not a nice to do, things you must do. You know, that might be putting the garbage out. You know, how many parents struggle with one of the chores that they've given their teenager of once a week, put the garbage out. And you put it out on a particular time of day because the garbage guys come a little bit later in the day. Monday morning is our day for garbage. Do I put things out at Monday morning? No, I put things out on Sunday evening. Even if it's raining, I will put things out on Sunday evening because then that's a chore done. These guys may not come at 7:30. They may come at 7:10. You know, and I'll miss them if I haven't put it out the night before.
Placement of the
These are
mic
such simple
and
things,
also the camera, because
you know,
I've shifted
but
the
like
camera
anything else,
slightly
if it's
back
important,
and mic slightly in the
put
front
it on a
to
list
see if my
and do it.
eyes are captured
And if it's
properly,
something
or,
that's
where
important
do
on
I
a
have to
regular
look?
basis,
If I look into the screen,
we have
does
this
it look
thing
nice?
called
And is it
practice,
capturing my voice
practice,
nicely? So this
practice.
is exactly what I'm testing.
So
right
you
now.
can practice getting really good at being stupid, if you like, or you can practice getting really good at being really good. Whatever you practice, you'll get good at. So isn't it obvious to practice the good things? So therefore you need to go and find out what the good things are and practice those first. Again, this is all common sense. And we learned it very, very young in our life, but for some reason, we seem to forget it. You know, a lot of people that say, "Oh, I'm going to enter that competition," and never do. You know, they go and say, "Oh, the X Factor's on. Oh, yes, that's wonderful. I'm going to enter next year," and they never do because it's not important enough. So make it important in your life, and then you will make it happen. That's the simple message for a Monday morning. So what are you going to do for the rest of the week? Make it happen?
I will make it happen, Neville. In fact, you gave us a very good idea about writing a book on excuses. In fact, that reminds me one comedian, a South African comedian. I don't want to mention his name, but he has written a book, and he has simply compiled the tweets of Trump. So it's like somebody else has written it, but he has just compiled it, and it's now a bestseller.
Well, he probably had a good laugh at all the tweets that were put out there. I mean, I see some really good people out on social media, and I tell them, you should put this in a book. And they say, but I've already published it. And I said, yeah, but you haven't published it together. You know, you've got like 50,000 followers, and maybe those 50,000 people would be interested in seeing it all in one place. You know, and my point to that is they're making an excuse. You know, someone's come with a suggestion to say, why don't you put it in a book? I mean, you don't have to do much, frankly, as you said. You know, some South African comedian has put all of Trump's tweets together. Well, I could do it, you know, if I was that interested.
And he has given a very interesting title to the book, which I'm not able to recall, but it's become a bestseller. But the reality of the whole situation is that the Trump has written all those tweets. He gets up at 5 a.m. in the morning, probably from the loo. He sends those tweets, and this person who's based now in US, but he is a South African origin, he has compiled it and he has written a book. It has a very catchy titles, but I think the message that you are giving is find out what are the excuses. So sometimes when you sit and plan what are the excuses, you may end up compiling other people's excuses. So it's like compile a book of excuses and then publish it. It might become a bestseller.
Well, the thing is, we're all very good at excuses. So perhaps we should just go on social media and list down all the excuses. The book will be endless. There'll be variants on variants on variants on variants. And as I say, we get really good at making excuses. Some people make it a pastime. Your 14 or 15-year-old son or daughter that sits there in this COVID, lockdown arena has probably come up with every excuse under the book not to do things digitally, not to build relationships, not to look at their future and be responsible for their future. So, yeah, we're all good at excuses. The thing is, stop it. There's your first hour session of that psychologist that you go and see, or psychiatrist you go and see, and they turn around and say, okay, I'm going to give you a bit of advice. Stop it. It's pretty simple. For a Monday morning, stop it.
Yeah, Neval, I think it's a very good advice. I think we can start this week by stopping all the procrastination and planning our days ahead. And I'd like to thank you for giving us this tip on a Monday morning. We will catch up again tomorrow.
Pleasure. See you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Naval Gund Live. And as the name suggests, this is a special program for Mr. Naval Gund, who's the top influencer in the world today, among the top 100. And we are very honored to have Naval Gund with us. Welcome to this series, Naval.
Good morning, CK, and good morning, everybody. And thank you. Let's get into a new series and start airing people's grievances around the world, because the last 9 months, 10 months have been COVID lockdown. Once again in the UK, we're in another month-long lockdown where our human rights, actually, our right to live the way we want to live, are not surprisingly been taken away. So we should accept that, because actually we're fighting a disease that we can't see, we can't touch, we can't feel. But the point is, it's actually spread by touching and feeling. So we rely on our government, actually, from time to time, to make sure that we can live healthily. So maybe that's a good way in today, because we are on lockdown and we are being suppressed with our normal daily work. But as you've got in India, you've got some big issues that are being talked about in the High Court, haven't you?
Yes, actually, the issue is gone beyond the High Court, and it is also one of the liberty rights of people, where the liberty has been taken away of some of them. And when we take liberty of few, it affects the entire population of 1.3 billion. Because if you take liberty of few, that means tomorrow anybody's liberty can be taken away. So I think the issues are much graver, much bigger, and there is a political dispensation which is coming into the fray, and there is a long story. But we don't want to talk about the political aspect. We want to talk about the attitude and why the free speech is so important. And finally, this whole incident has reached the Supreme Court of India, which is the second pillar of our democracy. The first being Parliament, second being the Supreme Court, which is not under any governance. They have an independent jurisdiction in entire India. They are deciding the rights of the few whose liberty has been very, very severely curtailed. And this is happening because, Neval, let me update you a little bit more, that there were people who were speaking against the government, and the government did not have the right attitude to answer them. So what they did, they went behind using their machinery around these individuals and curtailed their liberty. So I think with your experience and with your stature, you can tell us what is the importance of free speech and how it is linked to the attitude and what makes you a leader.
It's a really interesting discussion because in certain social media arenas in the last couple of weeks, there's been this thought process or the concept of whistleblowing. Now, why do people whistleblow? I mean, what is whistleblowing? It's when something is happening in an organization, a country, a village, whatever it is, and it's not right. The consensus of everybody, people's rights are being suppressed by a few people that are powerful and know how to work the system. And that's why we have whistleblowers. You have, like WikiLeaks, the person that whistle blew on, Julian Assange, that said this isn't right. This information that everybody should know about. Well, we've all got our own opinion on that, frankly. And one thing that countries hide behind is state security. It's in the interest of national security. And I suppose I've grown up with that, and you've grown up with it, and we accept that. But sometimes you need to challenge that, and you hope that the people in those leadership positions actually challenge themselves. They don't hide behind things. As you said, it's an attitude. If something is in the interest of national security, then of course you keep it that way. But if it's in the interest of national opinion, then you've got that dilemma. And we've seen over history, particularly the discussion about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Were they there? Weren't they there? Did people manipulate the evidence to build their case to go and invade? And we've seen, programs made, certainly in the Western world, about both sides, the whistleblowers. And we have this term whistleblowers. But let's look at the positive side here. In an organization that is really progressive, that listens to their employees and really wants to get the best out of everybody, in other words, you've got great leaders that get the best out of themselves and the organization. Promotion is on personal basis. It's people that have achieved or overachieved or done something, beyond expectations. So it's a meritocracy. There aren't many companies in the world, by the way, that work that way. There are good pockets in some companies that work that way, but there aren't many that work that way throughout. In those companies, though, it's not called whistleblowing. It's called feedback. Because the organization wants to grow. It wants to get better. It wants to hear about all of the skeletons in the cupboard. Let's air them once and for all and move forward. You can't forget them, but you can forgive them. So this is another word that we need to be cognizant of, and in a religious context, we're all taught by whatever religion you believe in, we're all taught to forgive and move on. But how many people do? And this is the whole concept, really, of people that can't not say something because they believe, and this is about beliefs now, they believe everybody should know. And it's that fine line between should everybody know, or have you been put in a privileged position whereby all you're going to do is create mass panic by letting people know, whistleblowing on what you know. And the last thing any government, any organization wants is panic. Not just panic in the organization, but there's a run on the shares. We've had in the past where companies' information have been leaked to the press, prior to a big announcement, and the share price spikes and people make huge profits, or the share price dips and people still make huge profits. So we need to take this into context. What is a whistleblower? Why are they there? Is it just about attitude, but not just attitude of the whistleblower, attitude of the surroundings around them? The people, you said your Supreme Court is independent. That's absolutely fantastic. And most Supreme Courts around the world are independent. They come to their own decision, not based on any governmental pressure. It's independent thought. And that's why a Supreme Court judge is the pinnacle, in my view, of service in a country. So it's a big subject, big subject, CK. What have you got to say about it, what I've said?
Well, I fully agree with you, Naval. In fact, why I picked up this subject, because the free speech is so important for the development of society, development of individual, and also development of the companies. I mean, we are not talking about the political aspect, but we are only restricting our discussion to the business aspect. So although we have picked up few leaves from the political arena which is going on in India at the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court judges, as you mentioned, they are not elected, they are not selected by individuals. There is a collegium which selects the judges, and there are parameters defined. That means you have to have in that role for some time to become elevated to Supreme Court. So that means your track record has highly valuable to become acquire that position. So I think we leave it to that, because that is why we call them independent, because they are not governed by any government, by any minister, by parliament. They are above all. So that is why they are the custodian of the constitution. And let me go back to the free speech. India being the largest democracy, which was established, the modern India, in 1947, but the oldest democracy of the world, as we know in the modern times, is the United States. But they realized the importance of the free speech way back, 300 years back, when there was no democracy anywhere in the world. They were all monarchies. And they implemented the First Amendment in 1791. So I think we should, give credit to the founding fathers of United States of America, where they realized that the First Amendment to the Constitution will be about free speech. And here in 21st century, we are again talking about free speech and travesty of justice. But I think we can leave that aside. This is just the data point for our discussion. In the business arena, if we don't permit our employees to speak freely, what we expect in a company, it will be we expect the company to be ruled by one man who is the owner of the company. So there are companies in the world which are called one-man show, and there are companies which are, governed by, or there is a forum or a management consulting chair which is directing the chairman or the CEO. So that means in those companies, the liberalization is much, much greater than the normal companies where there is no free speech. So I would like to throw it back to you as a question. What is the difference between a person who allows freedom in his company where his juniors can come up with any idea, and you should have patience, less ego to listen to those ideas and take action on some of them?
It's a great question, and one that in my career I now know, having looked at many other companies around the world, how fortunate I was throughout my career of being able to comment and for those comments to be listened to. It wasn't always, I didn't always get what I wanted, but that isn't the point. It's been, first issue is welcoming with open arms a discussion about what the team's doing, how the team's performing, and how you're performing in the team. Now, of course, in the modern day arena, certainly in the last 20 years, but even when I had a proper job in corporate life last century, we had HR reporting, and they called it performance reporting. And in many organizations, they still do. You get an annual appraisal, and then you get your annual increase, because you always expect an increase, don't you? I mean, that's what happens. The pay always goes up, never goes down. Until COVID came along, when all of a sudden all of these metrics are now being, confused in areas. But it was that you would have an annual appraisal, and then a month later, you got an announcement of your increase and your bonus, your one-off. So there was an automatic linking between the annual appraisal and your pay. And yet, if you talk to any HR director around the world, they'll say, no, there's no linkage. To which I say, well, why do you do it at the same time? Why don't you actually have it 6 months apart? And then you can actually tell people there is no linkage, because your annual appraisal is based upon the last 12 months. And then 6 months later, you get your new paycheck, your new bonus, whatever that's going to be. So do organizations, the question I ask myself all the time when I go into an organization, do you encourage people to speak out? Do you, in essence, engage, educate, and literally listen to what's going on in the organization? Because if you don't, there's this classic phrase in leadership terms, do leaders walk the talk? And that's what it comes down to. It comes down to leadership. If you've got a boss that actually says, if you ever think we can do things better, don't rush into my office and, tell me all at once, because it'll be garbled. It won't be a very strong message. Make your case, and once a week, once a month, we'll have that discussion with the team. What that means is you're empowering your team to come up with new ideas, new ways of doing it that's going to be better for the team. Not just better for themselves, because if you make it too personal, people are only going to come in and say, me, 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 me. You don't want to do that either. What you want to do is say, look, we work as a team. You all sort of know what each other does. You see how the jigsaw is made together. Let's see what we can do to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the jigsaw. Can we do it with less people? Can we do it with less money? Can we actually take administration out of the system? We're preparing a report. Who's reading it? Why are they reading it? Do they still want it? Is the frequency of when they get it useful? We were I was in group consolidations for several years, and the most important part of our job wasn't what we did, it was what the effect of what we did had on the business. So we were quite proud to get our monthly report, which was historical, what happened, but, and this is what we believe why it happened. We would get that out by the 5th of the following month. Now, already it's 5 days out of date. But it got into the hands of the managers so that they could make alignments so that the next month reporting, which was now 25 days later, so 5 days had already gone, could improve. They could shift and make adjustments, sometimes very marginal, sometimes quite dramatic. They could make adjustments to get back on track to what the forecast was going to be. And you're only going to do that if you've got an open discussion arena. You might call it freedom of speech. In a business, if you can say what you think based upon the evidence that you see, then your boss needs to turn around to you and say, you're right, or slight grey area here, or you're wrong. But not just say you're right, grey area, you're wrong. Give you an explanation of why you're wrong, what you've missed, so that next time you grow and don't take what we call behavioural waste further in the system. So you're improving your knowledge base by having the right discussion at the right time. They call it just in time for everything. But being recognised in the organisation that you're there to add value. And this is part of you adding value. And unless you entertain those discussions and in your own little department, walk the talk and encourage others to walk the talk and recognise, we don't want to be having fires burn high every time. We want to try and make this department, this organisation run as smoothly as possible, and at the right time, which could be daily, it could be weekly, it could be monthly, whatever the right time is, we all come together and we look for improvement. And the other thing is, not only do we look for improvement, but we celebrate the successes we've had. It's a big subject, this, and I'm interrupting you a little bit here because you want to say something. So go ahead, freedom of speech. You go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think you have given a very nice explanation of why the freedom of speech in a corporate or in a company is very important. But many times it also depends on the leadership, and many times because even leadership is consisting of humans, people like you and me, and they have certain egos or I will choose a better word, complex, some sort of a complex in themselves. And because of that, the leadership don't recognize the importance of free speech. So what is your message to these leaders? Because obviously we want to improve the attitude of overall leadership team through this series. What is one message or a couple of messages you want to give to not have your personal complexes come in the way and stop the freedom of speech in your company?
Great question. And the simple answer is look in the mirror to start with. You need to ask yourself a couple of questions. Do my team trust me? Am I supportive of them? Do they think that I'm a good boss? And this is where you need to be honest with yourself. And you can ask lots more questions, but start with the ones that are really simple, but are really hard. Am I a good boss? What makes me think I'm a good boss? How do I know I'm a good boss? And the other thing is, we've all got a bias. There's been a lot of discussion in the last month or two about personal bias. You mentioned it, actually, with High Court judges. They're independent. There is no bias. They don't lean towards the government. They don't lean towards the people of the country. They should be biased towards protecting the Constitution, because a lot of effort went into developing that Constitution. And whilst it's challenged on a regular basis, if it's a robust Constitution, it never fails you. And that's the whole purpose of, or part of the purpose of the Supreme Court. But coming back to your little team, your small team, because most SMEs have a small team. How you do this is you recognize everyone has a bias, but what you want is it's service above self. There is this thought of service leadership, which works quite a lot of the time, but can be abused if you go too far. But if you think about what's best for the organization, and you always do what's best for the organization, you will gain the respect of everybody, because they'll know who you are, and they'll know that they now need to be doing what's best for the organization, not what's best for them, not allow their egos to get there, so they get the pay rise and their colleagues don't get the pay rise. This is about, there's no I in team, but there's me and my mate. And if you think of me and mate, they're all in team, but there's no I, if that makes sense. So we're working for other people, not bringing apples in and saying, oh, look how good I am, here's an apple for the teacher. That isn't working for other people. Celebrating success of other people, that's working with other people. These things have been written for years and years and years, and you've only got to pick up a good leadership book and you will find the answer to the simple question, do leaders make all the decisions? The answer is no. They only make decisions that they're entitled to make.
Deval, let me share some experience that I had, my personal experience, having worked with few organizations, few corporates, few of them are global and few of them are small. I have never seen any company implementing a true 360-degree appraisal system. There was one company which had the courage to implement the beta, but then they also got chickened out and they did not implement 360 degrees. So I'm just talking about the global names. I don't want to mention these names, but they are present in every country and they are global powerhouses. None of these companies have courage to implement 360 degrees. Yet there are books written on them. In fact, in some sense, we are also making that discussion in this series today. But I don't think people have courage to do that. I think the first thing we need to battle is to, give them courage, because if you want to implement freedom of speech, the leadership team must have courage. So another C for you.
It's always about the C's: commitment, courage, competence, capability. The thing here is, when you start a company off, all companies are started with one person's idea. Then you bring another person in to help you grow that idea. Maybe manufacture, find a manufacturer to grow the idea. Put some design into it so that the idea grows. Talks about customer responsiveness, customer service. So actually goes and finds out whether that idea is a good enough idea for someone to buy. Like, for instance, you've got a product that could be $1 million. You only need to sell one of those to make a success. But if you've got a product that's worth $1, you need to sell 1 million. So your audience is completely different. It's highly unlikely that you've got something you're selling for $1 million and you've got a huge audience for, And when I say huge, like expansive audience for. So when you grow as an organization, you are adding in someone else's opinion. You're adding in another human being. And if you imagine in some of the largest organizations in the world, which are strategically placed around the world, they're in different countries, not all English speaking, for instance, it could be anything, but they're take Tata, for instance, it's got many companies around the world. I don't know how many people they employ totally, but it must be in the millions, probably, at least in the top hundreds of thousands. That means you've got 1 million different opinions. Now, there will be patterns in that 1 million different opinions that actually will say, well, we're going to lean to the left or lean to the right on certain things. But the key to that is just make all of your local area work with you. Understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. Because if a good leader brings the team with them, it asks the team, how do you think we're doing? You mentioned the word courage. It's almost like having as much courage on the battlefield, frankly, because you're going to get lots of people tell you as soon as you start to open up and they trust you that you're going to do something with it. I've slipped away from the C words, right, to trust, because trust is a big thing in an organization. But if they're going to trust you, they're going to be courageous and open up. They're going to really push the boundary. Especially young people are brilliant at this because they've got no axe to grind. I remember my first job coming out of university. We were fortunate to go on a graduate training program, and it wasn't the typical program that you see today. You go into a department and you work there for 6 months, and then after 6 months they place you somewhere else in the organization. Now, that isn't a graduate training program as far as I'm concerned. We went round the country. We went to all of the manufacturing bases around the country, and we learned the difference in manufacture. We learned about people. Now, I was on their finance graduate scheme, but I worked alongside marketing graduates and HR personnel, as we used to call it in those days, graduates. And we would work together as a team. And after each visit, we would do a short presentation to the management team. Now, believe you me, we did not pull any punches. And as we got further and further into the organization, so the first one was very raw. We didn't know what they were doing was right or wrong or, the best thing. We just made a few comments. By the second and third, we already had 2 or 3 to relate to. So we could then say, well, this is what happens in this part of the organization. Why don't you do that? Because what you're doing seems to be a little long-winded. Now, they did this for a very good reason, because they wanted to spread best practice. And it was only about 18 months into my first job that I was told why the graduate program was designed the way it was. Because the senior management didn't want to tell the next level down how to do their job. But if it was coming from raw graduates that they could laugh at, actually, with some things, but might take on 1 or 2 nuggets where they hear it's happening like this over there, why don't you do that here? That was it was music to the chairman's ears, frankly, because we were actually sharing best practice in a very collegiate type of way. Now, I'm not professing that this is the way to do it, frankly. because it is a little underhanded. It's not quite in the freedom of speech arena that we're talking about here. But if you do have an organization that shares because they care about the organization, you'll get the best out of everybody. Because people will then say, oh, I'm here on merit. I better start performing. And they kick into their own leadership pattern. Their ego goes. Just because they've been there 10 years and someone's been there 5 years and that younger person is their boss, it doesn't matter. They're quite happy where they are. Now, this doesn't happen in as much as we would like to think it happens, but it's down to the attitude of the leadership where it really can make the difference.
Neville, I think this is a very vast subject, as you mentioned correctly, but I think it starts with freedom of speech. And I think the message that you have given us and other CXOs, leadership who are watching this program is very clear. The freedom of speech in your company will automatically lead to freedom of thought. So any company which is existing today must have freedom of thought among their employees, among their partners, among their investors. Because if the freedom of thought is not there, then you will not be able to diversify. You will not be able to find solution to your clients. And that is why freedom of speech is directly linked to your business and your profitability. So with this, I will end the discussion today, Neville. Thank you very much. And we will catch up in the next episode of Neville Gunt Live.
Thanks very much, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody, and go out there and enjoy it, because business should be fun. So I keep being told.
Take care and bye-bye, Neville.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to yet another edition of Top Brass. Today we will talk about the plasma therapy. And there is a lot of news past few days about plasma therapy, and it can cure COVID-19, etc. So let us go in depth of this particular type of treatment for COVID, and we will also discuss what are the pros and cons, how does whole thing works, and who can get benefit and who can administer this particular treatment. So before we start, little history on the plasma therapy. India became the third country today where the government has allowed use of plasma therapy to cure COVID-19 patients. China being the first one, US is the second, and India being the third. And when they allowed this, so when I say that the government has allowed, it's basically they have created the entire framework of medical and the legal protocols, procedures that states needs to follow. When I say states, all the states within India which are governed by the state governments, and then start curing the patients in their own states, in their own hospitals, by following the procedures and the protocol. So when I say protocol, it's basically the medical protocols. So let's talk about what is plasma therapy. Plasma therapy is basically based on the antibody which are generated automatically as a natural process within the patient's blood. and the antibodies are responsible for basically ensuring that there's no further infection or natural cure. So plasma therapy is a pure natural way of treating other person or the infected person, and this is not something new. This is, I mean, if you go back to history within India and China, they were being used for last, as per recorded history, 1000 years. But in India, as per the scriptures, the ancient Indian scriptures, as way back as 2000 years back, and the plasma therapy was used in order to treat patients of various viral infections across India. And the Indians, people who had the knowledge of how to treat using plasma, were also invited in the Middle East countries, in Afghanistan and other lot of other countries, where they used to go and treat the royals or the famous people in those countries. So this is a little bit on plasma. But how does this work? It works on the basic premise that a patient who has been cured of COVID-19, so it is assumed that the antibody in his body is already out in the blood, and those antibodies can fight COVID-19 infection. So what happens is, when the person is getting cured in the hospital, the doctors basically convince him to give little bit donation of his blood, and this donated blood is then used. They put inside a machine called centrifuge machine, which rotates at very high speed, and because it is rotating at very high speed, the centrifugal force uh, which is applied on the solution will separate the plasma and the blood cells, like white blood cells, red blood cells, out from this. So the blood will basically get into different segments based on the centrifugal force, and from there the basic plasma with platelets, etc., is taken out. And so this plasma has the antibodies which can fight the infection, and then this plasma is injected into an infected person. So this plasma then start giving antibodies to the infected person, and then the infected person develop the immunity and start fighting the infection. So the initial phase of these experiments have shown across all countries, across China, across US, and also in Delhi, also in UP and some other states, where it has shown that the patients who are given the plasma start improving uh, their condition. So initially, this plasma was tried on a very acute infection of COVID. That means the person is having a lot of issues with the respiratory system and other things. So when the plasma was injected into those patients, they started showing signs of recovery. Their effect of respiratory infection reduced, and hence the antibodies are able to fight the COVID-19 infection. So this is a basic way of uh, you know doing the plasma therapy. Um, but it has to be administered by an expert, because the condition of the patient, how much plasma is required, how much the antibodies is required in order to fight that infection. It has to be decided by the doctor, and the expert who's doctor also who's expert into plasma or immunology can determine before injecting into an infected patient how much he has to get, antibodies needs to be given to this particular patient. Now, this is not something new. This has been used in the past as well. And let's go back about 100 years back. There was a pandemic, global pandemic called Spanish flu in 1900s, where in the US and some of these Latin American countries, the plasma therapy was used uh, to fight that pandemic in 1918. And the Spanish flu is also known as H1N1 infection, which also reappeared in 2009. Again, the plasma therapy was used to fight the H1N1 in 2009. So there are two very big examples of plasma therapy being used to fight the pandemic. In between, there was SARS outbreak in Southeast Asia and East Asia, predominantly the Chinese belt, where again the influenza and the respiratory disorder kind of symptoms were there in 2001. And again, to fight this pandemic, uh, in those days it was called epidemic. It was not a pandemic, unlike COVID-19. But in case of SARS epidemic, the plasma therapy was used to cure patients. And not so long back, when the Ebola outbreak happened in Africa, the same technology was used to cure the infection of Ebola virus. And in 2015, the Middle East respiratory syndrome was also used to cure the plasma was used to cure the MERS infection, which is Middle East respiratory syndrome. And so these are all the pandemic and epidemic related use of plasma treatment, plasma therapy. But there are diseases which constantly require plasma therapy treatments, which are measles, HIV, polio, and mumps. And constantly, these are the standard procedures to cure these infections. And as I said in the beginning, that the precaution is that an intelligent person or a trained person can only administer the plasma therapy. That means for each patient, amount of antibodies which are injected has to be determined before giving this injection. There is nothing like a set quantity for everyone. So that is why it is required to be administered at the right hospital, which is expert in getting the plasma out properly, and also by the right trained doctor who has a lot of experience and training and expertise in immunology. So I think these are the precautions that we have to take care. But plasma therapy and the science which have been visible so far shows that the treatment is finally available to fight the pandemic, which is COVID. Now, when we say that there is a treatment available, there is a its own risk also associated, and that is why I reiterate my point of taking right precautions. That means going to the right doctor, right immunologist, right hospital, which has the ability, expertise, and infrastructure to carry out this kind of a treatment. So number one risk is that it's a natural process, but then when you're taking the blood out from another patient who has recovered from COVID and you inject the plasma, which is, you're not injecting the blood. Obviously, when you take the blood, you will do all kinds of necessary checks like checking all the infection, but still there is an amount of risk involved where you inject the plasma into other person. So the blood substance from one patient goes to other person. So this is one of the risks which is associated with it. It could bring some unknown issues with regard to patient condition. Number two risk, which is very, very important. If the plasma antibody fail to react in another patient, there is a huge risk involved of enhancement of the infection, because the person is already infected with COVID, and then this antibody from another person did not work on this person. His body failed to react to fight. Now you have injected extra stuff, and there is a chance of enhancing the infection in this particular patient. So that's a big risk. Number three risk is by inducing the external immune system into your body. There is a risk. It's not 100% risk, but there could be a few, 1 in 100,000 or 1 in 1 million kind of a person who will have a risk of his native immune system being suppressed, because now you're inducing immunity from another person. So there is a huge risk of the native immune system, not in everyone, but there could be 1 or 2 guys, 1 in a million, 1 in 1 lakh. We don't know, because I think this is something very new. The trial and error will tell us how much is the fail ratio. But this is a risk here when you have an external immunity being injected into some other person. His natural or native immunity may get, reduced or may get overlapped. So that is another risk. So these are three major risks, but overall 99.99% this way of treatment looks very, very promising, extremely foolproof and extremely natural. There are no medicines required. There is no manufacturing of large scale drugs are required and distribution on all those things. This can be treated locally at uh, bunch of patients can be treated locally at a local hospital and so on and so forth. So you don't have a distribution challenge, you don't have a supply chain challenge, etc. Looks very promising. I think we should wait for another 10 days to see when other states in India start giving out results of how many patients they administer with this plasma therapy and how many got cured. I think we can fight India as a country. As it is, our data is very good, but we can then start curing the infected patients. So this is my analysis. I welcome your comments and I will like to engage with my viewers. Please share your thoughts. Let me know what you think, and I will meet you next time with more analytics on some subject. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to give you a piece of advice, or you can say a tip, or you can say sort of an input to all my startup friends who are either starting with a new idea, or people who are actually doing incubation and coming out with new ideas. So here is my 2 cents, which is expected to help you. Now this applies to your idea as well as how you promote your idea. So one of the thing is that you always have to be original. You can get inspired by what others are doing, but when you actually talk about your own idea or your own marketing concepts, or you want to promote your offerings, etc., you have to be always original, because you may go through right now but you may be exposed later. So be confident, be original, never copy others, and while you can get inspired by any idea that you come across, but then you think out of the box and be original. So with this, this is my tip for today, and hopefully this is information which is coming from an experienced person, from your industry colleague. Hope you like it, and I'll speak to you next time. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Nations. And today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan, for this show, this discussion, this conversation. Very, very intriguing, very, very interesting. And I'm sure I hear a lot when I meet people about it, our discussions. How is it happening on your side? I envy the winter that you are enjoying.
Oh, really? Okay, but don't envy. I would extend my invitation to come to the north and then we'll celebrate. New Year is around the corner stage. So there's no scope of me now because I'm inviting you.
Yeah, as they say, the grass is greener on the other side all the time.
Yes,
And
I know Bangalore is also very, very cool and nice city because I've seen the celebration, especially New Year celebration. They are awesome. Well, now let's discuss about today's topic.
yeah.
Yeah, today, Satish, Prime Minister Narendra Modi as flagged off country's first ever fully automated driverless train service on Magenta line in Delhi Metro. And you know, Sitesh, that with this commencement of new generation trains, the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation has entered the elite league of 7% of world's metro network. So, you know, this is one step forward towards smart system. So, how you feel about this?
So, driverless trains are something that comes from the concept of self-driving cars. There are levels of automations in this, which is called Kanchan automatic train operation, and there are 5 levels of automation into this. But from a rather than getting into the technical part of it, the first thing that goes into our mind is that a driverless train going on a track, am I giving my control to someone who is actually no one? And that is something, it is interesting. Many people don't know before they get into the train, but I have tried it outside India. I have tried it in Singapore. I've tried it in Japan. We get inside the train and we tell our friends, hey, do you know it's a driverless train? And they freak out. And that is something very interesting. But that is the beauty of technology. And but there have been some hiccups all over the world, and I'm sure we will have our own set of hiccups as well. But nevertheless, I think it's a good start. And I must tell you that I am unable to keep pace with Mr. Modi, the way he launches and inaugurates things. I mean, I have to rush to catch up with him, and that's very interesting for me, and I salute him for that.
Yeah, I think when we are talking about AI and we are talking technology, so I think this is one step ahead when we talk about technology. And I think we should believe in technology because they are all systems are at place. And I also want to tell you that Delhi Metro features a combination of underground A-grade elevation systems. So a lot of things are collaborated in this metro system, if you know. And they also have escalators, elevators, and visually help for visually impaired. So every facility is being taken care. And also, I would like to tell you that Delhi Metro, especially project, became first railway project in the world to be certified for carbon credit for reducing greenhouse gas emissions by United Nations in 2011. And so I think we are on a right track, and we are respecting and using technology for human development, isn't it, Siddesh?
Yes, Kanchan, this is interesting from to prove a technological point that we have. An Indian railway, as far as I understand, is the fourth largest railway in the world. And Delhi Metro has actually showcased our finesse from the railway technology from a modern perspective. And it has done very well under the great engineering genius giant E. Sridharan and his team. And then it has caught up with our other cities like Hyderabad Metro, Bangalore Metro, and other metro. And now this next edition of having a driverless train is a step towards showcasing our technology prowess and reducing the human error, even if it is there for 1%, removing that human error. And that is something is a great next step. And of course, the utilization of artificial intelligence and the machine learning, coordinated control, and automation systems control, because railway automation is something that touches many points on the way. I think it touches more points than in the automation in the air for a flight. And that's the reason, because of the road, the intersections, the bridges, the cities, the two junctions, another big train passing by, some train is stopping, and all the meter gauge, broad gauge. I'm sure in the metro line there is no meter gauge, broad gauge. But at some point in time, these all will merge together, and probably at the same railway station we will find all these mode of transport. And that is something I'm looking forward to ride this train, and a driverless train. And probably I will relive some old songs of train drivers.
Yeah, sure. I look forward for that. But I would just want to take you to the history of this metro. It was started in Calcutta, first time planned and operational rapid transit system in India. And it initially planned in 1920, but started construction in 1970. And when we talk about Delhi Metro, it began its commercial operation on December 25, 2002, a day after the Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee inaugurated it. And it started in Delhi. When I'm talking about Delhi, for first time, first stretch and span is 8.2 kilometer from Shadra to Tees Hazari. And if somebody knows about these points like Shadra or Tees Hazari, who has visited Delhi, so I think these few areas are very, very important. So it was a crucial line which was started, a metro line was started. Now, when we also talk about Delhi Metro, is the largest and busiest rapid transit system in the India currently, connecting country's capital region with satellite cities. And it was funded by Japanese loan and equity infusion by Indian public funds. So it's a huge project, and many people. I think it also it's generating employment for Indian people and young people. So I think it's a very yes.
The viability of this train is definitely going to be a great in terms of our technological prowess. Employment that it generates is definitely a welcome part of it. Indian Railways modernization phase will come out on because of this, and of course there are a lot of other technological prowess that Indian Railways has shown. It will be operated under Delhi Metro with these two lines, 55-kilometer line and 37, 38 kilometers line. And, it will be having almost 2,000 people in each train during each trip. And that itself, the trials have been undergoing since 2017, I have been told. And I'm sure the first public ride would be really, really adventurous, because people who will be sitting in that, they would be thinking, oh, this is a driverless train. But driverless train I have seen in Japan, and long distance trains also I have seen in other parts of the world. And I'm sure this is also carbon efficient, more energy efficient trains these are. So I think the narrative of the railway as a transport medium is going to stay here.
Yes.
It's not going.
Yes, Sitesh, because we are a country who is having a largest network of rail tracks, a railway system. So when we are talking about metro and railway system, metro has initiated one more thing very, very efficiently, that is signaling and communication. The trains are centralized automatic trains control, comprising automatic train operations, automatic train protection, and automatic train signaling system, which is very, very essential when we talk about the human transport, because you can talk to somebody instantly. And even if you have any grievances also, you can discuss it instantly. So that is very important. A part of this, intercoms are provided for emergency communication between passenger and the driver in each coach. And no train announcements are and on train announcements are on Hindi, English, and the routes are also there. So it's very convenient. Have you traveled in metro in Calcutta or Delhi somewhere?
Yes, I had a chance of traveling in 2018 when I went to Delhi for a couple of days, and I really enjoyed, changing the lines. But I stayed in Mumbai for a very long time, so I have traveled in Mumbai local trains as well as the metro trains of Mumbai, and I have traveled in Delhi metro as well, and Hyderabad, of course, Hyderabad metro as well, and I have enjoyed. But you know what, Kanchan, that train journey, whether it is a long distance train journey of our days in 80s 90s of going from Bangalore to Delhi or Hyderabad to Delhi, and versus the travel in the metro train, they have their own nuances, interesting observations to be made. And I think that makes the whole journey very interesting, and which actually attracts next set of passengers, next set of people. What you can do from the days of the green trains of nearby cities. Every big city had those green small trains. Mumbai local had its. But when the metro came, suddenly it all became very, very foreign and initially there was like there are no shops on the metro stations, and slowly they learned about it. One thing that always remains is the crowd. Whether it is the Hyderabad metro or it is a Delhi metro, it always remains the crowd is a very key single feature of this. In Mumbai, anyway, about it, nothing can be said about the crowd. But when it comes to the driverless trains, it is something that I would do it with reciting Hanuman Chalisa for the first time, definitely, just to relive the adventure.
Yeah, don't be that scared, because now technology is always there to help humankind. So, but what I feel, I have traveled a couple of times, I really enjoyed, because it is very, very convenient, and you don't need not to really drive by car and stay on red light, or sometimes you have to leave car because there's a lot of junction, and you sometimes don't reach in office at time. So these kind of things are the older things now due to this metro. Now, do you know, Sitesh, that fastest train at present is Vande Bharat, and which operation speed is 180 kilometers per hour, and which is operational from Delhi Agra section. So that is one information I just wanted to give you. And apart of, I think there are many companies which are involved in the manufacturing of coaches and the broad gauges and standard gauges of metro trains. Your own Mitsubishi Corporation, and then Hyundai, and then we have initially they have cooperated, they have given their know-how, but later on the public sector has taken this project, like Bharat Earth Movers and BEML have also responsible for manufacturing coaches and technology things for this trade. So I think I have to now call you Delhi, and maybe in the month of January, we our whole family will go in this driverless train, and I think it will be enjoyable.
Yes, Kanchan, I wait for the day, and I will definitely. I would like to come to Delhi. Whenever somebody says that come to Delhi, I always get reminded of Parathe Wali Gali. And recently on KBC, Mr. Bachchan also told about Bengali market, and I'm looking forward to come.
There are many good places for shopping. And but the only challenge is corona. But then I think the vaccine is here, so we are quite hopeful it will succeed. And then we'll go to Parathe Wali Delhi, and of course Bengali market. We have very sweet shops there, and I really love going to Bengali market and purchasing and eatery there. I just love that. And a part of this, I would also want to tell you that the metro, driverless metro, is introduction is a step ahead to modernization when we are talking about smart cities. So I think this is one step towards that.
Right, right. Of course, of course. I think it is important for our national pride also.
Yes, it was lovely talking to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again with very interesting subject in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion Forum. In this forum, we will be discussing the skills gap that we have today in India, and that may becoming a stumbling block to reaching the 5 trillion economy mark. And in this program, we call various leaders to discuss the prevailing issues. And today, I am honored to present to you Mr. Raj Neravati, who is the founder and CEO of a new age company called Hug Innovation. Raj and Hug Innovation are well known in the market among the people and also among the various business fraternity. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Raj Neravati.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show, The Great Kings of India. And today we'll be discussing about Bindisar and Ajatashatru, the great kings of Magadha. And to discuss about these wonderful kings, we have uh, uh, Shrimati Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department at St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. So, welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you today?
Sure, Kanchan, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So yet again, we are discussing the great king, Ajatashatru and Bimbisar. So I'm eager to really listen to you and what is in store about these great kings.
Okay. I will give you a little political backdrop before I start about Bindisar and Ajatashatru. If you see in the 6th century BC, it saw the rise of Mahajanpads, districts. 16 Mahajanpads came into existence and some republics also. And this all happened in the 6th century BC, in which these Mahajanpads were fighting with each other for power. Okay, and this time the Magadha Empire, it rose. And that's why they say rise of Magadha. And we don't know about the previous rulers because there is no mention in the accounts, but we get a mention about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru. So Bimbisar was the fourth successor. He was the fourth king of the Pradyota dynasty or Harangya dynasty, and he was a contemporary of Lord Buddha. So these two things are going parallelly, okay? Buddhism and rise of Magadha. Now, Bimbisar, when he came into power, he wanted to expand his empire. He wanted to expand his Magadha empire, and for that, he waged wars with some kingdoms, with some Mahajanpads, with some he entered matrimonial alliances. So that peace be there and they accept his suzerainty also. In this, imperialist policy which Bimbisar followed, he set up a very good administration in which he appointed some officers which were known as Rajbhatas. And if you see broadly, they were divided into 4 categories, like someone for justice, someone for administration, someone for army. So like that, the categorization was done. Apart from having a set of officers, what Bimbisar did was he gave autonomy to all his small kingdoms which were under him. So they were like Bimbisar was the head. Then there were these Mahajanpads and republics, but they enjoyed their autonomy. They were free to take their own decisions with the consent of the king. So this was the
So something like
setup.
it's like a separate state, I mean, small state, and something like today when we have a federal system, small state, they are reporting to central. I think something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
So this type of setup was there, and because Bimbisar was a contemporary of Buddha, so he some texts they tell that he followed Buddhism. Some texts tell that he followed Jainism, but the Brahmin accounts tell that he was the follower of Brahmanism. After Bimbisar, his son Ajatashatru came to power, but to come into power, Ajatashatru killed his own father. He killed Bimbisar according to the Buddhist tradition. But if you see the Jain philosophy, in the Jain text, it is mentioned that he poisoned himself, he committed suicide because Ajatashatru had imprisoned him. So different theories are there about Bimbisar's death. Now, Ajatashatru, when he came to power, he came to power around 492 BC and he ruled up till 460 BC. And he followed the same imperialist policy which his father followed. He tried to expand his empire. In order to do this, the first war he had with Prasenjit, the king of Kosala kingdom. And after this war, Prasenjit offered the hand of his daughter to Ajatashatru, and Ajatashatru married him. So again, matrimonial alliance. After this Kosala kingdom, he had to wage a war against Lichavis because that time 2 republics were very, very powerful. They were Lichavis and the Sakyas. So with Lichavis, he had a long war, Ajatashatru, and probably it was the time when he established this city Patliputra. He laid the foundations of Patliputra at that time when he had a war with the Lichavis. After Lichavis, he again had to wage wars with the ruler of Avanti because see, all these small kingdoms which were there that time, they were powerful in their own territories. So, with Prasenjit, why Ajatashatru fought was because he stopped giving revenues to Ajatashatru. So, one by one, he waged wars, either by war, either by treaties, either by matrimonial alliances. He tried to expand his empire. And before his death, he was able to make Magadha a very, very powerful empire. Before his death, he had extended the boundaries of Magadha empire far and wide. And one more thing because of which Ajatashatru is known in the pages of history is that he was the king who convened the first Buddhist council um, at that time. He patronized the Buddhist council that time, and Buddhist council was nothing. They were meetings. That was a huge meeting in which the monks, nuns, and either kings were invited, and they sat together and discussed how to compile the teachings of Buddha and how to propagate the good things about Buddhism, far and wide. So this was the main what what shall I coin the word, main purpose of the Buddhist council. So it happened under Ajatashatru, okay, after the death of Buddha at Rajgriha. Rajgriha was the place, and this council was presided over by Mahakassapa, and they decided that how to give a shape to the teachings of Buddha so that it reaches more and more people. So Ajatashatru, he patronized Buddhism, and with this first Buddhist council which he convened at Rajgriha, he became very, very popular. But only one drawback which you will see in the personality of Ajatashatru was that he killed his father to come to the throne. And not only Ajatashatru, all the rulers of this Pradyuta dynasty, they killed their fathers to come to the throne. After Ajatashatru, his successor Darsaka, he also did the same thing. Then Shishuna did the same thing. So I don't know why this trait was there in these people, but the truth is that they did that. Killing their own fathers and coming to the throne. That's why this dynasty is little infamous because of this trait of killing their own fathers. And after this fall of Shishuna, then came in being the Nanda dynasty. Nanda dynasty, which was very, very brutal because they were not pro people. They only wanted to take more and more revenues for their own selfish motives. This is all about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru Kanchan.
Okay, so I've heard that this Ajatashatru was a very great general, and he has invented few weapons, and one of them is a rod caterpillar, I guess, catapult, I guess. So apart of that, one weapon was also there. Later on, it was used very much by other kings.
It was a unique device in which it was a wooden thing in which they used to put the rock and throw the rock to the enemies. If you have watched the film Bahubali has used the same weapon in it.
Yes.
So this see the war techniques which they had, the weapons, they were very advanced. That's why they were able to conquer more territories. That was one of the major reasons.
So, apart of his impact on the Buddhist, the recognition of Buddhist council, and he was a great general. Yes, that the trait of killing his father and coming on the throne, this is not known as far as I know, and as far as I have read that any king has done in the past. So I think that is something which is really bad when we talk about Ajatashatru. But we have other very great and profound trait of Ajatashatru. So, what is the impact of Ajatashatru's period politically on India?
See, politically, as I told you, at that time, these 16 Mahajanpads came into being, and then republics also came into being. So, Ajatashatru, he tried to expand the Magadhan Empire. Okay, he wanted to establish his supremacy, and he did that with his imperialist policy number one, with the wars which he waged, and with the matrimonial alliances. And when you are powerful, and then he, with this Buddhist council, became more and more influential because uh, he was the first person who convened the Buddhist council at Rajgriha.
Okay.
So, because of all these things, he became very, very strong politically. That's why Magadha was, and then he laid the foundations of Patliputra, which has a huge history.
Correct.
As a city, Patliputra has a huge history.
Right.
Not only with the Magadhan kings, but later when you will, we will discuss about other dynasties, then also you will find the mention of Patliputra.
Yes. So I think contribution of Ajatashatru is immense because he has laid the foundation of Patliputra, who is in our history attained at greater heights. And apart of this, he was a great general. He has invented a weapon which we generally don't know. Most of people don't know and they don't discuss. So I think I can safely say that Ajatashatru as a great general, and we should be discussing about this his profile in schools, and people should know about this great king. It was so lovely to talk to you, Meeta ji. We'll meet again in next episode and discuss another great king of India. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Nation. And today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been training marketing professionals, IT professional. So, we have a World Post Day tomorrow. And to discuss this, we would like to invite him. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you?
I'm very well, Kanchan, and it has been a great weather in Bangalore. I'm sure it is the same in Hyderabad. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Fine. Weather is really good here also. And yes, I'm enjoying talking to you. I would like to listen how you really feel about this, the day which is tomorrow, World Post Day.
Kanchan, I grew up in the India where a postman was a part of a family. A postman visiting home always knew so many stuff about our personal life sometimes, and we used to feel that he is one of us. In the villages, in the families where education was not there, the postman also transformed as a scribe who used to write the letters for the family, who used to read out the letters for the family. So countless stories and examples are there where the parents, the family in the villages waiting for their loved ones to send the letters or money orders, and the postman coming on a bicycle and explaining them, reading it out, and also taking the responses back. It has been a great tradition in India for the postal services that were formally established in 1874. And after the independence, we had our postal services. And over the years, I have seen our postal services grow to a national and an international organization as well. And today also, in the matters of legal stuff and the faith, we still go to the post offices for not only the deposits, but also for EMS, and also registered post, revenue stamps. And it is good to see, to go to the post office. And though the experience is not so great as compared to, because everyone has been moved on to the courier services and international and national courier services. But in India, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s of India, postman was a great part of our social fabric. I'm sure you also have some great memories about the postman and the postal services.
Yes, I used to write a lot of letters to, especially to my grandparents when I was in school, and this kind of warmth and this kind of still remains within me, because there are so many good words, and I used to receive letters from them. So I really appreciate and I cherish those moments. And as you said, this postal service started in 1874, but do you know it started at Tokyo on 10th
Wow.
of October, and started by a delegation, and that to an Indian person by the name of Shri Anand Mohan Rula, and the association was Universal Postal Union, and later on it became part of United Nations. And basically this started to really teach people of the world how to write, because there was a global communication revolution which was going on, and this Universal Postal Union used to be part of it. So it is so lovely that somebody took an initiative and introduced us to this very positive pattern, very positive system of writing down your thoughts, your desires on a plain paper, and then you go and post it. I think it is still valid nowadays.
So Kanchan, this is a very vital service. First of all, we need to appreciate that it should be, the postal services is a vital service. And at times when the news is really needs to be sent across, it becomes not only vital, but also crucial services. And a lot of legal documentation still goes through the Indian postal system. And the letters, the registered letters sent through the Indian Postal Service are still admissible in the court of law. And you remember the acknowledgement cards that we used to attach with the letters, just to prove the point when the email and the CC email and BCC was not there. And therefore, the postal system, the post office used to play an important part in a community. We used to find those red boxes to go and drop our letters, and then wait, and then imagine and thinking about when the lock would be open. And so many countless stories when the postman used to open the letter box to see how he used to sort it into his bag. So the postage services is an essential services from the days of pigeons carrying it in ancient times to till today. The postal services, the face has changed, digitalization has happened, technology has come, couriers are becoming more and more dependable, but national postal services all over the world, not just in India, they still hold a lot of importance in the cultural fabric as well as the logistical fabric. And I have everything to believe that the postal logistical structure in India has got a lot of backbone the postal services backbone. On top of that backbone, a lot of distribution chain can be put on a ready-made available platform. And I think it is important for the government and the postal services enthusiasts to use this logistical setup to deliver to the corners of the country. I mean, we should think of a postal services of India today as a retail network where the distribution reaches every corner of the country. And sometimes the postman is the best person who knows the details of the address. And when they come still Kanchan during the Diwali and Holi time, right, I feel happy to give them something which is popularly known as bakshish in our language. So it's a great day for celebration for the postal services. And I think there is a need to modernize them. There is a need to bring more technology into their lives. There is a need for them to compete with the national and international private courier companies. And at the same time, there is also a need for them to give a better user experiences. If you remember, Kanchan, several decades back, postal savings were a great part of our savings. Yes. People to buy those postal papers, and for whatever money, 1,000 rupees or 2,000 or even 500 rupees. Right. The money orders were being sent for rupees 10. And even today, money orders are being sent for 10 and 100 rupees. I mean, where else do we find such a wonderful, flexible, all corners reaching organization? I think we talk about it less on a national scale, and it is important to utilize this network for the better connectivity among our villages, tier 2, tier 1 cities and urban settlements. What do you say?
Yeah, I feel I think you may be remembering that on those days when we have relatives outside of India, and then we had to send some letters. So along with letter, we have to send a photograph postcard also. So that postcard, the picture of the postcard is like great places of India, and then we write and we request them to visit us. All that thing was there at that point of time. Today we have Google, so we really shy away sending those beautiful cards to our relatives and friends who are based outside. But apart of this, I would like to tell you that India has one of the highest post office, which is in Himachal Pradesh. And apart of this, we have a very wide network. The whole of country is divided into 23 postal circle. And it is headed, the whole organization is headed by Postmaster General. And do you know, this is also a subsidiary of Ministry of Communication. The Indian Postal Service was established at 1st October 1854. So now we have so rich history of this particular department, this particular postal services. And we are, I think, is more inclined. We have one space in our heart for these postal services, and we still maybe sometime in our heart we do linger to get one letter from somebody, from our relatives. Do you feel like that?
Yes, Kanchan, as I said, I am still delighted to see a postman. I'm still delighted to see the way they deliver the things, but I'm unhappy to see that the kind of recognition they used to get before, they don't get it, despite the very, very tedious and the complex work that they do. And I have stood in a post office to see how do they do the sorting of the letters, even in one area, receiving the letters, sorting them, putting them into different buckets, then trying to take them on their vehicles to distribution, and then delivering it. Sometimes people are not there at home, and then taking it back or keeping it in the reception areas. So it's not an easy job. it's not an easy job. So I would think a Postmaster General could get a more fancy name today. So some more fancy name we can think about it. And it is important for the cultural aspect that we secure our postal services. If you remember, we used to have the philately as our hobby, to collecting of the stamps, and still seeing those inland letters, postcards, envelopes, and those tourism related postcards. They are such a delight. They are such a delight to see them. And handwritten letters, you still pick it up and you feel the warmth of the person who must have written. And not to forget about the corners, each and every corner of those letters being written, and not a single space is being wasted, and then somebody bringing it and delivering it. So this is all part of Universal Postal Union, and it has great anecdotes and stories across the world, during the two world wars, during the famines, when we did not have mobile phones, Kanchan. You remember, one letter, one word, telegram, used to give shivers down the spine, isn't it?
Right. I also want to tell you that Indian Postal Service provide a lot of services. A part of saving, we have stamps, we have revenue stamps, which are you can take these stamps from the post office, which are required in financial transaction. But I also want to tell you that
So
first
I am now
adhesive
looking at the
stamp
bar,
was
which is
issued
the black
by
color bar,
Scindia,
and continue
and in
to look
year
at that while talking
1852,
instead of looking at
and later
myself
on
or
East
looking at the
India
camera.
Company also
So
issued, because
if
in
this
those
is
times
the
they used to
position
send letter.
that is
And in
appropriate
post
to
independence,
make sure that the
the
eyes
first
inclination looks
stamp which was
appropriate,
issued
I'm
was
testing this out.
with a flag, and it was written Jai Hind. So if you see, the history is very rich regarding postal services in India, and you should appreciate. Maybe I think you should come out and maybe a new idea, that sending at least personal letters to people, and let it be mandatory. Let children should learn how to write, though they are learning in school how to write formals and casual letter, but I think they are not being inclined to write a real letter and send it across to somebody. So that is one thing which I feel should be encouraged by school, by teacher, and of course by parents.
Of course, Kanchan. I think the first opportunity given, we should take the children to the post office,
right,
and show them the whole process, ask them to participate in the process, and seeing the queue for, people asking for a pen, people asking for a glue, people try, if the glue is not available, the saliva on the tongue becomes the glue to stick the stamp,
right,
putting the stamp, and that's very, very interesting part of our growing up. And I think today's children can also have fun when they go there. They will also appreciate the work that the postal services does. The one forgotten thing is about the financial services that are offered at the postal post offices. Not only from the investment perspective, it's a postal bank is also there. The bonds are there. There used to be a time, Kanchan, I remember people used to buy bond papers in the post offices, and they were like doubling up the amount of money in 6 to 7 years' time. And we were thinking, oh, so people have to wait for 6 to 7 years. So from those days till today, of course, when we are outside India, we always go to the post offices, the old style of post offices. But I feel sad sometimes that in India we have a little, forgotten the golden days of post offices and postmen.
Yes, I also want to tell to our viewers that India does not only print their post, but they also print a post stamps for other countries like Bhutan, Ethiopia, Indonesia. So they all get printed here. We have that kind of setup. Now, the most important thing is PIN. So we always write PIN number so to get located in any transaction or in any letter, or maybe in a Google Map also, right? So postal index number. So this postal index number was made by Shriram Bhikaji in 1972. It's very, very important aspect of postal services India. The PIN number organized in the following way. The first digit indicates the zone. The second two digit indicate the subzone or a postal circle. Then the third three digit indicate the sorting district, sorting out the district. The last three digit indicate the delivery post office. So you see, so PIN is also associated with the post office. So it's very, very important to really, I think, revive few of the aspect. We are using some aspect of postal services and we are thoroughly neglecting the actual part, communicating through writing and delivery. Its whole process is very, very, I think for young children who are growing up, it should be very, very exciting. And then you wait for the answer to come. The whole period is teaches you something, patience, communication, writing skills. So I think that add to that personality development. What do you say?
That's right. That's right, Kanchan. And to add to it, you know what I feel, why this happens and why this has happened, especially in the Indian postal system, is that we have not glamorized the department and the work. We have not done enough national level advertisements for this department, despite being almost the backbone of the communication system. So I think I would like to think if postal services are brought under something like a Prasar Bharati, where I think it might get a bigger reach, it might get a bigger appreciation, and the kind of I mean, they have been celebrated in our Hindi movies, Kanchan, and we have songs like Dakiya Dak Laya, if you remember, and many other such songs where postman was a great part in our community, in our social fabric. The another thing is that the work that they do, Kanchan, it is really complicated work. But since it is not promoted so well, I think their uniforms are not so glamorous for the today's world. So it seems that the work of postal offices are not a great process and or a great procedures or a great operational things. But I think it is very important when there were no algorithms, when there were no digital algorithms or computer algorithms in 1870s or 1850s, when the postal system started. I think since then, all over the world, the postage union people, they have devised interesting algorithms to make the letters reach at the desired addresses week after week, day after day. And then they kept on adding the telegram services and other services. And I would say it is one of the original Six Sigma kind of an operations of a postal union. And I would love to see some changes in terms of their uniform, in terms of some national campaign, in terms of some celebrity coming on television and talking about the importance of the postal services, and little bit of a glamorization around the department's visibility, so that they become popular once again. And when I go outside India, I always see still the postal unions, the post offices are celebrated places. Children enjoy, adults enjoy going there, having their time, talking and getting their work done. But somehow we have been missing these things in our country.
Yes, I feel that though we don't really on day-to-day basis we use all communication devices. We have all communication devices which are instant, like WhatsApp, or we search for Google also. But apart of this, even today, postal services are very, very crucial in terms of speed ports. We have army unit, postal army unit system, which is at place. We have railway mail services, which is very much required in day-to-day basis. We have passport kendra, which are also as a part of postal services. We have postal life insurance, rural life insurance, saving banks, which is again associated with the postal services, saving cash certificate, which we were talking about a little while ago. Then Indian Post Payment Bank is also there, where we have other aspect like GPay and Paytm. So, but we already have this, which I think most of the people are not using, or many people may be using. But I'm just sharing my this information to our viewers. A part of this stamp sale, and now through stamp sales, there's a option of stamp collection also, which is a very, very important aspect of a hobby for young children.
Yes, Kanchan. And I just remembered, and I must share this info. In 2018, I happened to be in New Delhi for a couple of days. And just after my official work was over, I was just roaming around somewhere near Gurudwara Bangla Sahib.
Okay.
And reached GPO number 1.
Okay.
Post office number 1.
Yes.
And I was thrilled to stand there and think, this is the post office number 1 in this country. And I just couldn't stop, and I went there, and I tried to speak to the people over there. Probably they were not so much interested because they come to that office every day. But for me, standing at a GPO number 1, there was a small museum also, postage museum. I visited that museum, and I saw some of the historic stamps. And this is just 2018. So I was thinking that, remembering about the philately hobby that I used to have. And biggest interesting part was that I could find out a couple of stamps that were printed by the postal department and showcasing Nelson Mandela, celebrating Nelson Mandela, celebrating India South Africa friendship. And I grabbed that. I grabbed it, and it still lies in my collection somewhere. But I must say that was a thrilling moment for me.
Yes, I think you were standing at Dak Bhavan Sansad Marg, which is number 1. And this is also a headquarter of postal services in India. So
That's right.
with this note, I would like to end today's session and discussion about this. And let's celebrate, maybe writing a letter tomorrow and posting it somewhere, and ask somebody to collect it. And post it via speed post. We'll try, definitely. I'll be trying to do this along with my children. And I also want everybody should at least write one letter and post this tomorrow as a mark of respect and a mark of celebration for this wonderful day. Because in India, we have completed around 166 years of postal services. So that says tomorrow is a very, very important day, and we should celebrate, and we should do something to really mark this day and celebrate.
Of course, Kanchan, a handwritten letter is priceless. It is precious, it is priceless, and we must endeavor to do this as a mark of respect.
So see you tomorrow, Siddesh. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. Thanks you.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today our segment is CEO Roundtable. Let me invite our guest today. First, very senior person joining us from UK. His name is Naval Gunt, and he is the CEO of Mindfit Limited. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Naval.
Thanks very much, CK. Good morning, everybody. Look forward to a great discussion.
Certainly. And our guest number 2 is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Excited to have this discussion with everyone.
Yes, we are also looking forward to it. And our next guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Thank you, CK, and everybody. Hi, everybody. How everybody is doing today?
Everybody is fine, and I think the topic of discussion today is, we have been, in fact, all countries are undergoing the COVID-19 situation, where almost entire world is under lockdown. There are do's and don'ts defined by WHO, which are followed by all countries. So literally, we have not seen in the recorded history of mankind that such a unprecedented lockdown has been imposed on the entire earth. And because of this situation, the real pandemic is actually creating havoc on the mankind. People have already lost a lot of jobs. And I think the discussion point is many jobs have been lost already, but it is not over. We are not expecting the vaccine before December this year, if everything goes right. I think the leader is Oxford University, so we will see how it goes. But I think this pandemic is here, we are undergoing it, and people are losing jobs, which is adding to the pain. So let me first invite Mr. Naval Gunt to address this issue, what people should do, because I think it's a reality. People are losing jobs and all kinds of new opportunities are available, but they are not visible. So what is your take on this situation?
Well, we're in an interesting arena. If I have a penny for every time I've heard unprecedented times, I'd be a millionaire. Because they are unprecedented, but that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't be thinking about doing the best things we can. And what we've got in the global arena currently, and I'm not just talking about job seekers, I'm talking about businesses that are employing, governments that are trying to sort things out. But we've got 3 types of actions that people are taking, 3 different behaviors. Surprisingly, there's a large number of people in denial. In other words, yes, COVID's happened, so that's a tick, but it's going to go back to normal. Eventually, the virus will have a vaccine, and in a few months, maybe early next year now, things will go back to normal. That's one group. Another group is in complete chaos. They don't know what's happening. They can't control what's happening. They don't know where they're going. They're not planning. They've been set in this headless chicken type approach, and they're literally running around being very busy, but not doing a great deal about it. And then you've got a very small minority that are somewhere in the middle and are accepting that this is something they can't control. It's here to stay. The virus might improve things, the vaccine might improve things, but it may not, because it may not work on everybody. So they're really in the land of reality, and they're now doing things, they're making plans and doing things about it. And the same goes for people that are in the jobless arena. We've got headless chickens, we've got people in denial, and we've got a very few minority in this middle arena. And that is where the advantage comes, because we need to get you into that middle arena, because there are jobs out there and the businesses are going to give the jobs to the people that are not in denial and not chaotic, but actually want to get after things. It's common sense, really. But let's see whether it's common practice. But it'd be interesting to know, we've got an international audience here. We've got an international panel. It'd be interesting to know whether that fits, in the likes of India, in Asia, in Singapore. But so we've got a fascinating discussion ahead, I think, and we can help job seekers get on the straight and narrow and come out of this chaotic arena, out of denial, and get on with their lives. Put the right CV out there to the right organizations, because people are still hiring. That's my take currently.
In fact, Neville, the way you have described is you have put people in 3 buckets, and the most important bucket is the people who are in denial. And I saw an advertisement yesterday. The premier insurance company in India, they are now looking for new agents, and they are advertising on TV, which I've never seen in my life. So,
wow.
I mean, they are saying, please join us as agent through TV, because earlier that was something which was not really focused on. So I think there are jobs available if you see and look around. The previous jobs which were there before the pandemic are no longer available, but I think there are a lot of new jobs that are available. And with this, I would like to ask Farida. Farida, you work with the government and you have a very vast experience working with Asia Pac companies as well as European companies. In your network, what do you see? Do you agree with Neville, or do you disagree, or what is so different in your marketplace?
I think I do agree with Neville, because we do see, if we were to look at a broad classification, these are 3 types of people that you actually come across when you speak to people. And I have been kind of, thinking this through, and I feel that, okay, this pain which is going to come with this is inevitable. You can't do anything about it, but misery is optional. There is still a way out of it. So to a certain extent, crisis, drives alignment, and it allows you as an individual, a company as an organization, a government, everyone to move in a certain direction. Because you realize that a lot of it is fluff around you, but there are things which will still actually move. Yeah. And one of the things that I personally believe is never waste a crisis, because it teaches you something. It also, kind of makes you understand where the resilience actually lacked, and which are the areas which will continue to hire people, which will continue to, kind of come out of this, there would be new streams which would develop because there is a crisis, and everything which was happening before probably may no longer continue to happen. Some of these businesses might go out of business permanently. They might never recover, or they might never, because even though, people think that, things might come back to normal, but it's a very, very long road ahead, and nobody knows what the normal is going to look like. This is an opportunity for every individual, every organization to think differently and start thinking about what is it that we need, what is it that we want, what is it that we can afford as an individual, as an organization, as a country, and together as a planet. So to just, kind of bring a little bit of, my perspective to what Neville was saying just now is that there are new jobs which will be available. CK just mentioned something very new, which is a freelance opportunity. And, maybe people never considered it before. But yes, insurance will become very, very, it will become very important in future, because you don't know how this is going to pan out. Vaccine is still work in progress, and, SARS was 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. We still don't have a vaccine. The thing that actually gives me a little comfort is that the SARS virus and the COVID virus are the same virus with separate strains. And human trials which were actually happening due to the SARS epidemic, it's the same vaccine with some different strains, and it's being used for this pandemic. But it's all hearsay. I mean, I don't kind of, trust that this will come through very soon. And human trials still take the time that they need to take. So so the community which is in denial, this might be the time to start looking at what you can do, because at least as a professional, I do not see things coming back to normal very quickly. For people who are getting very upset with all of this, I think most of us have been there. But look at the bright side, because there will be new opportunities, there will be new arena. And people who have already aligned themselves, good news for you is that yes, you might not get the kind of jobs that you actually, probably had a year ago or so. The kind of pay scales which will be offered, which is going to be distinctly different. You don't know how the structure is going to look like in future. But there are jobs available. They might not be aligned to probably your education and your experience, but there will be new things. And there are governments which are pushing this as well. Like for instance, in Singapore, there are new jobs which are either being created or they are coming up as a result of this entire chaos which is happening. For instance, digital ambassadors. The digital ambassadors are people who could come from any kind of educational background, who could come from any kind of experience. These are people who will be trained to become digitally savvy and then go and train people who are not digitally savvy, so that everyone actually comes at the same page. So this is a new kind of a job. It might not be what you've done before, but it's available. So just to kind of bring all of this together, my perspective is that there is pain. More pain will come because, schemes like furlough or, the subsidies which the government is offering to companies to keep the workforce are going to go away. No government can afford this forever. And, more businesses will close down because without revenue, it's going to be very difficult to continue sustaining. But there will be new things which will come out. So keep your eyes open, ears open, and keep your mind open most of everything.
Excellent, Farida. I think you made the moot point here that there will be new opportunities, and I think one thing that I like a lot is you mentioned about digital ambassador. I think there is a clear need for this, and I personally, as a professional, feel that there are a need for a new type of role in the industry, which is something like digital ambassador. And I think let me invite our third guest for this discussion is, Kanchan works with universities in India and schools. What I've noticed is that almost like every second or third day, there is a new app coming related to some sort of training or education. But, all these apps are available. There are Byju's and there are so many others already available. But are the school adopting it? So my question to Kanchan would be that, our business leaders have already described that there is a group of people which could be very large in numbers, is in denial. And there are opportunities available in some other arena, but the education and university, are they training their students to leverage these opportunities? So Kanchan, what is your opinion on this one?
Well, CK, these are quite crazy times because there's pandemic and people are suffering. But I will take a little positive approach towards this because in previous months, we have seen the most job loss happen only in leisure and hospitality industry. According to one research, it is 47% job loss happen in hospitality. But as I said, I will be taking more positive view because and little India centric, though many countries are working and fighting for this kind of jobless and people management. But what I feel, we have two great options which is introduced by government of India. One is Make in India and one is Modern India. So when we talk about Make in India, then there's a lot of companies who are setting up their companies in India, and thus it is creating a lot of job opportunities. Now, when we talk about Modern India, the government is also stressing on digitization of many services. Now, for example, if I have quoted hospitality. So hospitality industry is closed, but there are chefs who are running their education courses online. So then they have the opportunity, and they are moving towards making something good. So I believe that though there's a job loss, but then, as Farida said, you have to be open your eyes and you have to open your ears to find out where the job opportunities are there. I feel there's little pause phase now going on, but it'll kickstart.
So Kanchan, I think I just continue asking on this path where there are opportunities and people have to reskill. But I think we have discussed in the past in this program where we have already pointed out that the skill which are required are not being taught by the universities. And what we see, at least in India, I can talk about that the schools are still waiting and watching. They are in the denial mode. I think they, as per the Naval's category, all the schools in India are in denial funnel. They are not looking at the aspects that you pointed out. For example, if you look at the investment by Google in Reliance Jio, $5 billion of investment, they want to develop indigenous 5G platform. So when 5G comes, the chefs who are running their education courses will have a ball on this platform because they can run multiple things with a lot of creativity. But the education is still lagging behind. They are in denial. What is your advice to these people?
I think because they are denial because they are looking for a better time to come. They want that maybe the time which were before pandemic, it will come. But I think things have, water has flown and things will not be changing for a longer time. So maybe sooner or later they are struggling. Actually, many schools are struggling with the technology and with digitization. But I again said I am quite positive that they will overcome, because in every industry there are some people who don't like change. There are some people who like change, and generally people and the management who like change always win. So I'm quite hopeful for that.
Naval, mankind is a very resilient species, and we are going through, like you already mentioned, that unprecedented. You might have heard so many times, but I think let me use this word again, that the mankind is a very resilient species, and they are going through this unprecedented times. What do you think is a takeaway from this discussion? What people really should do to get out of the denial mode?
Well, they're going to have to look in the mirror and make sure that they know where they are, whether they're in chaos, in denial, or they're actually doing something about it. It's been a fascinating discussion already, and this is such a big topic. What we've got to remember is that COVID really has just accelerated all these thought processes. They were already there prior to COVID. Now, the education business gap was there. It got bigger during COVID, to my surprise, mainly because universities have gone more into denial. They've been more focused on improving their own digital presence. And remember, we're in the fourth revolution, which is digitization. And Farida mentioned this one word that is used quite often, but actually not really understood. And before I say what that word is, the World Economic Forum has for the last 4 or 5 years been publishing lots of future job profiles. And they published just before COVID the future of jobs in the next 5 years. And they were saying basically that 40% of jobs are not even identified today. So maybe your insurance company that's looking at lots of freelancers, there you go, there's the word. We're going to become a global community of freelancers. There's no more jobs for life. There's never been jobs for life
actually since I got a job, frankly, which was many, many years ago. You're going to freelance for a period of time. You may be under contract, but I can see organizations literally moving towards fixed term contracts for everybody. Now that's just, I don't know any facts apart from a few organizations, large organizations, that I've seen move in this direction. But the freelance community is going to be huge. It's huge already, frankly, but it's going to be much, much bigger. And this is where job seekers, you've got to get out of this denial arena. You've got to look online, go to respected resources. Don't follow the shiny objects and fake news. Ignore all that. Look what governments are saying officially on their notice boards. Look what the best employers are saying on their notice boards. It's there, it's evidenced. All you've got to do is go and look at it and start thinking. Because sooner or later you will see that the evidence will actually start to change your belief. And that's a good situation, because now you're getting a kick of reality, not a perception. Perception will keep you in denial or in chaos. The kick of reality will narrow you down this middle road, let's call it, having the right attitude and being in control of your own destiny. So my advice to everybody is start reading, start Googling, but don't look at fake news. Don't look at the shiny objects, and certainly don't follow government leaders, because frankly, a lot of them are bouncing around saying they're in this middle road, but they've got no idea. Some of them, they're feeling their way. And I feel for them, actually, because, again, sadly, these are unprecedented times.
So there you go. You mentioned that once again. But I think some of this stuff that you mentioned is very important. Is one takeaway for me personally is never believe the politicians, because among humans, they are the most opportunistic people. So we have to look for ourselves, not be in denial, don't get cue from the politicians. So with this, I would like to ask Frida, any closing remarks from you?
Yeah, sure. I will just actually kind of, take a little bit further what Neville was saying and try to, articulate it in my way. If it helps people, it's fantastic. So, sky is not the limit, it's just the view. So basically, when you actually talk about freelancers, I'm specifically talking about the gig economy. Now, that's something that's going to be huge. The reason being, like Neville was saying, there are no longer going to be secure jobs. So I would break it down that there would be tasks, and there would be people who would actually perform those tasks, and there would be people who need these tasks performed, and they would be willing to pay for it. So there are professionals, there are, even if there are, there are people who have been in a job for very long, they've been cocooned as an employee, suddenly they are in middle of everything, this pandemic, and they realize that it's not going to be easy to find something. So keep an open mind, go to respected resources, see what is it that can leverage your skill, because still work is happening. Industries which are very badly impacted are, aviation, hospitality, luxury, to an extent retail. But then, there is work happening, like e-commerce is growing because that's the only avenue where people are actually shopping nowadays. Hospitality is not like for, countries like Singapore are trying to do local tourism boost. So something is happening, but it's not going to go back to the pre-COVID times very soon. So keep an open mind, look at what other avenues are available. There should be opportunities which can actually utilize a skill set you perhaps have not used for a very long time. And it might actually just come into use right now. Maybe you're very good at writing and you haven't done it for a while, and there are copywriters which are needed all the time across so many platforms. So keep an open mind, there will be opportunities. It's dark, but then, waiting for the goal, don't miss the silver lining.
Absolutely, very well summarized, Farida. In fact, one of the takeaway for me and for my viewers is that somebody has taken your job, because the jobs are just around the corner, as from the panelists we realized. But nobody can take away your career. So all you have to do is look around and see what are the new opportunities. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Farida, and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us.
Been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all on this edition of CEO Roundtable. So, let me quickly introduce our panelists. First, Mr. Neval Gund, who is the chairman of Mindfit Limited, and he joins us from UK.
Good morning, everybody.
Second, Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zone. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello, everyone.
And third, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Hello, everybody.
So I welcome you all, and the topic for discussion for today is really the work of the future, which is going to be digital. That's the topic for today, and what it takes to get on the digital bandwagon. Because I think it's clear to everyone, all professionals, that digital is the way to go forward. But what it takes and what are the pitfalls, I think that is what we will discuss in this discussion today. So, Naval, you have an opinion on this subject.
I do have an opinion, but I'm going to let ladies go first here, because we're trying to get more women back into the workplace, because we've been sadly lacking that over the years, and their views and ideas, I think, should be aired first. So, over to you, ladies. You can fight over who's going to go first, but over to you.
Okay, I'll take this. Future of work has been discussed so much in the recent years, and in fact, I've had a 3-week discussion on future of work, because we had a Thai Singapore event for 2 weeks, and now we have Singapore FinTech Festival, we have the Switch Festival. So future of work has been discussed very extensively. In fact, the Singapore government has made an official statement saying that future of work is digital. And we are seeing that. Now, work is central to human experience because it provides income, identity, and meaning, right, to people's lives. And trauma of a job loss is second only to death of a loved one, because it impacts a person really, really in a tough manner. There are a lot of things which are happening, but one of the things that kind of comes very starkly out of all of this is that globalization has happened at a very fast speed. And the COVID situation has accelerated this behavior by sudden shock, sudden action, because everyone was trying to grapple with the situation. So today we sit 1 year down into the pandemic by looking at our globalization, comfortable working from homes, comfortable working on projects in any part of the world. And then we also have our 3 A's of technology, because automation, algorithms, and artificial intelligence. So that convergence has made it even easier. So people who can actually deliver their services online are finding new ways to do it. So I think future of work is going to be very gig based. It's no longer going to be a job. It's mostly going to be completion of task. And then most organizations have come to believe that strengthen the core and flex the non-core. So there are certain workers that you would, kind of need on a regular basis, and those jobs probably are mid-level jobs. But if you look at the very low-level jobs, or you look at the very high-end management level jobs, those are, not a full-time requisition. So for instance, if you take like a finance department, the CFO is probably someone who's a permanent fixture because they are required through, the company's, whenever the company actually needs them. So they need to be there. But then there are projects within that, audit projects, which are again cyclical, or, financial control activities, which are again cyclical. And those might not be something that you need permanently or regularly. So these kind of jobs, they are high end, but not permanent. Those would be divided as well. That's a trend that I'm seeing because this is my business. I talk to a lot of people who are, hiring authorities, and this is what I hear from them. So I think future of work is going to look very different. It will create more jobs because artificial intelligence is not here to take away people's jobs. It's here to augment their experience. It will get them to do more work, but then whatever is repetitive will get replaced. Anything that can be, a process, that will get replaced. So when we talk about future of work, there are a lot of question marks, but the trend shows that, in fact, I read a research report very recently which says that in the US, 55% of senior management will actually be part of the gig economy. So they would be paid for completion of what has been assigned to them rather than just being there as a part of the company. So that's kind of my take on it. I'm open to discussion because this is an interesting topic, and I'm sure it's close to many people's heart and to mind as well, because people would be tracking it.
So I feel that New Year is round the corner, and now we have a lot of jobs and lot of educational platform, and many people have understood and they are coming on digital platform. Now, what I feel is the high demand job in 2021 will be accountant, HR professional, operations professionals, IT professionals, or web designer. Now, the need of the hour is people should be open to take up not one skill, but multiple skills. So I put it like maybe a hybrid role is what we are looking at. Somebody who's interested in doing administrative work, they should be open to do operational work also. And I also feel that jobs like designer, graphic designers, creatives, digital marketing specialists, these jobs will be in high demand. So last time we have done a discussion that is there a scarcity in job market? But what I feel is that no, we have to update our skills, and we should be ready to do hybrid roles.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and it's good that we're listening to, because Farida has had literally weeks of focused energy in a small country about a very important subject. What's going to happen to the future of our economy? Because this is where we are. This is not just about businesses, small, medium, and large. This is about the future of the economy. It's about the future of young people. Tomorrow's leaders. It's the future of our education systems. So this is such a big topic that we really need to get a grasp of. And I'd like to sort of throw two pennies in here with regards to looking at the global economy, and if you like, the way that corporates have been developing over the last few years. And it's worth looking at how they've been developing, because when I had a proper job last century, sort of in the 1980s and 90s, I was working in the oil industry. And one thing about the oil industry is that we collaborate with every other oil manufacturer, every other oil developer or oil investor. There's no other market, there's no other industry that collaborates like the oil and gas industry. So I would suggest that people just have a look at how the oil industry works, because I have a feeling that this is now going to set the trend for every other industry. And let me explain a little bit more. In the 1980s and 90s, the oil industry was suffering of oil prices. So the oil price was around about $18 a barrel. You had no say of what that value per barrel was because it was a commodity on the international market. And in many respects, it was set by OPEC. So all you had was control of your intellectual property, in other words, your people, your expertise, and that's it. That's all you had control over. And this became very important to the way you now design your company going forward. And very simply, you decide what's core and what's non-core. You have to do both. Both are important to do. But what's core, you keep in-house. What's non-core, you outsource. And we are seeing, I think we're seeing, and I hope everyone agrees with me here, I think we're seeing more and more of the gig economy evolving from this non-core arena. So let's just take a very simple exercise for a small business. Unless you're a printer, you don't actually, as a small business, print your own business cards. You go to a printer, you have a discussion with the printer, and you say, this is my logo, or can you help me design a logo? And typically a printer is a designer as well. So you design a logo, how it looks on the card. The printer will give you lots of examples of what it could look like. And then they go and do the job. That's a classic example of outsourcing. It's important to your business, but it's non-core. You're not going to go and buy a printing press. You're not going to buy the ink and buy the paper and buy the card just to print 500 or 5,000 business cards. You're going to outsource that project. And in today's language, that's a classic example of the gig economy. It's project-based. It's defined. It has a start and an end. And most of it is done outside of your eyesight. And I think this is the bit that companies are going to struggle with. It's going to have to be done outside of their eyesight. And this is where COVID has really brought the issue to home, is that some managers are in this FOMO arena where they have to be looking over the shoulder of everybody else. So that isn't the way to go. So we need to, as organizations, I think we need to take a step back, look at what we have to do, decide what's core and non-core, and outsource the non-core. Because you're never going to outsource your intellectual property, because that's yours. You know, and for people that don't understand what intellectual property is, it's things that make you tick, that gives you the competitive advantage. So it makes you win the project against somebody else winning the project. So I think if we help organizations think a little bit more, so rather than talk about artificial intelligence and the impact on jobs, etc., just look at your business, decide what's core to you. What do you need to keep in-house that no one else can do? And then the rest is non-core, outsource it. And as Farida said, you know, there's thousands of people in that gig economy already. You know, freelancers is a word that we're going to be more and more used to as this gig economy starts to evolve. And this is where I think women have got a great opportunity, because you can choose the time you work. So what that means is you can do all of your other, you know, chores at home. You know, whether you're a man or a woman, you choose your time to work. And there's nothing wrong with that, as long as it works for you. And this is the thing, we're going through a big transition here, and COVID has accelerated the transition, and it's a bit fearful for lots of people. But you need to just go with the flow and try and get ahead of that trend. As I say, this is a huge, huge subject, but I'm a bit more concerned about the 13 and 14-year-olds at school today
that really aren't looking for their jobs. They're not looking into the workplace yet. But even if they did, it wouldn't look anything like it's going to be in 7 or 8 years when they join it.
So, Naval, what I will address this in a way is that I will break it down into two segments, broad segment. One is the public segment, which is the government-owned enterprises, and other is the private segment. The use of AI is very, very relevant when it comes to the government or public offices. And I will just quote few examples of the Indian government. They have been adapting very rapidly the use of AI when it comes to large applications like uh, revenue collection, because in a country like India, it's a humongous task. Uh, Income tax filing. So a few months back, Indian government announced that for all individuals, 1.3 billion people, or roughly about 1.2 taxable people, there will be a faceless tax calculation. So the faceless basically means that you have a file, you will have a number, but who actually compute your tax in the back end is not in your control. So, there is a very heavy deployment of AI because the assessment officer can be from anywhere in India. You can be located in Mumbai. Your assessment can happen out of Calcutta. So, and next time, after a few months, the same person's assessment can happen out of Chennai. So I think there is a very heavy deployment of AI in the government sector. But when it comes to private sector, and especially the mid segment and the startup community, uh, the gig economy is really shaping up. In fact, it is already there in a very big way. And all the marketing gurus are saying that almost 50% of the workforce for the private consumption would be contract labor. So whether you are senior or whether you are a junior guy, almost 50% of those workforce will come on contract. So as Farida said, if you are a CFO material, you will be part of the economy, and your deliverables will be dependent on your experience and what value you bring. As Naval also said, value proposition, IPR, and those kind of things. So all these concepts are very relevant, and people have to learn to use these these techniques to drive their paychecks when it comes to gig economy. It cannot happen that a person with 20 years experience in finance go for a go at the same price as a 2 years experienced person. But the price, the valuation, the equity will be driven by the person himself. What he can bring on the table as a gig employee. So I think that I would like to address it this way so that we can focus on only 50% of the market, which is the private sector, and of that 50% is going to be gig, and rest of this will be managed um, by the virtual office. So since I'm making the comment about virtual office, the uh, age of brick and mortar establishment is slowly going away. Google has already announced that for 3 years they will not call their employees back to work, and that means they're allowing their employees to work from home, and that brings a peculiar situation because now the managers will have to live with the personal life of the employee while they are delivering work. So I think the challenge in terms of adapting gig economy is there, but at the same time there is also a social angle which is coming up and becoming very relevant. So Kanchan, what do you have to say about that?
What I feel, I just want to tell our panelists that by 2022, we are coming up with a new parliament with the paperless function. So what I have, I'm quite optimistic when it comes to digital platform because there are some addition and there are some usual practices which you have to lead as a professional. So when I suppose if I am a company owner and I have to hire, so I have to hire people with a different skill set, and at the same time I have to take care about the employee wellness and satisfaction. So that is where I feel we are moving towards that. And about for generation of revenue, I think there's no, initially in 2020, there was a little bit, but now it's accelerating and people are finding out small opportunities and big opportunities, and they are ready to cope up with this new change. And they are also very easygoing when it comes to digital platform. They are learning new skill in digital arena. So what I feel, though Chanka had explained the economy aspect, but what I feel maybe in coming years, like Singapore, they've already announced there will be all digital working platforms for everything. So I'm quite optimistic, and I feel that yes, we have to hire, we have to take up different skill set. Company owners have to hire maybe more contingent of workforce, and they have to be flexibility in their investment. And yes, employees should be ready to work double roles.
I'd like to pick up here. So, Kanchan just mentioned that employees should be happy at work. And yesterday I was part of a HR roundtable, a CXO roundtable, and there was a poll which was conducted. And out of the 5 or 6 things that CHROs are looking for, the most important thing was that they are finding it extremely difficult to keep the employees engaged in isolation, because there are new joiners who have joined, and we are all social animals, so it's very difficult to keep employees engaged. But having said that, I think there will be a solution. It's a drivable behavior and people will get used to it over a period of time, and it could be taken care of. But I think the good part which is coming out of this is that it makes the cost variable. So you have the same amount of money to spend in your resources, but you have flexibility, fluidity, and optionality, as I would put it, because you are able to choose where you want to invest that money or where you want to spend that money. And also we are looking at re-aggregated organizations, because now everyone is looking at a flexible, so like I said in the beginning, that strengthen the core and flex the non-core, right? So it's so that's what I see, like the stomach muscles are tightened and the arm muscles are being flexed, because you want to make sure that it's movable. It can be money could be put where you actually need it to work. So it's not all that bad, but at any point in time when there is a change, it's never sudden, because it comes over a period of time. This is a very, very different situation, because COVID response actually, accelerated everything. But any which ways, this is nothing new, because people were going towards that way. And gig economy, because there were so many platforms which came up providing opportunities for gig workers. There are so many freelancers now who basically work for 6 months a year and take the next 6 months off, because that's the lifestyle that they choose. So it's not all that bad, but it's not all that hunky-dory, because at any point in time, any change takes time, and change is always difficult. So it's going to be a lot of moving pieces, but when you are mid-air, you don't have the option to land and fix something if something is broken. So there is no hard reset. We all need to, move with the times and get used to it and try to fix things mid-air. So I think the only way forward is adapt and move on.
That's a really good way to be. Adapt and move on. I mean, we are built to be adaptable, by the way. We are physically born to be adaptable, to think differently. Now is the time when it's going to come up to use it. I think I'd just like to throw in a bit of a wild card here, in that in the UK, we also rely, despite the fact that this gig economy has been around for some time, we have something called IR35, which I wouldn't worry about, but basically it's easier for the government to deal with a PAYE, in other words, an employee of an organization, because you're taxed at source. It's not so easy, actually, to deal with contractors, because you have to rely upon them supplying their information. Like taxi drivers, chefs. I mean, all of this gig economy arena that we've been used to for so long. And interestingly enough, in the last 2 years, the tax authorities in the UK, I was talking to a senior tax inspector literally earlier this week, and I just said to her that the tax arena in the UK is going against the trends of work. So the trends of work are gig economy. So you've got lots and lots of projects that you're going to be working on, which means you are an independent. You're a consultant. You are no longer an employee of an organization. And yet all the tax implications over the last 2 years have tightened up actually to stop the gig economy growing. So although Chandra, you say about we need to think of the public sector and the private sector from an employee point of view, which is slightly different. We need to remember that the private sector is dictated to by the public sector tax regime. You know, the environment that we are allowed to operate within. So what it means is, for a lot of people out there, they need to think about looking after their own taxes. Now, this is a huge issue, to be honest with you. Because if you're an employee, you leave school at 16, 18 or 21 and you go and work for a company, they just take care of all of your taxes. No matter where you are in the world, you know, they pay your taxes for you. They take it out of your salary and you don't have to worry about it until the year end. But then you know that you've probably paid just about the right amount of tax. When you move into the gig economy, you're now responsible. So you now become an entrepreneur. You really do need to think differently. And this is what we're not getting people ready for, to be part of the gig economy. But there's going to be loads of work out there. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever that if you want to work, there'll be work there. AI will create more work than actually taking jobs away. And I think Farida said that already. So, the biggest issue here is we need to be preparing people for the future. So part of this round table here, I think, hopefully, is not just telling people what to expect next year, but for those younger people, what to expect in 7 or 8 years' time. Because now you need to get yourself ready for this. It's coming. Please don't think it's not coming. It will be different in 7 or 8 years' time than it is today. But get yourself ready for that change. Find out what's going on out there currently. You know, if you're not in full-time work and you're in full-time education, now's the time to find out what's happening in the world. And you could actually be part of that gig economy tomorrow, because there's lots of opportunities for you to put what you've got out there, whether you're a designer, any type of practitioner, whether you do art or anything like that, something that's of interest to you, you can actually start to put yourself out there. One thing I would say is the future, the work trends of the future will be the same as today. Your network will be your most valuable asset. So network with as many people as you can, which will make you a better person anyway, but it will give you options for the future. So go and join Facebook, go and join LinkedIn, join the groups, get that experience. So no matter what age group, you can start doing something for yourself. We've covered a huge amount of ground here today, Chandra. I'm not too sure quite where we were going to go with this, because it's never scripted. People just say what they feel. But for me, it's been enlightening, because we are talking globally here, and people can be listening from a global perspective.
So I'd like to just I'd like to add something to this. So one way is basically, preparing people for the future. But I also feel that the younger generation is getting prepared without any, special effort. The reason is that people like me, we have never used a typewriter, because by the time we grew up and started working, you were already computerized and, you were trending towards that. So I didn't need special training to move from typewriter to the computer. Yeah. So I think nowadays the kids, they actually, hardly use a laptop or a desktop because they have their smart tabs or smartphones and they use everything on that. So they are getting prepared. So, in a way that if you look at it, one way is, yeah, people who are probably, in the mid of their career, they need preparation more than the younger kids because we will have to adapt. But them, they are already adapted and they are moving forward because they don't know anything else. This is the way that they've been growing up. If my child tomorrow is kind of referred to as a gig worker, my child is going to give like a look, what? Because everyone is going to be a gig worker in some form or the other. So, yes, I think the preparation is more for us who still have a few more years to go in our career, but not so much for the younger people.
So I think all the panelists have made very good point, and I would like to summarize by giving information to our viewers. And some of these points are related to the taxation, as Naval said, and also about preparation, as Farida said, and also Kanchan talked about multitasking, ability to do multiple jobs to stay relevant. So I would like to I would like to provide two information to the viewers which are very relevant, because if people are preparing for the future, the Indian government, and India is a very large country with a lot of people. India has already moved ahead, and today in the digital payment area is number one, and that is sheer because of the number of citizens we have here. And by no means I'm saying that we are covering the entire India. The people who are using the online tax platform or online tax payment platform are not more than 20%, but that 20% takes you ahead globally because the sheer numbers are very large. So the government of India realized that the Indian workforce has to be ready for gig economy for next 5 years, and that is why they have introduced something called GST, which is a very big project. And for last 2 years, all businessmen are filing their returns online every month. So we are moving away from the traditional method of filing tax returns every year. We are making money, depositing tax every month, and moving on. And for doing that, certain businesses are also getting incentives, because if you are doing that on time, then the government of India will calculate incentives and return some of these tax to you after a quarter or so. So I think that activity is stabilizing. It is not completely stable. It is stabilizing, but people have got used to this GST formula, where when you receive a payment, the GST is automatically calculated and paid to the government. So it is no longer a difficult situation for anyone to remember what expenses they incurred at the end of the year, how much money they made, and accordingly, they should not be worried about that they have not paid the taxes. So I think that portion of problem has been taken care largely. The second one, in order to support all these people, 1.3 billion people, or maybe half of that, you need a very strong network. When I say network, is basically the physical network which will allow bandwidth, and that has been a big problem, and not for India, but I think for it's a global problem. That is why we're talking about 5G, or Elon Musk is talking about Starlink. But 2 days back, a very ingenious plan has been introduced in India. It is called PM Vani. So, for the benefit of Neville, let me translate Vani. It is an abbreviation of Wide Area Network of India, but Vani actually in our local language means voice. So PM is Prime Minister. So it is a program which has been launched just 2 days back, and what that will enable is everyone in their household without any licensing will be able to share their Wi-Fi. So for example, if we have a Wi-Fi, I can share it, and if somebody is walking by outside the house, and if they are hooked on to that Wi-Fi, they can use my Wi-Fi. Basically, every individual with Wi-Fi can create a Wi-Fi network within his home or office or shop. And that will increase the bandwidth, like it will solve the bandwidth problem. The Wi-Fi will be available across length and breadth, and that will solve a lot of these problems of reaching out, launching new applications like virtual office, tax filing on the move, and things like that. So I think, as you said, Neville, this is a very large subject. We are just giving information and asking our viewers to get ready. And if they are not ready yet, I think it's high time to get ready with the gig economy, because 40 to 50% of the people will be contract employees, whatever it takes.
Very true.
So if there are no comments, I would like to close the discussion for today. And we will catch up next week. And thank you for finding time to join us this week. And really pleasure talking to you to discuss this very important subject, which affects all of us.
Thanks,
Thank you
CK.
very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you for sharing your time with us. Thank you and have a good weekend, everyone. Bye for now.
Cheerio.
Bye.
Friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about the issue related to migrant workers. It has become a major discussion point during the entire last week. Many people were expressing their views. So let us decode the issue really at hand. So let me explain why migrant worker could become a major issue, and we needed to sort it out with very good planning. So, in India, it's a very large country with, many people living in India. There are many layers of economy. There are different kinds of workers. There are educated workers, blue collar, white collar, and there are skilled labor, unskilled labor, and so on. And all of these different layers in the society creates multiple layers of economy. And as you know, the population of India is 1.3 billion, and just 1% of this population work as a migrant workers. So what are these migrant workers? The migrant workers are the people who are predominantly unskilled and in search of job. They work and basically travel to different cities away from their homes in search of work, and then they work as an unskilled labor in different parts of different industry. So for instance, there is so much production happening in a country like India. There are factories, and the factories are having machines, and a lot of skills are required to start any production. So then there are skilled laborers. At the same time, there are certain percentage of unskilled labor also, which are deployed in different factories. Now, factories in India, I'm just using a generic word called factories. Now, factories in India produce everything from cars to aeroplane, even to the food item. So the salt, sugar, pulses, grains that we consume as human beings, they all come from factories, because it is not coming from farm straight. It is coming for cleaning and packaging and sorting, and then from there it is coming. So in that segment also, there are a lot of these migrant workers, unskilled, who are deployed, and they are working in the factory. Now let's come to agriculture. Now, agriculture is another field which is having so many people. And if you look at India as a country, about 60% economy, Indian GDP is based on agriculture. It used to be 80% many decades back, but now it is 60%. And so, the agriculture is predominantly, when we think about agriculture, we start imagining there is a farmer who's preparing the field, who's sowing the seeds, and then who's basically harvesting it. But that is not the case. The farmer actually, he is the landowner, or he is a skilled person in this area, in the agriculture field. So he creates the entire crop. But when it comes to cutting, there is no way he can cut so much crop if one person cannot cut. So here, because there is no mechanization, and especially when there are so many people available to do the job, so there is no need for for farmers to buy these machines. They can just hire a migrant worker for a month or so. These guys will come, they will harvest the crop, and then go back. They make their daily wages and go back to their respective homes. So it is so that is why even in things like agriculture of various kinds in various we have 2 seasons of harvesting in India. The migrant workers have plentiful of jobs during this season, so they actually plan their activities. Sometimes they work as an agriculture labor, sometimes they work for factories, and they also work as construction labor, because construction again has multiple layers. It is highly mechanized in today's world. And now this is one area which is having a lot of migrant workers working for this segment, simply because the largest investor in infrastructure today is China, and followed by India. There are so many infra projects of multi-billion dollars happening out of India, and hence there are a lot of migrant workers deployed in these in these different projects in the length and breadth of this country. So the migrant workers are working in all walks of life. So when we there are few other industries. So I think the point that I want to drive is that in the multiple layers of economy, the baseline economy is actually based on the work done by migrant workers. So if you take the migrant worker out of the system, then if we don't see a very good picture of Indian economy, because the baseline is removed. So when the COVID strike happened, there was a lockdown, and the lockdown is now running 6th week now. We have already lived in lockdown for 5 weeks, 6th week running, and that is true for everyone. That is true for migrant worker also. The issue really with them was because they are working away from their home into different multiple cities. When the lockdown happened, they wanted to go back to their respective houses so that they can live with their family. But there was an issue because the COVID-19 was affecting, and the government of India had to come out with an effective plan to contain this infection. And so far, it has been a successful plan done, implemented by government of India and followed by all the states. So far we have seen the infection of COVID-19 has reached only or affected only the urban centers. Because in the urban centers, people travel abroad, they brought the infection back into India, and then eventually it is affecting the urban centers. It has not reached the rural segment of India, which is almost like 70 to 80% of India today. So by making sure that we are under lockdown, the government has ensured that the most of India is protected from the spread of coronavirus. So only urban centers, so now you can identify hotspots and then tackle the corona infection accordingly. Now the question still remains migrant workers, because they are in a limbo. They work on sort of daily wages, unskilled labor, and they want to go back to their home, but they can't, because government ensured that if they go back and there was no lockdown, there is a very high chance that the virus can be taken by some of these guys into rural areas, and then the problem will multiply manifold. And that is why the government said, hey, we will give you shelters, we will give you medicines, we will give you food, you don't go to your house, we'll tell you when to go. So all the state governments cooperated. They created the shelter for all these 300 million migrant workers across India. So can you imagine that? In fact, I have never seen any international media covering this part, where the state government followed the central government guidelines, built these shelters for 300 million workers, for 5 weeks, gave them food, gave them medicine, gave them care. And now we are seeing the results of this lockdown. The fertility rate for Indians is 3%, which is lowest in the world. The survival rate is highest, which is 23%. So people who get corona infection are getting cured, are getting out of hospital after becoming all right. That is 23%. And the rate of doubling is 10 days. So which is also quite high. I mean, if you look at other countries' database, we are very, our data looks very good. So now so the current lockdown is there till May 3rd. There is expected relaxation. In fact, most of us are living in lockdown for almost like 6 weeks now. And all of us expect that some relaxation should be given. Especially now the data of India, corona data looks reasonably okay. So now everyone wants some relaxation, even graded relaxation with a planned lifting of lockdown is expected. So the first thing government is doing starting from today, which is May 1st, is taking care of the migrant workers, because they have been stuck in shelter homes for last 6 weeks. They have not seen their families. They don't know how their families are. So the government of India has started special trains from all across Indian cities to go back to their respective hometowns. So these, it's a very humongous job to start these special trains to ferry these migrant workers from shelter homes in their respective cities and bring them back to their hometowns. And there could be a lot of activities crisscross in the country, and people from all over the place will go. And obviously there must be some process where government would have started some testing and post that boarding the train, and then when you land in your hometown, there will be some testing facility, there will be quarantine. So all those things are there. But the important thing is government is very concerned about migrant workers, which form the baseline economy of India. And if migrant workers are not kept happy, everything else will suffer. So I think this is a very good move, and all the state governments are cooperating, and all the state government and central governments are cooperating and ensuring that the migrant workers are sent home so that they can spend some time with their family. And when the lockdown is partially lifted, they can come back and start their work in factories and farms and construction, whatever it is. So I thought I will just decode this particular news item. I'd like to know what is your thoughts, I'd like to know your comments, and I will meet you tomorrow with some more interesting subject. Until then,
I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Okay, Ritu, now as you know, this is the second phase of lockdown, and we call it 2.0, and today is the 7th day. So what is around you in this second phase of lockdown, and how people are reacting, and anything new you observe?
Well, this is the second phase of lockdown, and people, I find, they're very positive about it. They are like ready to cope up with anything, and they are doing many things to keep themselves away from any kind of tension. People are cooking, they are creating jobs for themselves inside the house, and most of the people I see have become very health conscious. They are doing whatever kind of exercise they can do in the house, and walking and going to the terrace, doing some kind of exercises. And some people, they have their own gym on the terrace. So it is very good. Keep the exercise or taking care of your body keeps you away from all kind of anxiety and tension. I think this is something which is very good. People of all ages are into some kind of exercise.
So, do you feel is any activity which is a kind of hit in your neighborhood?
I think talking, people are talking a lot. And I think it's very good. Healthy gossiping is always good. People are talking, getting to know each other. Obviously, they are in their balconies or they are calling each other up. And exercising, which is very good. And people have become more conscious and they are reading a lot. I have noticed over the time period of few days that many people known to me, they have started reading a lot. Reading, e-novels or the novels they already had or books or magazines. But I think it's a very good exercise. It's a very good brain exercise.
So
Yeah.
now coming to you. So how you are managing your days in this 2.0 lockdown?
Well, I'm doing lots of household work, which every one of us is doing. Then I'm doing lots of cleaning work also. And like I am doing this show with you. And for that, I do lots of research work, for lots of study thing. And I watch TV. Yes, I listen to music. I love listening to music. And yes, I am doing also, I'm into walking. I walk a lot because I think it is required right now to walk a lot since we are not having much of physical activity. That is what I think. And what about you, Kanchan?
Yeah, I also do exercise. In the morning, we have our own gym in our house.
Right.
So we do exercises, and we have kids. So they demand different dishes. They are bored of eating the regular kind of food. So I prepare good food for them. And then we have some classes which are going on. So I do that also online. Then I'm also trying to learn painting. So all this is happening.
Yes. So I think the online thing is a big hit with people right now because you are finding everything online these days.
Correct. So I
Yes.
think it will, this kind of arrangement of online will going to stay here for a longer period of time.
I think so. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So all the best to you, Ritu, and be healthy, stay safe, and eat healthy. So till then,
Yes.
with the new topic, we'll meet you again.
Thank you, Kanchan. And you also stay safe and you also cook nice food because I see you are making lots of nice, yummy food.
Thank you.
So I will get to see more of such things. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He has been associated with radio broadcasting and he has worked across continent and he has a lot of experience when it comes to corporate training and it comes to internet and all IT related stuff. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day again talking to you. And end of the week, which is another great week. Though in this pandemic, the weekend or weekday all look as same. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think you see, I'm have turned myself into I guess a yellow Santa. It's very cold out here, but yes, I am enjoying this weather.
Very nice. So our conversation is around something which has almost become like an oxygen, Kanchan, isn't it?
Correct. So this is about PM Bani and the Union Cabinet on this Wednesday this week approved the establishment of public Wi-Fi across the country, and that will provide through Public Data Office (PDO), and the central government scheme is set Prime Minister Wi-Fi Access Network Interface (PM Bani), and it's being seen as an attempt by the government to elevate the wireless internet connectivity in the country. And I think it's an awesome step.
Yes, Kanchan, this reminds me of something that was many years back. It was called like a public call office and PCO, and we had seen all across the India some corner cabins had come up all across the smaller Indian towns, big Indian towns, and they were called PCOs. And we rushed. All of us used to go to the PCOs to get our corners, and then people outside those small boxes, pointing the fingers that our time is over. And then there was a small meter on top of it which was showcasing that we cannot reach or beyond 50 rupees or 100 rupees for a call. And those were very interesting days. I mean, the young generation who have been born after that may not know the reality, the fun of that. Similar thing is being now trying out with the Wi-Fi access, the public Wi-Fi access that this PM Vani is trying to achieve. And I think this will lead to lot of load on the infrastructure. At the same time, it will also give lot of small shopkeepers access to some extra money.
Correct.
Something I remember seeing, something like a Wi-Fi dabba at a pan shop. I remember seeing an image. So public Wi-Fi is something that has already been championed in many parts of the world. And I mean, but for India, it is still an untapped market. And I think only Vani compliant units will be utilized in these outlets. And I think small shopkeepers and small service providers will be able to provide a lot of services around these. And I think, but it's a mammoth task. Telecom Regulatory Authority and the Telecom Communication Agency, TRAI, they all have to work in tandem to bring this. I suggest that the way PCO had come in India, ushered in India, probably Wi-Fi would take some more understanding of coming up to each nooks and corners of our streets in the cities. And therefore it will definitely put a lot of pressure on the bandwidth usage, the device, and especially the many parts of India do not even have 4G connectivity at this moment.
Yes, you have pointed out rightly that this scheme would enable our small shopkeepers to provide Wi-Fi services, and this will boost the income as well as ensure you get a seamless internet connectivity. So that is awesome because we struggle many times to really get good internet connectivity. Apart of this, it will also strengthen the Digital India mission. Public Data Office will be established on a fine lines of PCO, as you have mentioned. And these PDO, it will be called as a PDO, the Public Data Office. It will establish, operate, and maintain only the Vani compliant Wi-Fi access points to deliver the broadband service to the subscriber. So I think that this is in a way is a step forward of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a step forward for development, a step forward to enter into digitization, which we had been talking about for so long.
Yes, Kanchan, the digital mission for India is a huge step of the country moving forward. We should also not forget, few years back, Google had partnered with Indian Railways and RailTel to start a station program through which Google was providing free Wi-Fi to over 400 of the busiest railway stations in the country. And this was basically it continued up to the 2018. It continued up to the 400 mark of the stations. However, it was in this year it was discontinued by saying that in India the Wi-Fi is very cheap, and therefore the data price is quite affordable. But still, people can utilize the free Wi-Fi at all around 5,600 railway stations across the country, and will continue to do so. The another project that was in news was Facebook's Wi-Fi, and but still it will need a price ranging from rupees 10 or 20 for a day, up to 200 to 300 for a month. But what government is doing is something making it free for the masses. Only a person needs to find out through an app which is the nearest Vani compliant PDO, and that is the only thing person needs to find out, and person needs to go there and really access from a, I am more interested around because I have seen the first PCO frenzy, that I can call it. This time I would say that there is also a very interesting take on the jobs that it will create. These jobs is something that lot of small cities people can basically find it out from a job perspective. Lot of data engineers, lot of telecom engineers, lot of telecom operators, app developers, system designers, architects, they all will get an interesting some job. And it may not remain as a privilege only for some of the big IT companies to have such kind of people. And we might see a new wave of IT engineers or software engineers or even hardware engineers coming up around the place. What do you say?
Yes, I really appreciate this step, and I am quite hopeful and quite excited because sometimes we also struggle due to this bandwidth. And I also want to add that Communication Minister has stated there will be no license fee uh, will be charged for providing this broadband internet service, and availability and use of broadband will be enhanced income, as you stated, and employment, quality of life, and ease of doing business, which is very, very important, because uh, all kind of most of the businesses and education is being taking a space in digital sphere. So I think that is a good move, and it will eventually revolutionize the whole thought process and the way of working, and of course the working condition, because we are at home and working. And I think that is also takeaway. We'll get used to the kind of working we are doing from home. So I think that's something which was very much required, and now it is here.
Yes, Kanchan. And on a little bit of a humor side, I can now think of my boss. I can't give him an excuse that I am traveling in a train, or I am, just walking in a village, or I am away from the network. That particular phrase, network is weak, I don't find, I mean, these excuses will go away. The boss will say, you have a laptop, you have a phone, please get on to the network, and I need this report. But on the other little serious side, I remember putting up a proposal with Government of India recently about delivering an e-learning solution over the Government of India schools. There are probably more than 4 lakhs of such government schools in the country in various states. Uh, Now, as we understand, these government schools do not have great infrastructure. The network, the bandwidth is very, very low. They don't have devices, they don't have gadgets. Now, delivery of e-learning solution, I mean, this particular PM Vani can help in that direction. Now, I mean, it is important for a school to just have one PDO unit in the school itself, or probably 2 units in the school, and the whole school can get the e-learning delivered via those PM Vani units. So think of it, the government schools will definitely be the great boosters, great recipients of this great thing, which is being ushered under the telecommunications ministry, and I think this will continue, and this will also a huge workforce will also move from big cities to small cities to support this. We have seen in this pandemic, Kanchan, that people need not work in the big cities. They have to just carry their laptops, and in any city, any part, any tier 2, tier 3 cities with a good internet connection, they can work. They can basically collaborate, work, project management, coding, programming, everything can be done. And therefore it is important for there will be a need for more cyber security professionals. There will be a need for maintenance engineers. So I think overall a thumbs up for this
Yes,
PM warning.
yes, it is quite a historical move by the government, and definitely it will enhance the employment. It will increase the employment, and it will also increase the development of digitization, which we are a couple of people are struggling. But I think it's a good move. It was nice talking to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again with another great, interesting topic. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Only remember, Kanchan, now the children will say, if you don't give me Wi-Fi at home, there is a PM Vani outside.
Yes, true, true. Okay,
Thank you.
bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we have a very important topic for discussion in the legal matters, and this is concerning the government functioning and their buildings and their infrastructure, which is also known as Capital Vista. And to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, a very eminent lawyer, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me today in this discussion of the judgment of the Supreme Court in the Central Vista redevelopment and modification challenge. And I'm looking forward for this discussion with you.
Right, Jeet. So before we start the legal aspect, I just want to give a little bit of a preface to why this development is important for a country like India. So very briefly, I just tell the viewers that when the India got independence in 1947, the number of representatives in the parliament were decided on the basis of the population, and the population has almost like 3 times from that day in last 70 years, whereas the representatives in the parliament have not gone up. So it is like 530 and odd in the lower house, and about half of their strength in the upper house. So about 700 and odd uh, people are representing the Indians in the judiciary or the Parliament of India. So, the whole issue of expansion has been known to the Indian government for last 30 to 40 years, even before that. And the reason being that for some reason or the other, this expansion of the parliament was postponed. And at the same time, during the British Raj, a lot of Maharajas were having their palaces, summer palaces, when they come to meet the Vice Chancellor, Viceroys of India. They used to live in their own palace in the New Delhi area, which are now very old buildings. Some of them are almost like 250 years old, which requires the sort of renovation. And after the independence, these palaces were converted into various government buildings. So I think the government officers, when they are working from these buildings, they are at risk. So there are two aspects to the Central Vista redevelopment. One is expansion of the parliament,
which is mandatory because the current parliament does not have space for extra member of parliament to accommodate. We need to expand. And why it is so critical? Because right now, one MP represents nearly 3 million Indians. If you do the math, which is very very high, and 3 million cannot be adequately represented in the parliament. So that is why we need to increase the member of parliament, uh, and that will also have the democratic process. So I think that is a whole basis of this government going ahead with the redevelopment of central government buildings, which is also known as Central Vista. And recently there has been a judgment by the Supreme Court also. So I think uh, I will have Jeet talk more about it. So Jeet, over to you.
Yes, Chandrakant, you rightly said that this modification and redevelopment of the Central Vista is very much required today because when we became independent, our population was less than half of what is today. And at that time, uh, uh, around 530, which is the legislature which are in the lower house, are not adequate as they represent 3 million people in the country. So that was what was the object and aim behind having this redevelopment of the entire Central Vista and having a modern ultra-tech parliament. And as you are aware that this Central Vista lies in the heart of the capital in Delhi, within the Lutyens Bungalow zone, where the Central Vista is located between the India Gate and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And the parliament, which was originally started construction in the year 1927, is a 93-year-old structure. And post 1971 census, where the total population of India was recorded around 54 crores, and the number of seats of the house was fixed at 545. But today the population has spiraled exponentially, and it is approximately more than 130 crore mark. And therefore, certainly, it is required to have changes in the number of parliament, the member of parliament, and which is expected to happen in 2026. And therefore, the present central hall of the parliament, which has a seating capacity of only 440 persons, which already falls short of the present need to accommodate members of both houses together during a joint session. And there is no scope to expand the existing central hall. And therefore, it was decided by the central government to construct a new parliament building with a futuristic approach, and the House of People being 3 times the size of the present number. So certainly, this was very much required and is a huge project. And the planning, which has been conceptualized, is that this will be opened in on the 75th Independence Day of the country in 2022, which is within 2 years, when the global G20 summit is also to be hosted by India in the same year. So the objective of this redevelopment plan was to have a new parliament building with space and technology to meet the present and emerging needs of vibrant Indian democracy. Also, to have a common central secretariat with all ministries in a single location for efficiency and synergy in functioning. Because as you said, that some of the offices are more than 100 years old structures, and also the government is paying a huge rent for all these offices. And therefore, it is desirable to have a common central secretariat with all ministries at one location for convenience as well as for efficiency and for saving the cost. And the third purpose was the Central Vista to be redeveloped as a world-class public space and venue for national and international events. So certainly, this is very much required and important project of the central government, which is very much essential for the democracy of this country. So the development, what was coming in the way, and what some of the petitions were filed before Delhi High Court, and ultimately it were transferred to the Supreme Court, and thereafter the Supreme Court finally coming out with a judgment 4 days ago on 5th of January, permitting the government to go ahead with this Central Vista redevelopment plan. The objections that were raised were basically that there was a change in land use of 8 plots, which were earmarked for redevelopment, and it came in the way of the Development Act, Delhi Development Act. and also with respect to certain clearances from the CVC, as well as certain clearances from the Heritage Site Board, also with regards to the environmental issues and environmental clearances required by the environmental notification, and also with regards to the principle of public trust, and also with regards to providing necessary information to the public domain, as the petitioners had alleged that certain necessary information was not provided in the public domain, which ultimately led to the redevelopment in a clandestine manner by the government, not bringing out all necessary steps, which was against the democratic principles. So all these issues were dealt with by the Honorable Supreme Court in its judgment. And the Supreme Court, with regards to all these issues, negative the contention of the petitioner, and ultimately in its concluding para observes that the Supreme Court declares that there is no infirmity in the grant of no objection by the Central Vista Committee, that is the CVC. Then the approval by the Delhi Urban Art Commission as per 1973 Act is correct. The prior approval of the Heritage Conservation Committee under the clauses of the building bylaws for Delhi are also correct. It also holds that the exercise of power by the central government under Section 11A2 of the Delhi Development Act is just and proper, and thus the modifications regarding the change in land use of plot number 2 to 8 in the master plan are also confirmed. It further recommends, with regards to the environmental clearance by expert appraisal committee and grant thereof by the Ministry of Environmental Affairs is just, proper, and in accordance with law, including the 2006 notification. And therefore, the Supreme Court upheld the same, along with appropriate directions therein, to ensure that the highlighted mitigating measures are followed by the project proponent in their letter and spirit. The project proponent may set up smog towers to adequate capacity as being integral part of the new parliament building project, and additionally use smog guns at the construction site throughout the construction phase in the progress of the site. So ultimately, the Supreme Court, by a majority of 2 judges, upheld the entire redevelopment plan by issuing certain directions, and also declaring that the proper approvals and objections were taken by the government in finalizing this plan. So that is what the Supreme Court has held. Also, with regards to the principle of sustainable development, and with regards to environment and development, the Supreme Court has observed that environment and development are not sworn enemies of each other, and it would be anomalous approach to consider environment as a hurdle in development and vice versa. The entities like Environment Appraisal Committee and the National Green Tribunal are created to strike a just balance between 2 competing interests, and a time-tested principle of striking this balance is timely invocation of mitigating environmental measures amidst a development activity. But it says that sustainable development and precautionary principles need to be understood in a proper context, and the expression sustainable development incorporates wide meaning within its soul. It contemplates that development ought to be sustainable with the idea of preservation of natural environment for present and future generations. Because it says that it is the duty of the present generation to think about the future generation with regards to environment. So it also holds that the right to development is an inalienable human right, by virtue of which every human person and all peoples are entitled to participate in, contribute to, and enjoy economic, social, cultural, and political development, in which all human rights and fundamental freedoms can be fully realized. So right to development is a part of human right which is inalienable, and it is available to all citizens, and without which all other fundamental freedoms cannot be fully realized. So certainly development is one of the most important aspects, and considering that the India is at this stage in, and considering that it's going to be one of the most developed nations in the world in coming years, such type of development projects are extremely important for the country, for the present and the future. The only thing is that it has to ensure that the environmental protection is also ensured. So this is what the Supreme Court has held. With regards to change in use of land, also the Supreme Court holds that the master plan does not say that there cannot be no change in change in use of land, and therefore it holds that it is incomprehensible as to how the proposed changes would be termed as substantial enough to alter the basic identity of the plan, or for that matter of the zone concerned. So because the changes in the plan was basically that the plot numbers 2 to 8, which was what was to be changed, is that they were reserved originally for transportation, that is for bus parking, terminal, etc., for recreational purpose, for public and semi-public facilities, but which were now to be changed into having government offices and also recreational and government offices. So this was the only change in the plan. So the Delhi Development Act itself provides that the change in plan should not alter should not be so substantial. It alters the entire plan itself. But the Supreme Court held that this does not alter the entire plan, and therefore this was permissible, and it was done after taking necessary permission. So this is what the Supreme Court has held in the Central Vista judgment.
Thank you very much, Jeet, for explaining this in detail for the benefit of our viewers. And also, I'd like to add that in 100 years, the technology has improved almost like 10 times. So what was applicable 100 years back is obsolete now. So with government, it's not only the parliament; it has a Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is the resident for the President of India, and then there are in the Vista there is a provision to also build houses for vice president as well as for the prime minister. And at this point in time, very close by, there are various ministries which exist in different buildings, and this infrastructure like rail ministry, finance ministry, just to name a few, Sena Bhavan, which manages the army affairs. So for every ministry, there is a dedicated ministry building nearby, and these are the 12 to 15 buildings actually govern Indian government. So they roll out all the plans, they roll out all the bureaucracy around the entire country. So it is very important to have a new system, more secure system, while keeping a balance. So I think this is the first step, building the larger parliament, and I think we should not stop there. We should also revamp all these ministry buildings, build a very secure infrastructure around them, and wherever there is a need to move between different government buildings, because people go from one building to other every time, and then there are a lot of security involved and there is a lot of wastage of time. I have experienced this myself while pursuing some of these opportunities with the government. To enter this building, it takes about 4 to 5 hours because of the security clearance. So I think the central vista concept is very important, because then the entire infrastructure can be secured, and then you can move around using tunnels underground without impacting the environment. So I think there is a huge need to revamp the Indian governance system and all the ministries, especially when we are such a large country with so much of bureaucracy involved in running the day-to-day activity of the country. At the same time, having more member of parliament to represent Indians will also be beneficial for the federal system of the country. This is what I feel as a layman, without even, I'm just talking in English, not talking anything in legal terms. But what is your opinion, Jeet?
Yes, absolutely. Because as the judgment itself mentions that today the country's population has increased to so many fold times, and it is more than 130 crores, and the entire country is being governed from this central vista, and therefore certainly it requires to be modern. It has to have adequate capacity, and also it requires to be up to date, and considering that in future the future prospects also, it has to be redeveloped and modified. So certainly it's a welcome judgment, and hope that the construction and redevelopment completes by before the 75th Independence Day, and it can reopen and welcome the G20 summit, which is to be hosted by India.
Yes, Jeet, in fact, there are new gadgets being implemented, new systems being implemented in the new parliament. And it's going to be completely paperless to start with. Everything will be recorded. There will be new type of surveillance system. And what I've heard, what I've read in the papers and what I've heard on the news is that there will be a separate entrance for president, and there will be separate entrance for prime minister and for vice president and for ministers. So the parliament will have adequate meeting rooms so that people, who want to meet the member of parliament will have adequate rooms, meeting rooms, etc., to be available. Because right now there is a huge shortage and adequate justice is not given to the system. So I think it's very important for us to move to a new parliament. And also from security point of view, considering there was a parliament attack way back in the early part of previous decade, I think it's important to have proper security for president, prime minister, and vice president. I think that is being provided here in the system. Jeet, I think this is just a start. What do you say? I mean, there is an opportunity to convert the entire Central Vista, isn't it?
Um, well, that will be difficult because there are certain heritage sites, and Parliament is also a heritage site grade one. So it cannot be entirely well. Material changes can happen, but not a new entire development because there has to be some restrictions on development in a heritage site. So considering those provisions and with respect to environmental objections, otherwise within the permissible limits, everything can be changed.
Right. I think there is one building which I know for sure is the Rail Bhavan, which is extremely old, and from outside it looks very gorgeous and very jazzy because it looks like a palace. But from inside it is almost crumbling. There is a rail museum there, and there is a railway ministry operating from there. I think some of the buildings can be selected and can be revamped because obviously railway is a very large ministry, requires it's one of the largest employer in the world and requires a proper building.
No, absolutely. Yes, infrastructure offices are very much required, and if efficiency is ultimately increased by having good offices and infrastructure facilities, then certainly that is the need of the hour.
And it is a very remarkable judgment by the Supreme Court giving clearance to the starting the construction of the parliament, and it will be done in less than 18 months. So I'm sure they will use the latest construction technology, modular approach, best technology to not only build the infrastructure, which is earthquake proof, fire proof, and will have the latest gadgets, completely paperless, um, with all new kinds of security, Wi-Fi, etc. So with this, we can end our discussion. Jeet, thank you very much for finding time and joining us in today's discussion. We will meet you next Thursday again in Legal Matters with something more interesting.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK on this bright Monday morning, Mr. Naval Gone.
Well, I don't know about bright Monday morning, but hello, CK. Hi, everybody. It's chilly here. Winter's coming. So just in a matter of days, we've gone from a heat wave to about 14 degrees. That's 1-4, not 40. So hopefully it won't be chilly in your offices today. So now's the time to sort of brush off those summer drolls and get out there and really revitalise your organisation. But what's new in the world today? What's new in India, CK?
Well, I think this is a month of August, and usually kids used to go to school, and because of COVID, the kids are still at home. They are not going to school. They are studying online. So I think that is where there is some development with regard to online study medium in India. But what do you feel about that? You know, I'm sure in UK as well, student must be going to school in August.
Well, they've just started to go to school in Scotland. First day back, I believe, is today. And they'll be going back to school in England and Wales and Northern Ireland in the next week or so. And it's interesting, really. I mean, young people need that camaraderie. They need that network of friends for their social development, if not for their academic development. And they've missed it, frankly. I mean, this, you know, we built up a brilliant relationship over Zoom because we've never actually physically met. But I look forward to that day when we do meet. But we're adults, you know, we've asked each other those difficult questions over Zoom, perhaps, that no one would normally answer. But kids are black and white, you know. It's a yes-no arena for children. And they do need that comfort blanket of meeting up with their mates. And school is that brilliant place where they can do that on a regular basis. So they've missed out. They've missed it out big time. I just hope that once they do start to go back into school, they adopt the simple things, you know, wash your hands, a little bit of social distancing, although with young people, there's not the fear, the threat of the real problems that COVID have got for adults or people that have got respiratory problems. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. It's going to be an interesting time. But I think on balance in the UK, the Chief Medical Advisor said that it's far better off children go to school than are kept away from school, because I think of this social connectivity that we're all missing. So it's sad that India hasn't gone back to school. But like anything else, we can offer our help. You know, Akulmach, MindFit, YP2G can offer our help with teachers out there that really want to help that social interaction get going, because we're all about attitude change and soft skill development between us. So there's great opportunity if they want to reach out, and we're more than happy to help them along the way.
In fact, going to school for kids is very essential because it's an overall development, and they meet their mates, they fight with them, they have friends, they have best friends, and then they breakups and, you know, those kind of things. So I think it is part of learning, and, you know, we are able to talk conveniently because we have gone through that experience. So I think it's important for kids. Unfortunately, we are not open yet. The graph in India is not flattening. It is still going up. Almost every day, 60,000 new COVID patients are getting added to the tally, and India became the third country to cross 3 million COVID mark. Although recovery rate is also highest in the world, it is 72%. However, you know, India being a highly populous country, I don't think the COVID is going to come in control quickly here. So I think it's better that the kids stay at home. But, you know, this has created an opportunity. There are online players who have gotten a school certificate, school education certificate from Government of India, from the Education Department. And now some of these big guys are offering same level of education. And you can buy, as a parent, you can go to their website and buy these courses. And for every class, there is a separate price list, and you can buy an annual program. And the best part is that you can have a teacher also training you, and you can select what teacher you want. And suppose you don't want the teacher, you can deselect and find another one. So they have a set online e-learning mechanism, which is based on the standard subjects. And they also have the teachers, which is the operational side of it. And they're bringing it all through the net. And the cost of this kind of education is almost like 1/10 of a private school.
So that is something innovative things that are coming up in India.
Well, it's not surprising that other people are entering the marketplace because, unfortunately, schools are closed. So that camaraderie that you as a parent and I as a parent would want our child to have, we pay extra for that. There is the state school arena and there's the private school arena. If you can afford it, then my choice would be 99.9% of the time, send your child to a private school. But that's my personal choice. And clearly, therefore, the online now has opened up to an economic model. Let's not make too much about this, really. Education, there is a cost of education. Some people can see it as a profit centre. These private schools see it as a profit centre. They may not be seeing mega profits, but the point is that they do see a profit. Otherwise, they can't stay in business. Education, whether it's run by the government or run by the private sector, is a business. And frankly, in this arena, I think we're seeing a change, an opportunity where those that couldn't afford the private education, as you say, it's a tenth of the price. And it's great to be taught by really good teachers that your child chooses. I mean, the interesting thing is, you take your child to school and you don't have a choice of teachers. The teachers are there. So this is a whole new avenue that's opening up. As whether it's got legs, as we call it, whether it will be the way going forward. In some respects, it doesn't really matter because people are trying new things, and you and I are all for people doing things, maybe doing things differently and getting hopefully better results. Of course, if we're going to do this and we don't get better results, then we better stop doing it pretty quick and get after what we're really in the education world. We're on about improvement, but betterment of the individual, not making money out of the individual. That's very much secondary. The irony here is, of course, if someone's really improving and lots more people are improving, guess what? More people will come to you. It'll be like that electromagnet that you've just turned on and you've increased the power, and all of a sudden people come to you because you're getting a better result. So I'm all in favour of this. Frankly, a lot of people would say, oh no, that's not a right way to go. Education should be free. We've got to do something different now because unfortunately, as India's found, schools are closed. So we need to get schools open. If that means virtual open with more entertainment online, better education as a result, because kids love watching TV, don't they? They love they love laughing at the TV, and the daft thing is that whilst they're looking at these things, they are actually learning something. Quite what they're learning, we don't know until you ask them the question. But we all learn something from watching the TV.
Yeah, they do. And the best part of this system is that the teachers are not getting employed by the platform. And the way it is working is that the teachers have to record their, a video, a private video of how they teach the children in an online arena, send it to them. They will review, and if they like, they will give a call. If they don't like, don't bother to even contact them. So it has become like that. It is so competitive for teachers. And then,
well, I suppose, but in some respects, is that a bad thing or is it a good thing? I mean, what it means is that we're recognizing that education now is far more than throwing things at young people and saying, here's some knowledge, I'm going to throw it at you, I'm going to explain it in this way and in that way, and eventually you'll understand it. That's what happened to me at school, and it was a way that was acceptable then. Is it acceptable for the 21st century? I don't think so. There must be a better way. You know, all of the, we need to be progressing. I mean, you have GCSEs, you have the equivalent of O levels that we have over here. And I ask maths, because my specialism was maths and economics, I ask maths teachers quite regularly, has education improved so that at 16, when you sit these exams, you're more advanced? And the answer is no, we're still teaching the same things at the same age. And I've just got a question, you know, whether that's right, you know, whether we need to be teaching all of those same things again. Now, for instance, does a hairdresser need to have calculus? And the question is, well, what's the reason for calculus? What is it about that? Because around the world, they say you must have maths, you must have English, and you must have a science. No, we need to be asking the question, why? What is it in there that is so important for everybody going forward?
Well,
bit of a bit academic for the morning, especially a Monday morning. So maybe we shouldn't go down that route. But go on.
I can quickly one sentence reply is that you know this kind of maths and science people or the students study in the school in the younger O level, as you said, or the middle school here in India, is really the information required to live life. It's the physical science. So, you know, if somebody doesn't know how to do simple math, there'll be a total failure even as a hairdresser.
I totally agree with that. And we're focusing on maths because it is such an important part. But what is it as a physical science that we need to live a full life? Well, we need to know how to budget, how to live within our means, how to forecast, how to save, how to fill out a tax return. But they're not learning how to fill out a tax return.
Yeah.
They're learning how to do calculus. So I just have a question, maybe for all you mathematics teachers out there, is there something we can do within the curriculum that has got far more meaning for someone going forward? So in other words, we have elements of a maths O level, which are absolutely everyone's got to do. But rather than doing calculus, maybe we do tax returns. You know, rather than doing simultaneous equations, we might do budgeting, you know? And maybe we're saying, you know, this is a financial element of maths that's coming in. Well, yeah, probably is, you know? Maybe we need to have a financial course or a life skills course that everyone has to do, you know, that includes, you know, how to run a budget, how to build a relationship with people, even over the digital airwaves, you know, what's going to be important for your future. It's an interesting challenge to the educationalists out there, but we've had months of COVID. I'm sure someone somewhere is thinking about this. And certainly if we're not thinking about it in the education arena, the private sector will be thinking about it. Believe you me, I've seen it already.
Yeah, so the next step is once the teachers are registered as online teachers in these platforms, then there'll be a rating system. And then as a student, say for example, a parent buy the package, annual package, then they can see all the teachers and then they can search what they are looking for in the teacher, attitude or education, rating.
Yeah. TripAdvisor, you know, I like this hotel because, I like this teacher because, I didn't like that shop because. We are in this world of, I'm going to value you, I'm going to have my say about you. It was bound to happen. You know, we've become used to it, you know. Amazon, did you like the book? Tick, yes. Cross, no. Here's a book we can recommend. You know, you can imagine, you know, did you like this teacher? Here's another teacher we could recommend.
Yeah.
I'm laughing about it, but yeah, the fact is that's what's going to happen. Do we want that to happen? Is that the way we want to go with education? I'm not sure the answer, to be honest.
Well, let me complete the last part. How teachers are going to make money or how they're going to get paid is that how many sessions they do. So it's basically their success is determined by how many students they have. So they can make millions or they can not make anything. So it's up to their ability, which was not the case earlier in the school.
No, it wasn't the case earlier, but equally, just because you like a teacher doesn't necessarily mean you're getting good grades, does it? There's an issue. So, you know, all of the popular teachers may not be getting, you know, the better grades, you know. Oh, I like that teacher because they're very softly spoken. They don't push me.
So you can change your teaching.
Exactly. No, I'm just saying, you know, like any system, there are real benefits and there's questionable issues regarding it. But it was bound to be the way, you know, vote for your teacher here. I mean, even in the professional world, you know, they have the Teacher of the Year award, you know, just like we have the Speaker of the Year award, SOTI, you know, because we love these type of competitions. And then we're in a different world. We're in a very different world today. But hopefully it's progression. If it's not progression, we need to nip these things in the bud and do it differently.
So I'm just wondering if this takes on, because right now there are two players and these two players will have early mover advantage, definitely. And the schools are now scared to ask for fees. So I think in our case, the school continues, the online arena continues, but moment they ask for the fee, we will, you know, shift immediately because, you know, that is a better online mechanism. So we'll shift there. Now, if these platforms takes off, then the schools who are making millions of dollars here in India, they will have to find alternative business plans.
Well, I think what you've, you hit the nail on the head here. I mean, this is about perceived value from parents. Let's say, I mean, what's the absolute number of kids in private school in India? Any idea, just roughly? I mean, out of 1.4 billion people, of which, 60% are under the age of 30, I mean, we can probably come up with a number.
Maybe 200 million, maybe 100 million?
I was going to say, it's in the tens to hundreds of millions. And then the tens to hundreds of millions are really, this is a choice now, what the education establishment, what any small business needs to recognize, that this is a choice that someone's paying you over and above the system that's sitting out there, the state system. They want value. They want you to deliver the best education for their son or daughter. And under those circumstances, you're in a different arena. This is not about education value. This is about value for money. And that is a very big step from what is the value of education to a child, And whether I'm going to pay, 100,000 rupees a year or 400,000 rupees a year, that's a 300,000 rupee increase. That's now I'm thinking, can I afford that? Is that a value? What am I getting for it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the question.
It is the question. I'm not a great believer in that in education, as you well know. But there are points where everyone will be in, and I will be in the same situation. You know, if I had very young kids, you know, that were in the education system today, I would be looking at, is my child getting a good education?
So let me explain a little bit more, just few more sentences, Neville.
Sure.
See, the education is absolutely free. It's been made absolutely free and standardized from this year across India. I have informed you about this earlier also. So all that course is available in a portal which is run by Government of India. All these different businesses are doing is getting that free course, packaging it, and then offering it to people, and for that they are charging it. So if you don't want to send your kid to a school, you can jolly well go to the Government of India website and access all the course.
Yep.
For free.
Yep.
So
in many respects, what they've done is they've got the raw material, they've packaged it in a very clever way, let's say, but more importantly, they're giving you a coach, and they're letting you choose the coach, which we would call a teacher. So is that capitalism in a good way, or is it capitalism in a bad way? In some respects, it's good, because like anything else, and you know, most government schemes are not brilliant, let's face it, around the world, are they? Someone's packaged it up better, and then they're offering something else. You know, that's why we've got so many accountants around the world. You know, you have to have an accountant. So you, as an SME owner, choose the accountant you go to. Their training, the quality of what they do, your tax return, is going to be very similar from one accountant to the next. But you're paying for the relationship with that accountant. So should education be the same? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I've got itchy fingers on this particular one, because, as you said, you know, our belief, your belief, my belief, education should be free, free for all. Everyone has the opportunity. The best teachers, you know, and we need to pay the teachers to be the best. I think education is we're on a tipping point here. I hadn't heard of the Indian model being looked from a capitalist arena until you and I started to talk. Is that the way forward? One might ask, you know?
Well, that's a question, but you know, I'm just waiting for now the price war to happen between these platforms. So there are going to be more, and gradually, you know, the price will crash, and who knows, it'll become free in future.
Well, you see, the interesting thing is, I mean, you immediately, as that SME owner, you're in the price war. You know, you've got 2 young kids, and it's in your interest to have the best teachers for for a fair price. But we're in the fair price arena as opposed to what's the best education. And I think those 2 questions are very different. The jury's out. So we'll see. I don't think we would have been here without COVID. So we can thank COVID for another thing, you know, challenging the way we do things. Will that make it better? Who knows? Time will tell. And the worst thing about that is it's going to be a long time before it will tell. And sadly, the part about this is we're looking at a generation that might suffer. Because if we make the wrong decisions here, and the ability of these young people is diminished because of the wrong decision, then we're going backwards, and that's not fair to them. So we need to really make sure we're getting this right.
You have a point, Neville. My father was never looked after by his parents so closely as we were looked after. And my father and mother, I mean, they were not so protective when they were growing up. So they were doing things very early on, and they became independent very early on. I mean, my dad was in hostel at the age of 12 or 13. You know, he was able to leave the house, and he was studying out of hostel. And, you know,
But whereas I stayed in my parents' house till the age of 22, and I was protected, but I was still not protected as the current generation. If the current, I mean, the kids have to go down for cycling, the parents have to go down with them. They have to probably cycle with them. They have to play with them. Whereas in my generation, my parents were not watching for that 2 hours for that play time. They were doing their own things, and they have given this time. This is your 2 hours. Go and do whatever you want. So we were doing all kind of things. So we were learning. So I think what you're making a point is relevant. Is very relevant, but I think we are all losing it as generations are passing.
Well, again, society has a lot to do with this. The changing arena in society. When I was a kid, our back door was always open, and people would literally walk in off the street. Kids would walk in, neighbours would walk in. If you needed a cup of sugar, you went next door, or you ran out of milk. I mean, that was the society I was brought up in. Right. Is it the same society today? Well, in some areas it is, because that's how they've maintained those, I suppose, that trust, those values. But in other areas it's not. So the environment is changing. The question is, are we overcompensating?
Time will tell, as you said.
Time will tell. Anyway, it's always a pleasure speaking with you. Such a deep discussion on a Monday morning. But I hope everyone's enjoyed it. Maybe it's got them to think about their particular situation, because that's important. It's not about anybody else, it's about you. So make the best decisions, get the most out of life. And good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you very much, Neville, and you have a nice day. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Alec Barreto, who is the CEO of Advantage Bricks, a company based in Brazil. Alec joins us from Sao Paulo, which is where his headquarters is. Welcome to Top Brass, Alec.
Thank you so much, CK. It's a pleasure to be here and to join you as your next interviewer. I have been seeing a lot of your videos with other top leaders, and it's an honor to be here with you.
It is our pleasure, Alec, to be able to speak to you. Thank you. You found some time on a Sunday. We are in India and we are under total lockdown. There are certain districts within India which are in very extreme, lockdown, where people cannot even step out. And today is day 26 for us. So how does it look like in Brazil?
We have had a partial lockdown in various states, not a total lockdown as in India. That is, part of the population believes that COVID-19 is a little flu. Part of the population believes in science and know that COVID-19 is a deadly virus. But here in Sao Paulo, we have a lockdown, a partial lockdown. Essential services are on until early May. I think probably 3rd or 4th of May is our lockdown, or 22nd May, which might extend a little bit more depending on conditions. Our hospitals are fully booked for ICUs. There isn't space anymore for the sick. So they had to extend a little bit more this lockdown.
So you are also in the similar situation as rest of the world. and I can see you're taking this call from home. So most of us are working from home, and since you're in the area of management consulting business, you talk to so many people on daily basis. Uh, do you see in your circle, in your network of business, any lowering of business sentiments because of this lockdown?
Yes, in Brazil especially, uh, Brazilians are very accustomed to a face-to-face connection. It's a lot of what they call calor humano, which is body warmth, where you shake hands, you hug people, you have face-to-face meetings, you do a lot of things together in person. So a lot of things have changed with the lockdown. You don't see people anymore, you don't meet people anymore. So with this, businesses are complaining a lot. They are not accustomed with home office. Advantage Bricks, our consultants have been working home office ever since we started. Well, whenever possible. Sometimes we have consultants that have to work at client sites. But mostly we have consultants that work at home, and they like the experience. They stay less time in traffic. They spend more time with their families. They can take their children to school. But overall, we see a lot of the business sentiment that the lockdown is affecting businesses. Truly, it's going to affect the small and medium scale companies. And for these companies, we expected or we hoped that the government will help them more. But it's being difficult here in Brazil. There's a lot of discussion on what is science and what is politics. Whether COVID is an economic issue, it's a health issue, it is it's only hysteria, or it is science, it's medicine which is going to affect millions.
So I'm sure people will read about it and gather more knowledge. But coming back to our business discussion, and in your business, you talk to so many companies within Brazil and even outside. So you also get involved in a lot of cross-border businesses as your company. So do you see that now there is a lowering of sentiment, and at some point in time in future the lockdown will be lifted? So from your point of view, what government of any country today should do to increase the sentiments, so that the recession can be should not set in and business come out of that recession and start doing rapid business?
Well, we have seen many countries that are experimenting a partial lockdown, are trying to stay away from either a full lockdown or partial lockdown and opening businesses slowly. We see the case probably in India that we have read something about pool testing, where they're trying to test populations as a whole to find out if that circle of people have been infected or not, and allow them to work. So some countries are probably trying new things. It's essential to have businesses open for us to increase, to get the economy running back as it was. But in the same way, it's important to be a healthy way forward. So it's a very tough question, CK. It's very tough to know what is the formula to lift the lockdown and have people working again, when we know that COVID-19 is a deadly virus and can affect young people. It affects elderly the most, affects people with conformities also. I myself, I'm in the high risk group. I have chronic asthma. So it's a very difficult way forward.
In fact, there will be new ways of doing business, and as you mentioned that the people in Brazil wants to have a face-to-face interaction, but I think that process will change, and new processes will be identified and brought up, because obviously, like you mentioned, you are a CEO, very successful professional, but you have a medical condition. So obviously you will not take risk with your life. So similarly, there are other people with some other medical conditions. So I think people like you and your industry colleagues will come out with some innovation which will drive the business forward. And as far as the countries are concerned, I think they have all the wisdom and advisors available to guide them through next couple of months. So I'm assuming that there will be less of country specific boundaries in future. That is my opinion. But you please take care of your health, don't step out, and also your colleagues, ask them to stay safe and work from home.
Yes, we will do that. I think, as you mentioned, in the future, the use of technology, use of conference tools will increase. We have read about so many companies that have had increases in millions from the time COVID-19 came up in the specific countries. And very soon, we expect that a lot of business closings will happen through a conference call, through a video call. We can present ideas, we can discuss ideas that are tools for brainstorming, electronic boards for brainstorming. Canvas has something similar on that. So the need to be together eventually is going to phase out slowly. And with this, you can cross barriers, you can cross borders. We already work with a few countries, and we are going to implement all that know-how of working with the countries that we work within Brazil. So we see that change already. It's going to be slow, but it's coming.
It was wonderful talking to you, Alec, and thank you so much for finding time to discuss a few things. And very soon we'll find another opportunity to talk to you regarding more business-related issues.
Thank you so much, Siki. It has been a pleasure.
Until then, be safe, be positive. We'll catch up again.
Same. Bye-bye. Ciao.
Bye. High five.
High five.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skill. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the head director of. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma. Final. Welcome friends. I am Kanchan Verma
from Akulmach.
Welcome friends. Welcome friends. I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. We are in the show, as you know, Top Brass Skill Development. Welcome friends. I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You all are. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You all are welcome to our show, Skills Gap Discussion. ठीक है? Top brass.
How never?
नहीं
4 सेंटेंस तुम्हारे पास तो दिमाग में होने चाहिए. पढ़ के बोलोगे ना तभी.
पढ़ के नहीं बोल रही.
Hello friends, this is Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skill Gap Discussion. इतना बोलना है ना?
हाँ बस.
उसके बाद डॉक्टर भरत भूषण सिंह.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Skills Gap Discussion.
Yes.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Development. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System. एक बार और कर लेते हैं. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today, we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of one of the premium institute in Hyderabad. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. We have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System, Hyderabad. We welcome Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh to the discussion of skills gap in India.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very distinguished guest, is Dr. Sabyasachi Rat, who has a wide experience and exposure to training, to education management and research. He has been a corporate trainer to few top corporates in India like Fiat, ONGC, Aditya Birla. So without wasting any more time, I would like to welcome Dr. Sabyasachi Rat. Welcome to the show, Dr. Rat. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much, Kanchan. I am doing fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, perfectly fine. So how this in COVID era, how things are with you and how students are reacting to this
The
period?
students really seem to be confused. As I told in the last talk, they are confused. They are in a crossroads. In fact, everybody, the whole industry seems to be at crossroads.
Yes, I can understand this like dilemma for students, how to get study and shall we wait for good times to come and going and enjoying a college life or just stick to computer screen. But the thing is that this pandemic is leaving a lot of deep scars in every sector. Now, when we comes to education, I think what kind of training is required actually to cope up with this kind of scene and how you see this future ahead?
I would suggest, see, in talent management, we talk about three different elements, very important elements. They are called attitude, skills, and knowledge. And there cannot be a better time to understand, follow, and practice this ask principle of talent management. So what we need today is definitely skill set for the future job. At the same time, also you should have the desired competency level, which is again a combination of the attitude and the knowledge. So the educational institutions, the educators, the faculty, the teachers at different levels must take into consideration that a student must be given orientation, teaching on these three aspects simultaneously. You don't need only hard skills, you also need soft skills. Soft skills cannot be ignored. That I will emphasize again and again. So in addition to these functional skills, you must need soft skills for the future jobs to come.
Yeah, I think that the soft skill is no more a soft skill, it has become a hard skill. So it's very, very mandatory to teach soft skill in the way that enhance the personality and the overall characterism for getting a good job.
Right, very true. In fact, see, innovation, creativity, critical problem solving, these are going to be very, very crucial factors for taking your career forward, for any student for that matter. And people need digital literacy, digital competency to work in future. Now, when you say digital competency, you are talking about competency to handle this smart robots, smart machines, because we have instilled artificial intelligence in them. So we must know how to handle this artificial intelligence oriented robots and machines.
Yeah, so what is the way ahead? How that education institutions or school, which I think are trying very hard to cope up with this kind of situation. So what are your suggestions so that all this comes seamlessly? What are the educational professionals should do to kind of pacify the conflict, if any, in this scene?
See, first and foremost, I'll tell you, the educational institutes must prepare their faculty member to confront with these upcoming changes, right? Because there is a fixed mindset with the faculty member, with the teachers, the teaching fraternity altogether. So you have to come out of that mindset and believe and practice in the concept of learn, unlearn, and relearn, right? In fact, Alvin Toffler's book talks about this thing only, that in the 20th century, the person who is literate must understand these concepts, not the person who can read and write. So the faculty member must understand that they must learn, unlearn, and relearn. Second thing, the education institute must also prepare their infrastructure to be ready to switch between in-person teaching and digital teaching, because it is not going to be fully digital. It is going to be a combination of in-person and digital teaching. That is why you call it phygital environment with the digital technology. So you must have the required infrastructure, required skill set to switch over between these two, and faculty members must know that. And third, the methodology used by the faculty member and teachers, right, which was earlier based on certain competence level, now you must twin them or tweak them or tune them to the desired digital level. So these are the three basic things that must be done, Kanchan, to take this education or the training forward.
Yes, very well said. And I think that the era has come that we should take up this digitization normally rather than waiting for good times. And I think it is very, very important to learn the digitization, how to be presentable on screen, how to be good, and how to give learning outcome through these channels. So I think that's very, very important. And we will be discussing, taking this discussion forward tomorrow. Today it is so lovely and good to talk to you, Dr. Rath. So till tomorrow, take care yourself well, and we'll meet tomorrow with this discussion. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Kanchan. My pleasure.
I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. Now, today we will be discussing about Harshvardhan. In the last series, we have done an overview of Harshvardhan, who is a great king of India. Now, Harshvardhan got the administrative style from Guptas, but then he has touched a personal note in the administration by touring the kingdom, finding out what is going wrong, what is doing right. And to discuss more about his administration, I have a privilege to call upon Professor Binda Paranjpe, who is a professor of ancient India in Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. So without wasting any time, I would like to invite Binda Paranjpe. Madam, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm feeling great and excited once again that I'll be with you today. And it's a wonderful opportunity that we are talking about a king who lived 1300 years ago, and still he inspires us and makes us feel proud of being Indian.
Yes, that is.
What would you like to know from me today?
Yeah, actually, I have been fascinating by many kings. India has too many. We have that that kind of knowledge, and we have that kind of impression of the great kings of India upon us. We are a new generation, but there are many young people may not be knowing about Harshvardhan. And as we have discussed about overview, what kind of king he was. Today, I would like to know the administration, how he handled his administration of his kingdom, and what is the impact of that particular era of administration in today's era, today's scene.
Okay, that's wonderful. To begin with, let's try to understand that India under Harshavardhan was a vast territory, right from the northwest frontier reaching up to the borders of Assam, and from the Nepal Tarai region to Saurashtra to banks of Narmada. So almost the entire of North India was under one political leadership. Now that is not very common in ancient times. So Harshavardhana's kingdom was a vast kingdom, a vast territory, and that needs to be really administered very efficiently, because the regional aspirations will always be there. So why all those kings who were under the umbrella of Harshavardhan will remain with him, remain faithful to him, unless he was a very benevolent king, because otherwise they would have revolted against him. And no king, no emperor ever has kept many rulers under his control by brute force. It is not possible. It is only possible when the king extends very cordial, very friendly relations with the neighboring states, with the states which have come under his umbrella. And even in case of Harshavardhan, we have seen that it was not only Saurashtra, that is Vallabhi, that time that kingdom was called. On the western side, Nepal, on the eastern side, he also had very friendly relations with Assam. The ancient name of Assam during the time of Harshavardhan was Kamaru. And also he had very good relation with rulers of Kashmir. The only fight that we can see during his time was with a southern king, the Chalukya king Pulakeshin II. But otherwise we see that most of this territory was under his command, and the bordering states were in friendly relation. Now that is one of the strengths of Harshavardhana's administration.
So what is the impact of Council of Minister in his administration? Because what I know is that administration as a set of rule is being given, transferred to him from already existing system by Guptas. So what new change he has done, and what is the impact of Council of Minister into his administration?
Absolutely relevant question. If we try to see it from the tradition of ancient Indian polity or the political structure, Harshavardhana did not introduce something absolutely new to his administration. But the implementation part, that I think is very important. And that we come to know from many comments that UN Sangh has made over and again. One interesting thing that I will tell you, as you are asking about the ministers and the officials, that UN Sangh says that since all of them, they are so duty bound, they are so non-corrupt, absolutely genuine person, and because of that, the administration of justice also becomes very easy because there are less number of crimes. Why people will become criminals if whatever they need and that has been provided for. In fact, the highest principle that Harshvardhan is supposed to have followed is the welfare of the people, and that welfare of the people is ensured by a lot of welfare activities which were undertaken with the help of all these ministers and his officials, and that has been recorded very well. How did he do it? Construction of roads. Now today in India we know that many of our segments are lamenting because they do not have good communication by road. And way back 1300 years ago, there was a ruler who was so much concerned about the construction and maintenance of the roads. And then imagine a period when people were not traveling by the automized or fuel driven vehicles. They were going in bullock carts or sometimes on the backs of the animals, sometimes walking along with the animals in the caravans. So they needed resting places, the places where they can get some shade, they can get water, they can get some shelter. And Harshavardhan is supposed to have created such rest houses on the roads. So it is not just the construction of the roads, but it is also caring for the people who are traveling on that road. Now, this is something which is absolutely essential for a king who understands the needs of the people. So, I think many other welfare activities we can see by way of giving donations, by way of constructing temples and monasteries. By and by, we'll talk more about it.
Yes, so actually I read somewhere that he's a very duty bound king, and he used to forget even sleeping and taking food when he's conducting his duties. And apart of this, I was so amused to read somewhere that whenever he used to visit any place, there used to be very pump and show, drums were always ahead of his arrival, so that people should know that Harshvardhan is coming to meet them, and then people have the liberty to meet their king, which is, I think, is very democratic, isn't it?
More than democratic, because that was the times when people had not thought of something like a democracy, but certainly it is the one-to-one connection with the king, and that was very important. And once again I'll highlight that point, that in ancient times communication network was not as fast as it is today. So for somebody to reach up to the capital city of Kannauj and then go and meet his king or her king may not be so easy. But if the king comes to their region, they get a first-hand look of the king. They get a chance to talk to him person to person, tell him about their problems, maybe if they are there, or even whatever satisfaction that they feel with his rule, they can communicate it. And in return, then they will feel nice about it. That here is a king, I cannot go to the king, but the king has come to me to meet me. Now, that kind of very personal touch towards his subjects is something absolutely unique and very important.
Yes, I think, and that gives a lot of trust. That creates a lot of trust among the subject. The king is so humble and he's ready to help them out. Apart of this, I think he has also maintained an efficient bureaucracy, and where the bureaucracy has to get direct orders from the king. So that is, I think, it's one of the plus point in his administration.
So, yeah, and this we know more because of the distribution of the states expenditure items. If we see what are the items or heads under which the state was spending, and it is said that mainly it was spending under 4 heads, and one of the heads was for the payments of all these officials. So if the officers and the people who serve the king, if they are paid on time and sufficient amount, they will have no reason to be corrupt. I think this is something which is very novel. This is something which is very ideal, because if the king is spending 1/4 of his treasury for giving the uh, remuneration to the people who work for the state, that is something which the uh, king is showing his responsibility towards administration. And I think that is wonderful.
Yeah, so when we talk about administration, I think we should also talk about the revenue system. And I have read somewhere that Harshvardhan was charging very light revenue from the subject, rather, and making everything happy, every person in this kingdom happy. So people were generally happy, and there was a proper taxation. But it is very less compared to other empires which we have studied. What do you say about this?
Yeah, generally in ancient times, 1/6 of the produce, and the mainstay of the economy was obviously agriculture. So the state's income was also coming mainly from agriculture, and 1/6 of the produce. And we don't have any recorded evidence to say that Harshvardhana ever increased taxation. So he must be collecting 1/6 of the produce, which was normal, which was continuously recommended by the texts on ancient Indian polity, and that was the revenue that he was collecting. In addition to that, I also would like to mention here that there are some religious institutions where the taxes were exempted. Now that is very important, because those institutions then can sustain, and they can be free from that burden of giving even 1/6 of the tax to the state. So this is very important. Secondly, we do not have much evidence to say that there was any crime of not paying the taxes, and then the such criminals were treated harshly. We don't have any such evidence. And one more thing I would like to add here, which is very unique, that any crime of supposedly any act of a person going against the state, not being faithful to the state, was not punished corporally. The person was not punished by cutting off his limbs or hanging till death, nothing of that kind. It was only the imprisonment. Now, that kind of a confidence the king, if he has in his subjects, definitely he can make such provisions. And then, as I said, that we don't have any evidence of saying that people were not paying taxes, so they were treated as criminals. We just don't see that. So, unless the taxation was comfortable for the people to bear, such crimes were not there. So, that is an indirect evidence for that.
So as you discussed that there was not a severe punishment, but there was a penal code, there was a code of conduct when it comes to practicing and serving the king. So let me listen about what kind of code of conduct was there prevalent during the Harshvardhan time.
Mainly, as I said, that we get less references about what kind of crimes were there, but but we do get references about the criminal system or the judiciary system. There were light punishments, very less corporal punishments, imprisonment was there, and on occasions the prisoners were also released as an act of benevolence on the part of the king. Secondly, there is some gray area about which the historians are also not very clear, that there are certain divine interventions sought in the justice administration. Say, for example, if a person, judge is unable to decide whether the person is guilty or not, then the person will be tied to a rock or a stone boulder and thrown into the water. If the person still floats, then the person is considered to be non-guilty. Or many such practices were there, and we do get reference to it. But exactly how it was administered, in which cases, how many times such divine intervention was invoked, those details we do not get. But the courts were there, the judges were there, the system of justice administration was in its place, the crimes have been described, and the punishments have been very well defined. So I'm sure that the justice administration must have been quite prompt.
I think I would like to conclude that Harshvardhan was a beautiful.
Just one more thing I wanted to add.
Yes, please.
Can I? Can I?
Yes.
This is regarding the interstate relations. I think in today's times, when we can see that our neighbors are and India is having some kind of a little tension with our neighbors, like may it be on the side of Pakistan, may it be on the side of Nepal, may it be on the side of China. But if we see that what Harshvardhan was doing, that all the contemporary rulers, he maintained a very friendly relation. So, for example, sometimes he used the traditional way of establishing friendly relation by having a marital alliance. So he gave his daughter in marriage to the king of Vallabhi. And Vallabhi being a western side, today's Gujarat side, how it is very important for the state because the important trade that was going on from the western sea. So, having a very strong ally, a friendly ruler there is very good for Harshvardhan, obviously, because that will give a good, smooth push to the trade, overseas trade, or from the Nepal side. Or as I yesterday have also explained, and today I am saying it from the Chinese side. So this is something which is very interesting to note, that how he maintained very good relations. But at the same time, this is not the kind of friendship extended by a weaker king towards the other kings who might cause some harm. No, Harshavardhana's friendship and benevolence was strongly backed by a very huge army, like 6 lakhs soldiers he had. And he had elephants, he had cavalry. We don't get much reference to chariots in his army. And secondly, he had lot of feudatories also to fill in his army as and when summoned. So it was not that he was keeping friendly relations with his neighbors because he was not in a position to fight with them. He was very much in a position to have wars, but he did not. And it was only once that we can see he takes a very strong position against the king of Assam. And that too, it's a very interesting episode that Yuan's son was with Bhaskar Varman, who was the king of Assam, that time Kamaru. And Harshavardhan was inviting Yuan Singh to his kingdom. And Bhaskar Varman was saying, no, 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 I'll not send him. I want him to be in my kingdom for a longer time. And that is the time when Harshavardhan kind of threatened him that better you send him, otherwise you will face the consequences. But other than that, and after that also he's having friendly relations with Assam. So I think this is something which, as you initially said, that what is there from ancient times that we can learn today, we can take as a message from the past. And I think this is a strong message that we can take from Harshvardhan, that be strong, be powerful, but that power and strength is not for scaring others, it is for having a very healthy interstate relations. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think what I can summarize is that he is an efficient ruler with direct supervision and a dutiful emperor. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Binda Paranjpe, today, and really learn few things like you were discuss about the Assam incident. It was so good. So in next episode, we'll be discussing the whole uh, army what under Harshvardhan in next episode. So till then,
maybe
it is so wonderful to talk to you. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Yeah.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to draw your attention to the emails that your company or organization is sending to thousands and thousands and thousands of prospective buyers, and the return on investment on sending such emails is less than 0.0001%. All these emails are getting deleted. I personally delete hundreds of emails every day. I'm sure you're also deleting hundreds of emails. Some of the companies have set up the spam engines which filter all these emails out. Yet, most of the industry feels that this is the only mechanism to grow your business by sending emails, by flooding somebody email boxes, by talking about your technology, your white paper, etc. At the same time, as a organization, we also need to understand what market needs, and it's not what we are selling. So we have to bring to certain agreement between the buyer or seller or demand or supply, where we bring these two parties together, where the demand is fulfilled by the supply. And it is not necessarily means that you keep sending emails. By sending thousands and thousands of emails every day, every week, you start generating business leads out of that. The reality is the cost of sending 5 email today, in today's money, is more than $2 to $3. And then suppose you send 50,000 emails, probably you will receive responses from only 100. So the efficiency of the system is now going down. I think the time has come for organizations to look at alternative methods of generating your sales leads. Then another thing that has happened in the field, that is the emergence of Me Too service providers, because the cost of providing different services and different sort of new generation activities, the time has come to also rethink their strategy in terms of how all different companies want to position themselves. If it is sort of a Me Too email that is going out, the chances are your email will get deleted. So the requirement of today's world is not to send emails by finding out new methods of communication with your prospects. Number two, offer something which is which is very appealing, and it is not Me Too. So you have to look at what are you doing today, and where you want to achieve, and by doing these activities that you are doing to achieve your goal. So to order to address these issues, we have created a platform which will solve many of these challenges, and it will give you a platform which will allow you to be more creative. You can reach out to your clients without spending a dime. You can reach out to your prospects without collecting the client database, building client database, building expensive sales and marketing campaigns. You can still appeal to them. The platform website is listed here, as you can see where my finger is. So I encourage you to visit this website and explore. This is a very low cost method where you can reach out to your prospects. You can create a differential for yourself. You can be non-intrusive. You can be creative. You can come out with new methods of communication rather than sending a HTML based emails using your CRMs and so on and so forth. So with these small messages, I would like to talk few things about my platform. The platform has two main features. One is it allows you to share your success stories and your ideas of innovation and so on and so forth. which necessarily may not be related to what you're offering. Because if you sell yourself, if you sell your idea, it will result in a business for you where you can actually pitch in what you have. So you can actually think creatively and come out with an offering which is appealing to the prospects. So this platform allows you to do that. Second thing is, it also allows you to uh, your prospects to reach out to you directly without need of sending emails and building campaigns and building databases and so on and so forth. So it's a very, very intuitive method, low cost method to reach out to your prospects and also to your clients. And it's non-intrusive, and you can come out with new methods of reaching, because you may think you would like to talk about your innovation. You may like to address your clients by way of a video. You would like to
Hello.
talk about your innovation in a group discussion, or you
I'm
want to
well,
just
I'm
write
well.
a lot of words and you distribute these documents.
और
So
आप साथ में
all these
नमस्कार
things are available in our platform. So I invite you to experience this. Come to this
बड़ी गहरी
website,
सी लग रही थी, तो
explore
हमने सोचा कि
functionality. Just in case if you have any question, reach out to me. My emails are also listed in the website, and then we can have a conversation. I will be more than happy to bring you on board. I will personally help you to get on board, how to use these functionality which are provided in the platform, and you can be more successful without spending a lot of money. So with this small message, I will look forward to you joining my platform, which will help you reduce your cost, increase your business, and it will give you avenue of reaching out to new prospects in a new way. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you.
या we can always start. भारत में ऋतुएं ऐसी ही असामान्य रही.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Goon.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Day 2 of a beautiful week, and we've got some interesting news. In the outer atmosphere. Can we call space the outer atmosphere? Do you think?
Well, you can call it a quantum space, because atmosphere ends at 200 kilometers.
True.
Beyond that is quantum space. So it has something. It has ions, it has gravity, it has a little bit of atoms in the outer space. It's not completely void of material. It has a lot of material even in the void of the space, as we call it. But the great news is there are 2 asteroids which are going to fly by Earth. The chances of hitting Earth is very remote, but they are going to fly by Earth very close.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
it's Tuesday today, so probably from some of the countries we can saw in the night. We can see in the night that these 2 asteroids will probably leave a trail in the upper atmosphere, and probably if somebody has a good telescope, they can see it also.
Oh, I'm sure we'll see NASA. I mean, NASA's streaming things live currently, as I saw earlier this morning. These are not small asteroids either. These are quite big, which is why
Thank
they're
you,
leaving
Kanchan.
such a
It's
trail
always welcome
behind
to
them.
talk to you.
But as you
and
say,
the roundtable series is wonderful.
fortunately, our
How are you?
scientists have already been able to predict that they're not going to hit the Earth.
Well, thanks to Mr. Johannes Kepler, in the 15th century, he created the law of motion for the planetary objects. So that still works, and I think it's very easy to calculate the path, looking at the speed and all that. So we are not going there, but I think these asteroids are substantially large. Both of them have a diameter of 19 meters, something like 55 feet. And if they were to hit Earth, they would have created a bit of a fireball situation. Either in the atmosphere if they break apart, or if they hit Earth, there could be a dangerous and disastrous consequences.
Yeah, the likelihood is if they'd got that close, they'd have probably just burnt up. But let's hope that it takes some of the space debris with it that we've been creating over the years. Maybe that's a way of paying back. But the nice thing about this is we can't control asteroids, can we? We can't control their movement. We can maybe deflect them a little bit if we send a rocket towards it.
Well, Kanchan, I think
blow
it is
it up
very
or something.
interesting to
But
see the digital
it's nature in action.
Happening
We can't.
either through.
Well, there is a very interesting point that you raised.
Pandemic,
You say that we can't control the celestial bodies. That is to an extent is true to an extent, but here I will say something. See, there was a Russian scientist who created levels of civilizations, and the level of civilization based on how much energy output they use. So today we are at a level which is not even type 0 civilization. That means type 0 is, in fact, we are type 0, not type 1. The type 1 is the civilization which can control all aspects of their home planet. So you can control weather, you can control climate, you can control earthquakes, whatever happens to the planet. You can control everything. And the energy output, people can Google it. These are all mentioned on the Google. They can find out how much energy output will be used by the type 1 civilization. So since we are not type 1, we are type 0 or something like 60 to 65% of becoming type 1. So yet we don't have the technology to deflect the asteroids, but then a lot of work is being done. In fact, destroying asteroids is not the solution. The deflection is the solution. You can't, if you destroy the asteroid, the debris will come straight away, continue on the same path. But if you deflect them, the chances are then the planet can survive. So we don't have the technology yet, but there are methods of using for deflection. There could be a giant mirror which will focus sun's light, make one side of the asteroid heat up, and that lighter, so that becomes lighter, and that creates an imbalance in the path of the asteroid, and it can get deflected. The other way is very simple. You can send a giant robot on the asteroid which will paint one side of the asteroid white color, and then naturally the asteroids will get heat up and then change the path. So there are various ways of doing it. There could be new ways also which we will find once we achieve more advancements in our technology and start consuming more energy which is being sent to us from space. So I think the chances are that technology is developing, but I think in future we will be able to deflect dangerous celestial bodies.
Well, I think you're probably right. And the interesting thing is, I mean, I'm a Formula One fan, and they talk about slipstream. So you can have one car in front of the other. And because the car in front is punching into the air at 180 odd miles an hour, nearly 200 miles an hour, it's creating a sort of a little vacuum. And what it does is, obviously that car can move through that slipstream quite well because it's punching a hole into it. But the car behind gets a drag effect. So I'm sure we've got some fantastic scientists around the world recognizing that if we create a huge pull from somewhere else, and I know there's no, we haven't got the air content that we have on the ground level here. So there's it's 1/10, I think, in space. Don't quote me on that one, but it's a lot smaller. But there's certainly the drag effect. Maybe so we could sort of suck it away by sending a rocket by the side of it and creating a drag. But all these scientists are, clearly working on something out there. But there is something, we are connected. Quantum physics, quantum maths says we are all connected in some sort of way. So we're slightly connected to the asteroids out there. So if you feel a little whoosh as it goes past, you're more connected than others, maybe. But the thing about today is we can't really control it.
But there is one thing in life we can control, and that's ourselves. So for the rest of the week, just remember that you can control yourself. So control your actions going forward, and have a fantastic week ahead.
Well, I have a point there also. Yesterday, I read in the newspapers that uh, either it's UK or US, I'm not remembering quite well, but some scientists have proven memory chip implant works in the brain of pigs.
Well, it's not surprising, is it? I mean, we can stimulate. I mean, there's been some amazing work done over the last 20 years about how you can stimulate certain electrodes in the brain. As to whether that's moving towards the Doctor Who version of Cybermen, where your brain's controlled by somebody else, I'm not really sure. But let's hope that these people that are experimenting in this way are using it for a greater cause rather than just to create another robot army.
Well, the point is we can control ourselves till the time we don't reach type 1 civilization. So control till the time you can.
And there you go. And that's how we're going to leave today. Enjoy the rest of your week, guys. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Neville. Bye-bye.
I have come inside the room. Actually, some work is going on outside. Second here also. Yeah, sure. Sorry. For
Yes.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. I'm also one of the co-founders of this company, and today I would like to talk to my fellow citizens, Indians, and convey a message. As we all know that India as a country is a large country. It has a more than 1.3 billion people as a population, which is almost like 25% of the global population. So it has a huge impact on the world economy. And the Indian government has also set up a target that, rather two targets. One is
Thank you,
Make in
Kanchan.
India. That
It's
means
wonderful to talk to
more
you
and more
all
work
week
has to
and to
come
the
into India.
interesting and
And the second
very,
large
very
target
critical
for
subjects at
Indian
the
citizens
same
is to
time.
reach a
And
$5
I'm
trillion
well, and
economy.
I'm looking forward. How
Now,
are you?
as you can see that while we can continue to make our own plans individually and as organizations, the 5 trillion economy dream that we need to achieve, as far as our government is concerned, they have set up a target for all of us.
thank you.
The issue there is
Glad to be understood.
there is a skill which are required. So there are certain skills which are being taught in the colleges and universities, and then certain skills may not be relevant for the future. For example, if there are skills which are related to something which is repeatable, those kind of skills may not have too much value in time to come, simply because those skills may be taken over by
Well, the
the
moment I heard
artificial
about
intelligence
coup, I
uh,
thought my
and
background should
automation.
resemble a place
So what
where
we
there
need as
can be
Indians
a
for
humming
getting
of the
more and
coup
more
can be
work
heard. And
coming
that's the
back to
reason you
India
see
from
my
the globe
background.
is
So,
these
Kanchan,
skills.
I'm
So we
very
all know that we
happy and
need
very
various
interested
skills,
to
and we
know
need
that
a
finally
lot of people being
we are
trained into
getting up
different kind of
in the
skills,
world of apps
and that is when the five
on a
trillion
national
dollar
level,
economy
where
dream
we
will
are
be
able to
fulfilled.
talk
Now
in
it has a
terms of
very
the same
strong relationship.
language that the
If there are no
international
skills,
apps
there are no work,
have been
and
talking
there is no
about.
work,
And
there
I
is
think
no
this is
5
just
trillion
the
economy.
first step. We have a
Having made
long
this
way to
point,
go, and we should be
I'm sure
creating
most
a
of you
lot of such
agree
apps
that
and reduce the dependence,
success in
especially on the
life
security
or
concern
achieving a target
from the international
has
apps.
nothing to do with
And there
your
are nothing that,
money
and this is something that
or
many countries have done it.
the backing
And one
or
of our neighbor has
whatever
done it. So why not
you can
us?
do for
This is a
your
great time
company
to
and
have
for
this kind of
yourself.
an app. And
The two major
I'm very, very
qualities which
happy.
are required
Just wanted to
in
listen
order to
what
be
you and
successful
Indiraji
and
have
in
to
order
say.
to achieve your dream is the leadership. Second is the teamwork. So these are the two qualities which are definitely required
very soon I
in
am
addition to the
planning
skills that
to.
we need
I'm
to
very
develop.
much in favor of the
Because
Coup
if
app,
there
and
are
I'm very glad
if there's no
that
leadership
we
and there
have
is
come
no
up with
um,
something which is
attitude to
similar
work as a
to
team,
Twitter.
then
Some
it will
Twitter,
be difficult
like
to
all,
execute
like
global
we are on
contracts
the Twitter,
and
and but
generate
we
revenue
were able to talk
for the
at
country.
like all
So I
international
think these are the
levels.
two skills which
But
are
now
very
it will be
important,
very
which
nice
is
to be
leadership
able to talk with the
and
Indians,
the
and all
ability
Indians
to
being all
work
Indians
as a
from
team.
various
So team player. These are the two major
speaking
qualities
different
which are
languages,
required
different
and which are very
languages,
very
and
critical
more and more
for
Indians will
India
be able
to
to
develop.
join
In
this,
addition to
and
create
it will
new
be
job
very
opportunities
good when
and
there will
also
be
create
good
new skills which will bring
ideas, and there
a
will
lot of
be
projects
news,
back into
and
India.
they'll also
So
have a platform. Many have
as a
were not
professional
on Twitter, but now
um,
I think more and more
and
Indians will join
as
this
an
one
organization, as a
coup.
professional,
They'll be more
I would like
comfortable.
to
They'll
help
be able to
my fellow citizens
convey their
and
messages and this thing. And I'm
impart
very
these
happy
leadership
that this
skills
has
for whoever
come
wants
up.
our help.
You
We will
should
make you
always
better leader,
encourage
better team player.
such
And
new
the
things which are
why
coming up in
I'm
India. And
saying this
I'm
is
really
important
thankful that Apriya,
because nobody is
Radhakrishnan,
training
Radhakrishnan
leadership. Even
is
if you
like he's
want to be trained
from
in leadership, it is
Ahmedabad.
very
He has
difficult to
taken the
learn the
initiative.
leadership skills
He had
in a classroom.
he has started
It has to
this,
be learned
and it's
by
worth
doing things,
appreciating.
and that is
And
why
we
people
should
like
make
me
all the
can
efforts. All
impart our
Indians, we
life
all should
journey
make
and our
we
experience
make the
with
effort
new
to make it
budding
successful.
skilled people
We
and
are
help
not
them
in
to
a
be a better leader.
competition with Twitter,
And
but
most
at least
important is
I feel this is something which is made in
to
India.
be able to work together
We
as
have
a team,
closely connected. We
and
are
that is
very
when the
close,
India will
and
excel,
it's
and
good.
that is when
We are
we will
feeling good.
basically
This
achieve the
company has
dream
come
of
up
becoming a
from
$5 trillion
like
economy.
Indian thing, you know.
So
So
with
and
this small
many when
message,
they go out
you can
then they
write to me.
prove themselves. They
My
do something.
website details are given
But
below.
here one Indian
Here,
has made
you can reach out to me, and I will be
so
more than
it
willing
is
to help
very we
and
are
share
very
my
happy to
experience and make
we
sure
are we
that
welcome
if you
this,
approach me,
and
I will
already
create a
so
leader out
many
of you.
have already
So
joined
with this,
this
I like
all
to say goodbye to you
ministers
until
and
next
so
time.
many
Bye bye.
I mean, people are flooding like very fast people, and really come up. There may be some teething problems, but gradually I think things should begin.
Hello friends, I am
We should
Kanchan from
support. We should
Akulmach
very much
Technologies
support.
and you
As
are
a true
welcome to our
Indian,
show
we should
Nation.
support
And
this.
today we have Sitesh Srivastava who has a deep interest in corporate training and is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. Every day talking to you seems like a meter ticking on the life, like a taxi meter. So in this COVID and the end of 2020 is just 2 days away. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And see, Sitesh, all these all these last year and all these days are quite crazy days because we are waiting for the vaccine. And see all our life pattern is kind of upside down. We are not going out, we are not meeting people, we are not meeting our friends, relatives, and waiting for the vaccine. And you know, Sitesh, that there's a dry drill
Well,
which
Kanchan,
was conducted on December
the
28
important
and
point
29
is
in
not
Assam,
about whether Twitter
Andhra
has
Pradesh,
crossed
Punjab, and Gujarat.
certain
The exercise was aimed at the
diktats or
testing
certain
of
policy
vaccination
matters,
process, including
or
planning and
other social
preparation,
sites have done the
creation of
same.
facilities, users
crux of the
on
matter is
co-win
that whether
application,
social
session
media
sites
is going to
creation,
influence
mapping
the
of the
national
sites,
governments or the
healthcare
international
workers,
governments
data upload,
in the
receipt of
matters that are
vaccine and
internal
vaccine
to those
allocation by the
nations.
district,
That
session
is the crux
planning,
of the matter.
deployment of
Whether it
vaccination
is
team,
Twitter or it
logistic
could be
and
Facebook or
mobilization
it
at
could be
session
something
site.
else,
So
or
all
it
these
was
is being
TikTok.
done because we are hopeful
So I
to
think
get
the importance of it
vaccination in
is
very, very
about
near future, maybe
whether
in the
these
month of
social
January
media
or Feb.
tools who are basically residing So, Kanchan, outside India, their the servers are biggest residing vaccination outside campaign has already begun, as we have seen. More than 4.6 million doses in 16 countries have been administered already, according to the data that we have from Bloomberg. And vaccination starts in the US from December 14 itself with healthcare workers, and so far 2.13 million doses have been given out in the United States, which is the most affected country with this COVID. The challenge with the vaccine is multifold. Have the scientists done enough trials? That is what the people are asking. The most prominent one, the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, which is being given out apart from the Moderna vaccine. You know, the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine was not taken by the executives of the same company. There have been some cases where the nurses, the healthcare workers who took, they passed out and then they regained conscious of a couple of hours later. That took the whole hospital by fear. And you know, these vaccines, the way the 64 or 70 odd vaccine trials are happening, they are into phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3. Apart from US, there are other countries also. But the question remains, which I'm asking to my friends and associates: who will be in the priority number 1 to receive it, and who will be priority number 2 to receive it? Will it reach the normal public? Will it be like me, a normal healthy person walking to a clinic and asking for it and getting it? What is the difference between dose 1 and dose 2, and how many weeks? All these questions are something we have already started seeing long lines in front of the clinics. And those are again dangerous signs. With a new strain coming in, that also is a question whether the vaccine that is coming, is it effective for the new strain as well? So there is a lot of fact and lot of confusion, and therefore it is important for us to find out and follow the news carefully from the right kind of sources, even when you talk about what we are going to receive in India.
Yes. So actually, Sitesh, nowadays what I feel is based on the reports, the situation is quite critical because there are more than 135 vaccine candidates in different stages of clinical trial, while 44 of them have reached to a critical phase of human trial. Currently, there are at least 91 potential vaccine in pre-clinical trial which are still being tested on animals. Now, when I'm talking about this, again, you see, we are very hopeful about Oxford University vaccination because this vaccine is produced by Oxford University, backed by pharmaceutical giant AstraZeneca, is one of the front runner in the race of producing a safe and effective vaccine for COVID-19. The potential vaccine has been developed using a weakening version of common cold virus and has been combined with a genetic material of spike protein of SARS virus. So you see, we are hopeful for this, and we are also batting for this Oxford University vaccine because I have heard that Pfizer vaccine require minus 70 degree for the storage. Otherwise, it get corrupted. It is not useful to be given as vaccine. So as I told you, things are quite critical and quite worrisome.
Yes, Kanchan, and I'm also quite upbeat about the Oxford jabs, which is supported by our own Indian Serum Institute of India, SII. They are manufacturing, I hear they are manufacturing 50 to 60 million doses of Covishield. But Kanchan, I would say these 50 to 60 million doses, most of the volume will be geared up to be given in India. If it has to be exported out of India, they has to go for some more approvals and checks, which will take another month or so. And Mr. Poonawalla has talked about increasing the capacity to 100 million doses by March after commissioning the third of the plant. And European Union is due to receive its first 12.5 million doses of Pfizer by New Year's Day, just 3 days down the line. And therefore, it is important for us to actually watch carefully the results that are coming out and from the right resources. And there would be a lot of fake news as well. We have to clear what we are seeing and receiving, because we are truly in a fear mongering business also. And that's something we need to separate from the real news. And therefore, many people are saying that, okay, I'm not going to be part of trial, but I would like to wait and watch. There have been, during the trial, people have put up some court cases because they developed some kind of allergies and rashes. So who is going to get the first one? Dr. Fauci, the chief epidemiologist in the US, he took the Pfizer vaccine on television. So people like those and the big ones, the leaders, they should come on television and show that they are taking.
This is
It
actually
brings some
what
kind of a
happens
confidence,
with
because the
when
speed at which research is being finalized
farmer
is
agitation
something
was
that
going on,
also creates a suspicion, rather than a complete going away of this vaccine, given the new strain is also in our picture. So the new year is not going to be a really great celebration, Kanchan, I would say.
Yeah, I feel that celebration, maybe we should feel happy that at least we have a vaccine. But then the after effect of vaccine is still a critical analysis, because what I have heard that the volunteer who took this vaccine, which was developed by Pfizer, and she experienced a headache, fever, aches all over her body after taking one dose. And then there was severe hangover. So all these are it's said to be mild side effect, and nobody has come out. The company who are developing these vaccination have come out with sure shot analysis that it is 100% cure, it will 100% cure COVID, because they always say 70% and 30% they say that it's a side effect. So what as you told that Oxford University will be selling its vaccination under the name of Covishield in India, and that will be produced by Serum Institute of India. So that is again gives a little hope, because this company, the Serum Institute of India, is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccine by volume. So SLL is currently like overviewing the critical phase second. So I think we sit and see what's happening, and is this will be viable for people until I think we'll may have good days ahead in 2021. We are hopeful. Be hopeful, actually.
I hope so. I hope so. And that's the reason I told you that I would rather reserve the word Happy New Year and just say, may the new year be good for all of us and to you or in your family, rather than being upbeat. While also it is important to note, Kanchan, that while the vaccines are being rolled out, let's not let our guard down for even a minute whenever we are going out and meeting people, We have old people at home, and there are a lot of myth around the COVID, the myth busters. We all need to know the myth busters. We need to spread the myth busters, starting from 5G mobile networks, alcohol, antibiotics, bleach, cold weather, snow, drugs, garlic, hand dryers, a hot bath, hot and humid climate, masks, exercise, methanol, swimming, supplements, shoes. So many of the myth busters. We have to be really careful while the vaccine is available. And it is important also to restrict the travel. You see, the new strain has traveled already to many parts of the world.
I'm not sure about
and it has
that statement.
more potential
and,
ability to infect
seeing what had
and
happened,
spread. And therefore,
by
we have to be
20th of,
really careful,
January,
be doing
2021.
whatever basic we can do at home while
don't
we
want
wait
to
for the
comment on
vaccines.
that part of
And
it.
we all have
Yeah,
to
and
take
again,
care
if
of
I comment
ourselves
on
and our
that,
family members
probably
till
somebody would say,
such time, which I think is August, September 2021, when the more producers of vaccines would be able to supply to India. We have to hold on to this fort till at least August, September. And I believe only the most vulnerable one would get it in January. And that's the best way to administer it, because it is not possible to give 1.3 billion people of the country in the first 2 months itself.
I wish that, and I
Yes,
think
and
the
you
time
know,
is best
the current
this month.
tally of
And,
COVID
why
patients is
only?
more than
There
1
are
crore
other
in India
applications
itself.
also in waiting.
And there's another
And
company which
lot
is
of startup ecosystem is happening in the
Moderna
country.
and
Lot of
National
great
Institute of
applications are
Allergy and
being
Infection
made.
Diseases.
Yes,
They are
who
also
is taking the
developing
limelight
their vaccine, which is
at
into
this point
third trial, and the
which
study
is very,
shows
very good.
that there's no
And I
side
think
effect of this
since
vaccine on
who is
candidates.
defined
So I
around
think,
those
yes, what you said is right. We have
micro-blogging
to maintain our
website,
social
I think
distancing. We have to
let's
clean
see how
our
this is
hands on
used.
daily
We
basis
should
as
promote
the
it in
precaution
our
we were
circles.
taking.
We
We
should
have to
promote it
continue
in
with
our
that. We have to
offices,
eat
our
healthy,
institutions,
and we have to
and we'll
strengthen
start
our
using
immune
it.
system.
But
So
I
all
also agree
precautions
with
we have to
Indira ji when
take
she
care,
says that
and you have to
we are
wear
not going
mask
to leave
to
Twitter.
really safeguard your
And
health.
And let's not go out on 31st evening anywhere.
Yes, surely. Celebration at home.
But
And maybe
Celebration at home like Doordarshan style.
yes, like we are talking to each other. And though I had
Yes.
invitation last time, but then again, there's a critical situation. So we have to stay where we are and safe and healthy. It was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh. And we look forward for a good days to come with this introduction of vaccine
is that
in
going
India.
to a server
We are
residing in
hopeful.
Delhi or in Mumbai?
Thank you,
or it is
Kanchan.
going in
All that
Montreal?
ends well.
We really don't know.
Goes well.
And therefore, social
Bye bye,
media
Sitesh.
needs to be sensitized. I think it is important, and now it is a great time to sensitize people about social media. It's not just fun, and we don't know when we cross the limits in the fun. And therefore, there are a lot of challenges that we are saying. Now, freedom of expression, when we talk about freedom of expression, there are so many connotations about it, so many strange thoughts are around it. What is the freedom of expression for each one of us here could be different. And therefore, it is actually...
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Dobras. And in the CEO Roundtable, we have very distinguished guests today. And topic of our discussion would be around HR and specifically related to internship. So let me first welcome my first guest from Singapore, Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. Farida, welcome to Roundtable discussion today.
China already does not have
Thank you,
Google.
CK.
China does not have Facebook.
And our second panelist today is Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach and she joins us from India. Welcome to Top Brass Roundtable,
and therefore, this
Kanchan.
coexistence gives
Thank
us
you,
the
CK.
best of our democracy. And that's what I
Right. So after welcoming both our panelists, we will start our discussion. And I said the discussion is a journey of understanding the HR in the shadow of COVID-19, which has affected most of us. And today's topic is specifically related to the interns. So the question that I would like to ask the panelists is, since everybody is under lockdown and a lot of companies used to offer employment to freshers who are just coming out of management institutes or engineering colleges across the world, those internships seems to have disappeared. So let us understand about this aspect. What is the future of internship with all the companies? Farida, I would like to know your opinion on this particular subject.
Sure, thank you, CK. COVID has changed the world very, very quickly, very drastically, and not aligned to what people would like. But this is the reality today. And the thing is that, of course, it is a situation where everything is changed. People cannot actually kind of go to offices. The capacity has to be at least to certain numbers to where the countries have opened up, etc. But I do see that internships are being offered, and these are basically virtual internships where people work from home. It is challenging because interns usually actually accept internships to get the experience of working in an office with different colleagues and just getting started or getting ready for the corporate world. So yes, it has changed, but that also means that the face of these internships being offered has changed from before, but they are still being offered and there are still work from home opportunities.
Kanchan, since you work with the education fraternity and the education fraternity, which are like institutes and universities, they roll out a lot of these freshers. And in your network, how do you see this panning out? Because now the organizations are not coming to colleges for recruitment of these freshers. In good old days, we used to see almost like a queue outside different offices around this time, which has not happened this year because of COVID. So what is your opinion on this future of interns?
Yes, very rightly you have put in that now there's no physical interaction from the companies to the students who are passing out. So internship is the essential part of development, because that ensure that the resume should not go in the trash, because at least something is there for student to tell the future employer that this is what this is experience we have. Then again, it is a real-time exposure to a student on the company, and it gives a experience. Let it be 3 months or 2 months. Sometimes they are 6 months also. So so it is good. First of all, it gives an exposure to candidate. Then second is that due to COVID, things are not normal. But then everything is online. We are digitizing our lives. So I think it is a good option and good platform for young talent to be exposed.
Perfect. When we have one young intern on your state, Kanchan, who's eager to join the job, so he is actually complaining. I can hear some complaints.
Yes, yes, you are very true. So we are making, he's quite excited to join this meeting. So we are making, we are ensuring that he is calm down.
Okay, fine. So Farida, now the situation is slightly different. What do you see from your point of view in Singapore or in your marketplace, where you see people applying for freshers role? How do you see this panning out?
Okay, so let me give a slightly longish answer to this. So I will set some context. In a country like Singapore, the government takes a lot of steps to make sure that internships and grad hirings continue. The face of these offers would be different, but they are still happening. And officially and unofficially, there are a lot of resources for people coming fresh out of college or looking for internships. So if you talk about Singapore, a lot of these internships are being offered virtually. And if you talk about other parts of the world which I am conversant with. Like for instance, I'm very well conversant with the UK and European markets, and within my network, I do see these internships being offered. Like UK is, kind of going back to normal. Singapore is in phase 2, so almost back to normal, and with 25 to 30% capacity, maximum to up to 50% capacity, the offices are still coming back to work. But the thing that I see here is that internships which were offered slightly earlier and interns who are working from home, they are also developing another skill. This is basically, one is self-discipline, because when you work from home, it's very easy to get distracted. I always get distracted by things like my dog is barking, or the windowsill is dirty, or maybe I should take a snack. The bed is super inviting and I want to lie down and reply to my emails. And this is after 20 years of experience in corporate world. So for an intern who has not been used to this discipline, is something that they learn very quickly. It's a steep learning curve. Secondly, I also see the young interns that I've been dealing with, they adapt very quickly because one, they are technologically very savvy. Uh, but then, that doesn't mean that, they would not face issues. So something that I see sometimes, people don't set up their Zoom meetings in advance. So they don't know how, the voice is going to sound, how they are going to actually look on camera. Can they be seen completely or not? People do not understand that they have to wait for a cue to speak. So, people talk over each other. But these are skills that, over a period of time, in a couple of weeks, these interns are learning very, very quickly. So this is just opening up a completely new, training for these people, because they are getting exposure to remote working very early on in their life. So this is a difference that I see. If you are asking me a specific question, please ask, because I love this topic and I have seen so much in the last few days that I can go on speaking for a few hours.
Yes, I think the specific question that I have in my mind is, earlier we used to always have Saturdays and Sundays, especially the HR people interviewing the right mix of interns for their different teams. Now HR is operating from home. Companies, as you said, 30 to 50% are operating from home still. And the interns are obviously have to come into Zoom meeting or some sort of other meeting. So what kind of jobs these interns can be given first, so that they can be interviewed appropriately? And second is, what is the modus operandi now? Because interview on a Zoom or a video platform is fine, but how they, what they will deliver during the internship?
Sure. So I think HR, the role of human capital management or human resources has changed very, very quickly, and this pandemic has been responsible for it. So earlier, it used to be assessment, checking whether there is relevance, and then bringing on board someone and then assigning a project, because most companies would have a few projects which need to be done, and they would assign those projects to interns who come in. Now the face of these internships, I see it changing very, very drastically. So the thing is that because it is remote work, they have to be put in a project which they can actually add value to. So it's no longer, photocopy my papers, go and get my coffee. That doesn't work. It's a very specific thing that most interns are asked to do. Like for instance, if it's market mapping, they are told exactly what they need to do and they are expected to execute it exactly the way they are trained to do it. The training is also very, very quick. It's mostly video calls, Zoom meetings, etc. And they are trained how to do it. So let's take an example. For instance, it's a new market entry for a company selling software. So the instruction to the intern is very clear that it's a market mapping exercise. I want to know how many companies within this particular sector operate in this particular geography. Once you've made a list of those companies, I want to know what are they using for this particular capability at this point in time, what software are they using or are they not using anything. Find that out, and who are either the influencers or the decision makers for that particular capability for that particular company. So it's very clear, timelines are very clear, And I think with all of this, the working has become a lot more efficient. So efficiency is one more skill that the interns are learning as well. So this is one example of a project. Another project, so there are several projects, for instance, say in data science, where, a certain programming needs to be done just for a certain part of the software. Probably just creating a UI for a new product line within that particular software, etc. So very clear, specific instructions are given and very clear results are expected. So I think that way this entire thing has become very, very efficient. What, probably the people who are doing internships, the young people who are doing internships are missing out is on, interaction with other professionals. So that is what I see. But then there are other skills they are developing. So yeah, so that's what I see from my side.
Farida, you have raised a very pertinent point, and now we will shift our focus to to Kanchan, who works with a lot of universities across India. So clearly, from Farida's narration, we know that there are new skills required in order to fit into the new environment. The one of the skills required is basically how do you get into a video conference. So, and second is how do you deliver when you're working from home, and what are the skills required to deliver that job. So, Kanchan, my question to you would be. Uh, are the universities equipped enough to impart these skills to their students so that they can be successful in their internship role?
Uh, this is a quite a interesting questions, and I would like to tell you that currently, because this pandemic has changed so many things overnight. So currently, universities are not equipped to really go online because there are many issues. But when we are talking about internship, because internship is not only only getting a kind of experience online, but it also industry sensitive, because every industry cannot enjoy the platform of online internship. So that is a very, very crucial and critical aspect of for internship going online, and then the aspect of delivery come later, because first they have to learn basic how to be presentable, how to be good communication, how to be a good listener also. So all these traits in turn has to be should be equipped by universities first before they go online.
So I think from our discussion today, we clearly realize that there is a gap in the skill sets which are required. And I think we are talking mostly about the IT and IT ES services based company, but I think the industry is much, much bigger. So we have not discussed the state of affairs with regard to interns in those industries like manufacturing, healthcare, shipping, and so many other industries where people cannot really go and work from the office, and they cannot even work online. So I think there is a challenge, and there is obviously a gap which we have identified. So Farida, I think last word to you. You'd like to give some advice to the interns or education institutes or even companies to change their ways to identify the right mix of people for internships?
Well, I think, my advice cannot be generalized, because like you mentioned, there are, industries where the interns need to have hands-on experience. Like a culinary intern cannot work from home. They can't be serving food on online meetings. So, there are, of course, a lot of limitations. And I do hope that, it kind of starts clearing out soon. But till that time, there are jobs which can be done online, and the ones that we discussed. I think one of the things that anyone who's taking up these internships and delivering their projects online, they need to, like Kanchan said, they need to also be a very good listener, because they will otherwise end up talking over each other. It's very important to self-discipline. Though this young generation is very, very well conversant with technology, but there are a zillion things that could go wrong in an online meeting. So please always check, do a sound check, do a video check. Do not just start working in your pajamas, because it's not good. Freshen up and work as you would work from the office. I've been in the business for 20 years, and even today I do not actually start my work before I am dressed like I'm going to office, because it just doesn't give you that feel. So don't take it easy because you are at home. You are still working, and treat it as a job that you're going to office and people are watching you, because trust me, that will make a lot of difference in the way you deliver your projects.
Well said, Farida. In fact, discipline is the key to success. And I think clearly from our discussion today, we realize that there are obviously a gap in the in education institutes, also in the learning and development industry itself. So I think there are gaps need to be identified. And also I feel that there is a concept of virtual office that needs to be adapted very rapidly to solve the growth aspect for the youngsters. So it was pleasure talking to both of you. Farida, it was wonderful talking to you, and Kanchan, it was our pleasure to have you on our panel today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a quite interesting discussion we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farida. And Kanchan, we will meet again on some other subject on the CEO Roundtable.
Look forward.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. और आज हमारे बीच में बहुत ही स्पेशल गेस्ट हैं and I'm very privileged to have him today on the show. और मैं आपको बताऊं इनके बारे में, ये फिल्मों से जुड़े हुए हैं, इंडियन फिल्मों से, और टेलीविजन की दुनिया में तो ये छाए हुए हैं अच्छी तरह से. और आपको ये भी बताऊं, आपको थोड़ा सा हिंट देती हूँ कि वो तथाचारी का रोल कर रहे हैं तेनालीरामा में. और आपने बिल्कुल सही गेस किया, जी हाँ, पंकज बेरी. पंकज जी, आपका बहुत स्वागत है हमारे इस शो में.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू. नमस्कार.
पंकज जी, ये बताइए, अब जैसे अभी लॉकडाउन चल रहा है और उस तरह का कैमरा एक्शन नहीं हो रहा है, तो आप बताइए आपकी तरफ क्या एक्शन हो रहा है?
देखिए, बेसिकली मैं वर्कहोलिक इंसान हूँ. मुझे काम करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है. मैं अभी जब ये लॉकडाउन नहीं था तो डेली शूटिंग पर जाता था, कैमरे का सामना करते थे, बहुत वो एम्बियंस, वो माहौल होता था. आई एम मिसिंग दैट. बट अब लॉकडाउन चल रहा है तो मैं पूरी तरह से लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहा हूँ, पूरे डिसिप्लिन के साथ. जिस तरीके से हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, ठीक वैसे ही मैं लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहा हूँ. और मेरे ख्याल से सभी को वैसे ही पालन करना भी चाहिए.
आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत सारा डिफरेंस आया है. पहले लोग एक दूसरे से मिलते थे, तो आपकी कम्युनिटी में और आपकी नेबरहुड में किस तरह से लोगों ने इस बदलते माहौल को लिया है? वो क्या सोचते हैं?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि लॉकडाउन चल रहा है तो मिलना जुलना तो हो नहीं रहा, लेकिन खुशी की बात यह है कि लोगों ने बहुत पॉजिटिव तरीके से इस लॉकडाउन को लिया है और हर तरीके से इसका पालन कर रहे हैं. लोग अपने घरों में हैं, अपने परिवार के साथ हैं, और जैसे जैसे सरकार ने, गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है, वैसे वैसे ही लॉकडाउन का पालन किया जा रहा है. लेकिन थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है कि कुछ लोग, नेगेटिव बात यह है कि सम पीपल आर नॉट ओबेइंग दिस ऑर्डर जो गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है. तो जैसे आप देख रहे हैं, आप सुनते भी हैं, न्यूज़ में भी चल रहा है कि पीपल आर गोइंग टू मस्जिद और बाहर जा रहे हैं, लोग ग्रुप्स में भी मिल रहे हैं. दिस इज़ नॉट गुड, दिस इज़ नॉट एट ऑल गुड. ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा उन सब से कि ये उनके लिए, उनके परिवार के लिए सोसाइटी के लिए एंड फॉर द कंट्री इज नॉट गुड. इट्स नॉट गुड. प्लीज प्लीज लॉकडाउन का पालन कीजिए.
आप जैसे लॉकडाउन खत्म होता है and there will be new changes which are occurring and which are happening, लोगों की सोच भी बदल रही है. तो आप क्या सोचते हैं कि आगे अगर सपोज लॉकडाउन खत्म हो जाता है तो गवर्नमेंट कैसे मेजर्स लेगी ताकि हमारी लाइफ दोबारा से एक पटरी पे आए, एक खुशहाल जिंदगी आगे बढ़े?
जी, देखिए ऐसा है कि अच्छी बात यह है कि अभी तक गवर्नमेंट ने जो भी स्टेप्स लिए हैं बहुत अच्छे लिए हैं, बहुत बेहतरीन लिए हैं, और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आगे भी गवर्नमेंट ऐसे ही स्टेप्स लेगी. और हाँ, मैं मानता हूँ कि हमारी इकोनॉमी अभी उस तरीके से सेट नहीं है, गड़बड़ाई हुई है. अब हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री देखिए, हम लोग सारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री का काम रुका हुआ है, और हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में डेली वेजेस पे काम करने वाले बहुत होते हैं. अब वो बेचारे, उन लोगों की रोजी रोटी सब रुकी हुई है. लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि हमें सबको मिलजुल कर सबसे पहले तो ये जो प्रॉब्लम आई है, इस प्रॉब्लम को ख़त्म करना है. उसके बाद हम सब मिलजुल कर, सरकार के साथ मिलजुल कर ये जो चीज़ें होंगी इसको भी सेट कर लेंगे. हमारी इकोनॉमी फिर से आगे बढ़ेगी, बहुत अच्छे से आगे बढ़ेगी, और सरकार बहुत अच्छे कदम लेगी, मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है. और मुझे लगता है कि हमें स्वयं भी सेल्फ रिस्पॉन्सिबल होना चाहिए इस मामले में, और लोग अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को समझेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे लाइफ में.
तो पंकज जी, आप ये बताइए, जब लॉकडाउन खत्म होगा तो पहले दिन आप क्या करेंगे?
देखिए, कंचन जी, आपने बड़ा अच्छा सवाल किया है. लॉकडाउन, बिकॉज सबसे पहले तो मैं मिस कर रहा हूँ अपने दोस्तों को, अपने रिश्तेदारों को, अपनों को जिनसे मैं बहुत दूर हूँ. मैं उनसे अवश्य मिलूंगा, और उसके पश्चात मैं सबसे पहला काम ये करना चाहूँगा कि जहाँ हमारा स्टूडियो है, जहाँ हम तेनाली रामा की शूटिंग करते हैं, वहाँ पे बहुत से डॉग्स हैं, जो स्ट्रीट डॉग्स बहुत से हैं, स्टूडियो में बहुत से हैं, और उनके छोटे छोटे पपीज भी हैं, जिनको मैं भी बहुत उनको खिलाता था, लेके जाता था. अब मुझे पता नहीं, आई डोंट नो उनको कौन खिला रहा है, कैसे खिला रहा है. मैं थोड़ा इमोशनल हो गया.
इमोशन की बात ही है.
मैं उनके पास जाऊँ.
अच्छा, नहीं, very good. It's a big applaud for you for this kind of emotion and this kind of gesture, because animal need help, especially at this point of time. तो आगे बढ़ते हैं पंकज जी. मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आप थोड़ा सा हमें बताइए कि आप जो सीरियल कर रहे हैं तेनाली रामा, उसमें आपके रोल के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए. आप किस तरह से आपने अपने आप को प्रिपेयर किया है इस रोल के लिए इनिशियली? और
देखिए कंचन जी, ये जो रोल है, दिस इज ए लाइफ टाइम रोल फॉर एनीबडी. किसी भी एक्टर की जिंदगी में इस तरह का रोल आएगा तो वो बहुत खुश महसूस करेगा, जैसा कि मैं महसूस कर रहा हूँ. इसे कंप्लीट रोल, इसे कंप्लीट कैरेक्टर. हमारे नाट्य शास्त्र में 9 रस हैं. इस चरित्र में जो तथाचार्य का कैरेक्टर है, उसमें 9 के 9 रस हैं, और आई एम वेरी हैप्पी पीपल आर एंजॉयिंग दिस कैरेक्टर. और मुझे इतना आनंद आ रहा है. एक यादगार कैरेक्टर बन चुका है. आज हमारे तकरीबन 725 एपिसोड्स हो चुके हैं, और अभी तो लॉकडाउन की वजह से शूटिंग रुकी हुई है, और जैसे ही लॉकडाउन खत्म होगा शूटिंग आगे बढ़ेगी, और फिर से वही तथाचार्य की जो मौज मस्ती है और वो तथाचार्य की जो हरकतें हैं वो चालू हो जाएंगी.
हाँ, जो जोश है. हाँ, एक्चुअली बहुत ही पॉपुलर है. मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा सीरियल लगता है. मैं टाइम निकाल के कुछ सीरियल्स हैं जो देखती हूँ, उनमें से ये तेनाली रामा भी एक है. तो बहुत अच्छा लगा पंकज जी आपसे बात करके, और फिर हम मिलेंगे किसी और सब्जेक्ट पे बात करने के लिए. एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच. We are very thankful to have you on our show.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. मेरी एक विनती है, प्लीज लॉकडाउन का पालन कीजिए, अपने घरों में रहिए, और सेफ रहिए, स्वस्थ रहिए, मस्त रहिए. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from Ahmedabad. He is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. His name is Nagesh Sood and he is also a very well-known human rights activist across India. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you, Chandrakant. It is good to be back today. And thank you once again for bringing me on Akulmach.
Yes, it is our pleasure, Nagesh. So, as you know, we are discussing the human rights and our what are the legal parameters available for citizens of India. And today we would like to discuss about the right to education. So, like to know your opinion from the international perspective, how we stand as a country when it comes to right to education in India.
Well, CK, as you know, that right to education is a very important human right, which ought to be accessible to everyone without any discrimination. All children must be able to go to school and thereby benefit from the same opportunities to build a future. Now, educational instruction must also be equally gratuitous so that children from disadvantaged environments will be able to enjoy their right to education. The right to education also supposes that the objectives of learning will be attained. This means that all children have the right to benefit from a quality education adapted to their needs. We also must have teachers who are trained in techniques of teaching, which combined with pedagogy and play for purpose of arousing the children's interest in education. It is the responsibility of the countries to guarantee each child right to education. Now, education is a fundamental right and essential for exercise of all other human rights because it promotes individual freedom and empowerment and yields important development benefits. Everyone has a right to education. Education has to be free, at least in elementary and fundamental stages. Elementary education should be compulsory, and education should be directed to the full development of the human personality and for strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. So basically, we have various conventions internationally and treaties which have been signed by different countries. The first international instrument on right to education is 1960 UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education. In short, we call it as CADE, which in addition to discrimination addresses equality of opportunity, access to free primary education and rights of minority groups. Article 4 of CADE sanctions the following duties and actions upon the state parties to implement the primary education free and compulsory, make secondary education in its different forms generally available and accessible to all, make higher education equally accessible to all on the basis of individual capacity, assure compliance by all with an obligation to attend school as prescribed by law. It further ensures that the standards of education are equivalent in all public educational institutions of the same level. The other covenants are Article 26, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 4 and 5 of UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education, 1960, International Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, 1965, International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, 1966, Article 13 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 10 of Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, Article 2, 22, 23, 27, 28, 32 of Convention on Rights of Child, Article 24 of Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So these are the major conventions which obligate to ensure the right of access to education and provide free and compulsory primary education to every child in the entire world.
So, as a country, we came into existence in 1947. So, the Indian government would have signed this treaty with the United Nations, and hence, I'm assuming that we have to adhere or probably implement all these provisions for the citizens of India. Is that correct in my understanding, Nagesh?
Absolutely, as a signatory of treaties and conventions under the international law, we are under obligation to provide these rights to the citizens and basically children of these countries, of our country, and also it obligates us to provide free primary education to children beginning from the age of 6 to 14. And it has actually a long history, but over the period, we have come out with an act called Right to Education Act 2009. And now that there are various schemes of the government, which I would like to talk in details in our next session, that has the government, doing their obligations and meeting the requirements of providing free and compulsory education to children.
So Nagesh, I think we will split our discussion in two parts. So in today's discussion, we are discussing about the global implications on the Indian education system and how it percolates down to the actual implementation. We will discuss in tomorrow's discussion. But at this point, I would like to ask you one question, which is, having signed this treaty with UN and various agencies of UN, how government of India adopt these laws, international laws, and is there a provision to have a debate, or they have to just follow these law in a verbatim format?
Well, CK, in fact, we are under obligations once we have signed these treaties and conventions to follow these treaties and provide measures for implementations of these conventions. And accordingly, we have framed a law which obligates the government to provide free education to children and secondary and higher education to everyone who are able to afford or access the same. Now, recently, you must have noticed that many countries have closed down these schools since COVID-19 outbreak, and it is just disrupting learning and education of hundreds and millions of students. Now, in the times of these crises, the schools are providing children with sense of stability and normalcy by giving them online education. There is a platform which has been put in place wherein the education is provided through online medium, and they are being connected. But unfortunately, not everybody is accessible to internet. So, of course, in cities and in bigger towns, there is internet which is accessible to everyone and is also affordable. But the plight of people who are in villages where there is no internet facility, for them, of course, it is something very difficult to achieve. And therefore, I'm sure our government is making certain provisions to provide education accessible to everyone in the entire country by providing internet and other mediums so that education can be given to every children of this country.
That's a very good point, Mr. Nagesh. In fact, if I recall, our Honorable Finance Minister made that announcement for the education sector that what they should do. And I was like pleasantly surprised that the government of India had standardized the education system from class 1 to class 12, and they had converted this course material into e-learning chapters, and they had uploaded all of that into an e-learning system. So as far as government is concerned, I think they have provided whatever they could. My humble submission is that I don't see that really being implemented by the universities, institutes, and schools in the true spirit. Because, like you said, that the online education system is going on, but I think what we really need is e-learning. I mean, we will come to the second part of your observation about the villages, but I think let's look at the urban population, which are only getting some sort of a screen time with the teacher at this point in time, where the teacher comes in front using a camera or a voice. But I think the learning is getting hit while the children are getting exposed to the school time, but they are not getting anything. That is my opinion. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, CK, as you know, that we have shifted to this mechanism very recently. First of all, the provision has been made instantly because the closure of schools were sudden, the closure of universities were suddenly done because of the ongoing pandemic. Now, to have our teachers, applying this technical system, there needs a little time and methodology that they can be used to, so that they can give that kind of learning which is equivalent to a classroom learning. There is, of course, a provision which is made, and it is an effort by all the institutions that somehow they are imparting education in the form of online learning and uh, giving access to a child or a student to be able to, be present, and there is an imparting of education. Of course, these students and the teachers are slowly getting used to this methodology, but I'm sure e-learning and learning online is one of the greatest and a comfortable medium for not only teachers but for the students to be in at home in their comfortable area and learn. So I think that will take a little time, and as you mentioned that the government has made an effort by compressing the syllabus and making certain changes in the syllabus so that it has become easier for students for e-learning. So I'm sure after a little while, when teachers and students get used to it, they'll be more comfortable and be able to use it to the maximum extent once the methodology is adopted in a positive way.
So, viewers, I would like to say that this is a very, very touchy subject, because all of us are parents and our children are going through, because of this COVID, there is an issue. Their normal development is getting slowed down a little bit. So what we have decided, Nagesh will come and talk to us in lot more detail about the actual implementation of these international laws, which allows all citizens of India certain level of education. However, I would like to say from my own, as my own opinion, that I think there's high time that schools look at what is happening globally and get into K-12 type of systems, which actually provides
scoring mechanism, some sort of learning chapter which are also available on the screen. Merely adapting a video platform and then teachers coming in front of children and then narrating things is, I think, is a stopgap arrangement. And I think there are few states in India which has also said that the schools cannot charge fee until the situation normalizes. So I think the COVID has taught us a lot of lessons, and our younger generation is majorly impacted because of that. I think this is a big thing. So we decided to discuss this in two sessions. So Nagesh, thank you very much for enlightening us about the international laws which are applicable, and the government of India is ensuring everything as far as education is concerned.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. It was indeed a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure, and we will catch up again tomorrow and continue the discussion of right to education.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you all today to discuss something very ancient, very medieval, and it's about the fairy tale. All of us have, we grew up hearing the grandma tales about fairies and the lords living in the castles, and having a fairy-like life, meeting their Prince Charming. So let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Nebel Gund, to discuss exactly this aspect of our today's life.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, but I've left my fairy wings in the garden. We haven't got them on at the moment. But yes. Are these fairy tales, or are they close to reality? What do you think?
Well, when we were kids, we really believed in them. We always believed there was a king, a queen, a princess, and a prince, and they had a happy ever after moment. But now we have become mature, and we try to put the things in perspective. I personally feel the life would have sucked inside a castle, simply because you need to get your water, you need to do your chores, you need an army of servants to do your work, and there was no piped water in those days. There was no pump. How they would have got their water supplied to the king's chamber or queen's chamber or bathroom so high up in the turret? You can be a king, but you won't be doing it by yourself. There must be somebody to do it. And when you have so many people to work for you, it creates a chaos. It creates a smell. It creates a stench. And then it also creates cleanliness fiasco. So I'm assuming that even the Disney logo is a castle. But I'm sure the living conditions may be appalling in those buildings.
Well, they certainly were. I mean, certainly down at the bottom, because you mentioned about how does the water get to the king's bath? Quite simple, in a bucket carried by somebody else. Certainly not the king, certainly not the princess, not the prince or the queen, or any of the courtiers. It would have been by a lowly servant. And how times change, really. All we do is our lowly servant is now called a tap. So perhaps this is artificial intelligence at work. Perhaps, you never know. Plumbers invented taps, and we can actually pump water around the house. But yeah, a servant would have literally carried it in a bucket, or if they were a particularly big household, I would imagine they would have had a yoke, a bit like you see over cattle that are pulling in the old way of tilling over the soil. So and then you carry two. So
And I suppose those people were really fortunate because we know why the yoke is invented, because it takes the pressure off everywhere else in the body. So, and well, that'd be a bit bigger, wouldn't it? You know, carrying one bucket up a few stairs. And it wasn't a few stairs, was it? It was hundreds of stairs. And where's the water? Because the water isn't halfway up. The water was right down the bottom. And I suppose if the king had been nice to the servant on the day, it would have been clean water. And if the king had not been very nice to the servant, it might have been a little dirty water. You wouldn't even know where that come from. But even so, has times changed? Don't we still have that hierarchy in any culture in the world? You know, the dictatorship that we got in China, we have all of the people up there at the top eating really well, and you've got people right down at the bottom in the paddy fields, just about barely making enough income to live. But even in a democracy, it's just as bad. We've got slums all over the world in democracies, and we've got very rich people living just outside those slums. So has anything changed? Has that fairy tale actually really close to reality?
Neville, what I feel is that our romance with castle life or fairy tales has not gone away. The castles and the forts have disappeared because humans realize that they are not good enough, but we have simply copied their ways into our real life. And we actually talk about pyramids. So instead of calling them castles, now we have a pyramid structure. You look at a company, there is a pyramid structure. There is a CEO and then a bunch of guys. And the junior most guys is at the bottom. If you look at society, it's again a pyramid where the ruler of the country is really in a very cozy and nice place, whereas as you said correctly, there are slums and so on and so forth. If you look at dictators, it's the same thing. There are slums, people are poor, but then there are few guys who are at the tip of the pyramid, or the top end of the pyramid is really where there are less people, but they have all the facilities with them. So I think, in my opinion, the fort life or the castle life is now becoming a much wider pyramid for all of us.
I think I'm with you, to be honest with you. And how are we going to change that? So where are we going to start to change all this? I mean, I remember when I was a rebellious student at university, thinking, you know, power to the people, be equitable for everybody. We should all get paid the same wage. We should all pay the same taxes. And because we live in the same street, we should all be given the same houses. You know, why should this person get a better house than I get? And that was the rebellious sort of late 70s. And I'm sure every student is thinking that way. You know, why can't I have that? But it is it's a meritocracy, though, you know. We should be promoting good practice.
Well, if everybody gets equal resources, then it is a communism. But the important thing is, even communist countries have developed their own pyramids. So I don't think we can get out of it. It's not easy.
It's very true, and this is a light-hearted look into this arena. So, if you're just locking onto us now and you've only joined the conversation partway through, this is not serious, but there is a serious message around it. You know, we need to, if we think that equality is something that we should be looking for, and it's an inequitable society, then we need to start at home. So, look at yourself. Look at your own family. Is it a meritocracy? Is it a democracy? Is it a dictatorship? You know, are you looking at communist or capitalist traits? Or are you getting the best of all worlds? And reality is you want to get the best of all worlds, you know, because there's clearly no one model that's right. Because if there was a model that's right, we'd all be following it, wouldn't we?
Absolutely. So, in real sense, the fairy tale castles are not really a very conducive life. It did not offer the comfort as we hear in our stories, and which is pretty much like our actual life. So instead of castles, we are living in our pyramids. So I think this is what the message is for today, Neville.
It is the message for today. Reality hurts sometimes, but once you get to know your reality, at least you've got a fighting chance to move above that reality level if you want to. Been fascinating talking with you, CK. As they say, an Englishman's home is his castle. I'm going to leave it on that note, and you can dream whatever that means to you.
Well, Neville, please go in the turret and look at your land while I'll go sit in my pyramid.
Nice speaking with you, CK. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav who is enjoying Bangalore weather, and though he is in 14 days of quarantine, he has just returned back from Johannesburg. And as you know, he has a deep interest in communication, he has deep interest in corporate training, and he has been training professionals like marketing professionals and IT professionals. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hi Kanchan, good day to you, good to meet you, good to talk to you once again. And Bangalore has got a pretty stable kind of a weather, and therefore I do not feel much change from what it is in Johannesburg right now. So there is not a great dip or increase in the temperature. As I was discussing, that Bangalore stands at 3,000 feet above the sea levels. So yes, I'm enjoying, and quarantine has its own advantages, and since we are wired to think into positive way, so I am taking some interesting clues out of the quarantine days.
Okay, so all the best for a healthy lifestyle, and you just come out from quarantine. And I know that you are sitting in a largest state of South India, which is Karnataka, and it's seventh state in all over India in area wise. So I have a lot of attachment towards Karnataka, because most of learning which I've done is in two cities. One is in Delhi and one is in Karnataka. So let's listen from you, since you are there present and enjoying the air and the food of Karnataka region. So
Yes, Kanchan, Karnataka is a very spectacular and interesting state of the Indian Union, and as you mentioned, it is the largest of the state in this part of the India, and Karnataka has a very interesting place. Much before the state was formed, in the State Reorganization Act in the 1956, when actually Karnataka state came into a border, a form, a shape, a districts. But before this State Reorganization Act, the Karnataka, the Kannadiga, the Carnatic region was part of the whole of the South India, and it was basically controlled with almost 20 different administrative zones, something like Nizams of Hyderabad, a state of Mysore, Bombay Presidency, Madras Presidency, some of the Kodagu areas. And so if we take it from our 1947 times year when we got independence, Karnataka was not a defined state. That means the Kannadiga and the Karnataka culture was around these administrative regions,
which were then brought forward from on the linguistic basis and all the cultural assimilation that happened. And since 1956, that is, I think, the month of November, we get this spectacular state which we call at Karnataka. While I was growing up, Kanchan, in the North India, I always used to feel very interested with the name Karnataka. So I used to think, wow, what an entertaining state this would be. And I never thought that I will land up in Karnataka and lead a very Karnataka-full life, and that I have been living in last 10 years.
Yeah, here I remember, then when you are talking of Karnataka, there's a very interesting aspect of Karnataka is the toys, the Channa Patna toys, which are unique to Karnataka state. It is started by a person by the name of Mia, and these are wooden toys. And they have, we get supply of these toys. They are interesting toys with lot of colors. And we have these kind of toys being circulated all over India if we want for our kids. Now things have changed and we are coming towards our own origin. So I think that is one of the best choice for growing children, especially who are toddlers, and they can enjoy and they can play with these wooden toys.
Right, Kanchan. But since I am now past my toddler age, so the food is something that attracts me a lot. And
before that, before you come to the food, I also want to tell you, because you have a lot of interest and love for Japan, these toys use the Japanese technology.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That calls for a separate conversation, Kanchan.
Yes, so let's talk about food, which is again, it's my interest.
Yes, Kanchan. So I am from one of the categories of foodies. You know, I believe some people live to eat and some people eat to live. So I am in the second category. I eat to live. But of course, I have a taste to find out a tingling, interesting food with a history. The history part of the food and the dishes adds to the taste in my mouth. And that's how I got interested when I heard about ragi roti. Ragi roti, akki roti, bisi vele bhat, ragi mudde. And that cereal, the specific cereal of ragi, that actually attracted my taste buds and my thinking. First of all, its name as a cereal. And before I came to Karnataka, I did not know about this cereal as such. And I have tried everywhere, wherever I find out the ragi roti or ragi mudde. Mudde is nothing but kind of a laddus, you know, and it is not easy to make. And ragi roti is also not easy to prepare, but it tastes amazing. And and bisi vele bhat. Actually, I tasted bisi vele bhat first in many years back in Hyderabad, and I always thought that it is a dish from Telangana or Andhra, as it was called those days. But now I realize that bisi vele bhat is from Karnataka. The other thing that attracts me, Kanchan, is about the people of a particular region, how they come up in the country's ecosystem and they contribute towards the larger ecosystem of the country. And therefore the key people, I mean best is to start with the cricketers, and as we know, cricket is our passion. So if you see the great cricketers from Karnataka, Anil Kumble, Rahul Dravid, the Wall, whom we call Javagal Srinath, in olden days, Gundappa Vishnath. In 1983 World Cup, Roger Binney, the biggest wicket keeper, a wicket taker. And in 1983, again, the wicket keeper was Syed Kirmani. And nowadays, after our Mahi has retired, we are hearing about KL Rahul getting into the team. Again, he's from Karnataka. So, cricket is a great place
and Karnataka has a great tradition of cricket. And there is an interesting South Africa connection also, Kanchan. The Bangalore IPL team was headed by the South African cricket captain, A.B. de Villiers. So during my South Africa sojourn, many people, when they heard that I stay in Bangalore, and they would immediately say, Bangalore? A.B. de Villiers? And I used to say, wow, yes. And that's how Karnataka, the people from Karnataka, the scientists from Karnataka, the rich musical tradition of Carnatic music, of which the greatest of the names are Pandit Bhimsen Joshi and Gangubai Hangal, Amir Bai Karnataki. I mean, these are the great names. Kannada literature, though I cannot read Kannada, but I know that Kannada literature has been a great source of the literary journey and the literary contribution from India itself. So from a science world, Professor C.N.R. Rao, and then the latest movie of Vidya Balan showcases another great from Karnataka, Shakuntala Devi, the mathematician. So, Kanchan, this is what I think each of our provinces in India, they have some wonderful conventions, cultural connects, and synergies, which we need to cover in our conversations so that we can bring in the Indian federal structure gets its juices from each of these states. And I'm happy that we are discussing about one of these states.
Okay, fine. You have mentioned wonderful things about Karnataka and the people also who belong to the state, but you are forgetting one very interesting thing. Ask me
okay. What?
Saris of Mysore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is something which is interest to me. So, silk saris in Mysore are there. It's worldwide famous. Silk is kind of woven with the thread, the golden thread, and they are awesome. So next time when you are going somewhere and if you have some friend, a woman friend, you should offer giving a gift of the sari. They are awesome.
Yeah.
And I've seen
yes.
how it is done. I've seen also how this whole process is being done. I've seen it at Mysore, and it's very, very interesting.
No doubt about it. I mean, Kanchan, Mysore silk saris are world famous. In fact, we should have our conversation around the Indian saris and the Indian textiles, in another conversation series. But since you mentioned about, going with a woman friends, that is the key pain point on the pocket, once you take out, buy a pure Mysore silk sari, you have to really adjust your monthly budget for that month.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from
So we will be
Technologies
discussing
and you're
more
welcome to our weekly
aspect
show
of Karnataka,
Roundtable.
Bangalore,
And today we have
Mysore,
interesting
and
panel
of course Hampi,
and also
which
interesting
is World
subject to
Heritage
discuss.
Site. In our next series,
I'm fine.
As
yes,
it is so good to talk to you and know more
I'm
about
fine, Sitesh, and we
Karnataka
have
and Bangalore. So till
That's
next
right.
meet, take care, bye bye. Have a nice day.
As we say in Karnataka, I would thank you by saying Dhanyavada Gadu.
Okay, Dhanyavad. Okay, see you. Bye bye.
See you.
Neville, I heard you're getting the COVID shot.
Yes, we are.
how lucky you are, Neville.
Well, I'm not going to be lucky, but a few people will be ahead of the queue. But there is a conspiracy. Some people are going to pay for this.
Well, to know more about this, subscribe to our channel and dive into this discussion, which is coming up right now. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Top Brass. And let me welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Bond.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. The news of the day is vaccine fever. Thank God someone has created a vaccine.
Neville, UK government has started a stir, and it's a big news globally. The Indians are now demanding the vaccine, and work has to really take the fast pace to provide the vaccine for the Indians. And as of today's tally in the morning, we have reached 10 million patients, COVID patients, with a survival rate of almost 93%. So it's very high, but I think we need a vaccine to basically stay relevant in the business area.
Well, like anything else, I grew up with vaccines. I was given vaccines from when I was a very small baby, even before I can remember. Measles, mumps, rubella, the MMR vaccine, which 7 or 8 years ago had a huge rebellion. It was causing after effects, etc., etc. Well, 10 years ago, I was 50. And 50 years prior to that, I had the injection. And yeah, there may be evidence that there may be some long-term issues with a small number of people. But that's a risk you take with the vaccine. The issue is, without the vaccine, what's happening? And you said you've hit 10 million people, although there's a high level of success. But 7% of those people have died. That is unacceptable, really. A government, humanity really cannot do that. More people are dying there than are dying in the wars. The wars to end all wars, World War One, World War Two, etc., etc. So humanity needs to, stand up and be counted. And the other thing is, this is just the first vaccine. Some people say it's been pushed through. It's been pushed through too fast. We don't know the long-term effects. Well, we're never going to know the long-term effects but we do know that the long-term effects of catching this virus actually are quite catastrophic. We cannot continue to be unprotected when this virus is out there. And clearly, wearing a mask, washing our hands, keeping clean is not a long-term solution to this particularly nasty virus. And the other thing is, this virus, as we've already found, is changing its status. We've already heard we've heard of a mink farm in Denmark being affected. So this is just one virus which will change its characteristic and be stronger over time. So it's not least to say it's closed the world down for a number of months. We cannot afford for that to happen again.
Neville, I think you said it rightly. We all need the vaccine. Before I start, my understanding of what is going on in this part of the world, I just want to correct the impression that you got. The fatalities in India are less than 100,000. So if we believe this data, the fatalities are less than 100,000, but still very high. In a matter of 8 months, 100,000 people have died, and they died in a matter of minutes, in a matter of hours. The COVID was identified, and next day they were dead. So the effect of COVID was so fears. However, survival is 93%. That means 8% of the people are still suffering from COVID. The 93% people have gone to hospitals and come back. So we don't know really whether they are the carriers or they have beaten the disease. I don't think we have the data right now. However, when we talk about the vaccine, it usually takes roughly about 5 years to 10 years and a lot of permutation combinations before it is announced successfully to the for the masses. So in this case, it's less than a year, and we are seeing so many vaccines being talked about today. So there is Oxford vaccine, there is Sputnik from Russia, there are three from India, there are maybe US, and then this Pfizer, which is now starting next week. Do you really feel that these vaccines are real, or do you feel as a citizen of UK, do you feel that these vaccines are going to work?
Oh, it's a great question, CK, and if you look at the normal transition, and they're saying it on the TV, and eminent doctors are saying it on the TV, the ones that are actually telling their parents to, as soon as they're offered the vaccine, take it. You know, these are established people in the profession. I mean, you and I have got no. We're not trained in this world of pharmaceuticals or indeed human biology. So we are not the authoritative body here. So we can only take advice from those that we trust with their experience, with their knowledge. And I think the word trust is really important here, because they're the ones that are saying normally it takes 10 years. You know, they're not hiding this fact. It normally takes 10 years for any vaccine like this to go through the process, to get all of the patients through, all of the guinea pigs, as they've been called, through the process year after year after year, and then go through the efficacy of the independent testing by the authoritative approving bodies. And it normally takes 10 years. But they know that the focus has been so intense that they've crammed 10 years worth of development into a year. And Professor Van Dam, who's the eminent body in the UK, has said that's exactly what's happened. This is an unusual circumstance where we've had so much evidence, so many examples, so many people that have caught this virus, that they've had lots and lots more opportunity to study what's been going on. And remember, China threw out the initial DNA strand of what this virus was back in January or February of this year. And it was openly available. They didn't hide it. They didn't say, you know, this is our, you know, proprietary information. They put it out on the public arena. And all of the eminent developers, all of these companies that produce vaccines on a regular basis, saw that DNA strand. And they all turned around and said, can we attack this? Have we the resources? We need to do our bit for mankind. And it wasn't an Indian company looking at India, and it wasn't a UK company looking at the UK. These are scientists that look at problems that the global community has got. Remember, this wasn't just a restricted little infection. This is a zombie virus. So all of the eminent authorities are going to be looking at this. They're going to be talking about this. The airwaves, you know, would have been full of all information going backwards and forwards. Remember, these are scientists. They only deal with facts. They deal with anomalies as well, but they will look at this from a very stringent arena. I mean, that's my belief, and because that's what I'm told. And I know a few people in the industry, and that's their integrity, if you like, being challenged. So has this been, a lot of people are saying this has been rushed through, we haven't had the testing. I just believe that the focus has been so intense globally that the best brains have been pushed at this for probably longer than it would have been over the 10-year period, because it's been so focused. That's my belief. I think people have been going into their labs and they've just been working on this one specific strand, whereas previously they were probably working on 20 or 30. So when we look at, as business people, we know about focus. When we're really focused on something, we can push something through in 2 weeks, whereas it would have taken us maybe 2 years without that focus, without that evidence, without the information. So just from an entrepreneurial basis here, I think we can say, yeah, I can believe that it's been that fast because the focus has been there.
So Neville, I think what you're saying and what you've heard from the senior eminent people in UK, I think it makes a lot of sense. I personally see two different kinds of threats in this arena. One is that the manufacturers themselves are saying that it has a success rate of only 60 to 70%. That means that 30% people will not show positive signs of recovery after getting this inoculation done. So that is threat number one. That means 30% of people are still not out of the threat, and we don't know which one. The second threat I see is that we have worked very hard to inform or sort of train people about social distancing, washing your hands, wearing a mask. I think when people who are vaccinated, they start dropping their guard and they start, thinking, hey, we are inoculated, so virus won't affect us. I think that is the second threat we have, that in the immediate vicinity of getting the vaccination done, some people may act, in a different way and drop their guard and then help in spreading the virus further. What do you have to say about this?
Well, again, you're absolutely right. I mean, firstly, let's look at what is currently available. Forget COVID. Okay, COVID is a flu strain. Each year, I get the flu virus. It's commonly available around the world. In some countries, you pay for it. In some countries, you don't have to pay for it. In the UK, I'm at a particular age and I don't pay for it. But if I wanted it, I could pay for it. And it costs about £10. Okay, so we're talking 10,000 rupees, I think, approximately.
No, 1,000.
If I've got 1,000. I thought it was 100. 100 to the pound?
10. So 1,000 rupees.
1,000. I beg your pardon. I'm a mathematician. I've even got that wrong. Okay. 1,000 rupees, which isn't a huge amount of money for what it protects you. But from an efficacy point of view, does it work? Okay. That's the first question. Every year I get the flu jab, my doctor tells me, well, actually, there's probably slightly better chance than 50%. So in other words, of all the flu viruses that are going to hit this year, and apparently I'm told, I could be wrong here, but I'm told there are over 100 flu strains that come along each year, and they're all different, they've all got a slight difference. There's only a 50% chance that I will get protected for the one that's going to hit the UK arena. Now, I've been lucky in the last 3 years in that I've had the flu jab, and like anything else, there's a bit of pain for a couple of days, where it's like a muscle spasm. And the last 3 or 4 years, I've had no further side effects, not even a sniffle, which I've had in the past. But in previous years, I've been knocked out for 2 weeks. Just physically, feeling dreadful for 2 weeks because, perhaps I just wasn't protected. So when they put out the request for the vaccine, they were only looking at efficacy of better than 50%. Now, we've seen efficacy of over 70%, and in some cases, 95%. So we're in a far better position, one would say, than we are with the normal flu jab. We all accept the flu jab in the UK, certainly in the Western world. I don't know, how prevalent it is in India, but we just accept it. It is just a way of life. And maybe this COVID is just another flu jab that we might have to take, every year. And as you said a little earlier, people are carriers. They don't know they're carriers. It's not affected them at all. They're just carriers. Their body is carrying the virus. It's not affecting them, but they are carriers. And maybe they're carriers for the rest of their life. We don't know unless they're regularly tested. I'm not even too sure, to be honest with you. Again, I'm not the authoritative body here. I'm not even too sure if you're tested, whether you will be tested positive as a carrier. I have no idea. But there are carriers and they do pass it on. So we still have to be diligent. We still have to look at our personal hygiene. In the business world, we talk about being a space invader. In other words, don't get too close to people when you're talking to them because it's disrespectful, it's insulting. You're invading their space. So I think these, face space issues will continue for some considerable time. But they're the right thing to do anyway. It's personal hygiene in many respects.
Absolutely. So I think that with a pinch of salt, we can welcome the move of the UK government, and I'm sure other governments will also bring it as per their regulations and as per their approval processes for the citizens of their own country. So I think we are all eagerly waiting with a pinch of salt that we cannot afford to let our guard down. We have to continue practicing the social distancing, personal hygiene, and mask. And so I think I feel that by next week they will start giving you the shots. Naval, what is the plan now?
Oh yes, I mean there is a very strict operation that will take place. We're told that 800,000 will be coming into the UK within the next 10 days. Already, I believe they've been allocated, and they've been allocated in a smart way. It's the frontline workers, it's the nurses and doctors, it's the care workers that are literally the ones most at risk. Equally, the others that are most at risk are the elderly and the ones that have got other issues to deal with, whether they're asthmatic or whether they've got other respiratory diseases. So there will be a clear pecking order here. We believe that you can't jump the order, and just because you've got money, you can get the vaccine, because it will be strictly controlled, just like anything else. I mean, even the flu jab is fairly strictly controlled. The other thing is, as we do know, this particular vaccine, it needs to be stored at incredibly low temperatures. So it's not the sort of thing that you can just put in your handbag and carry it around for a couple of weeks. They need to be stored at, minus 70 odd degrees, which is an imposition. It's a specific issue that they have to deal with. So it's a logistic nightmare coming down the pike. The authorities clearly have dealt with this type of vaccine before, dealt with these storage temperatures before, and it's only got a shelf life of 5 days in a normal refrigerator. So we're talking about, there need to be some fairly strict logistical controls around the use of this vaccine. Otherwise, whoever gets it and it's literally past its sell-by date, it'll be a waste of time anyway. So there are still hurdles to go through. The other vaccines, we're told, don't have such stringent requirements, but this is the first. So let's hope that 800,000 people, and they'll need to have 2 injections apparently. So it's 1 and then a booster. So if we've got 800,000 coming through, let's assume that that's 800,000 people by Christmas, let's say, by 3 weeks' time, will be well on the way to being protected. And then let's just hope by Easter, the rest of the world is actually on that route. Because we have to kill this off.
Certainly, I think we look forward to getting out of this situation. But is it going to cost a lot of money, Naval, or is it going to be free, funded by Exchequer?
It will be free. I mean, as you know, in the UK, the National Health Service is free at the point of need. This is definitely identified as a point of need, so it falls into that free category. So in time, I expect, you know, if you want to have it, you'll be able to pay for it. But frankly, I think we're a year away from that anyway. But certainly in the UK. But in the first instance, yes, it will definitely be free, and I'll happily receive it as soon as my name comes out of the hat.
Fantastic. So we wish you all the best, and we also look forward to the success on this project. And viewers, we will be covering about this as a new development happens, because this is so important for the entire mankind, and we will be talking about it. Naval, thank you for coming today morning and sharing the modus operandi about the vaccination process. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
Good to see you, CK. Good luck, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav. As you know, he has a deep interest in corporate training and he has a marvelous career in education, teaching IT professional and marketing people. So Sitesh, welcome to the show. Top Brass, how are you doing today?
I'm well, I'm very, very well, and I now look forward talking to you in the interesting subjects that we are trying to bring on this platform. Thank you so much.
Okay, Sitesh, we had been discussing about change management, and it is always start with the top. The change always start from the top. And then there's a training is also part of tackling and enhancing and kind of getting easily, seamlessly transferred into one situation to another situation. So this critical thinking, as we were discussing, is also part of a change management. So there are some feature of this skill, and I think this is a hard skill. So what do you say about this?
No, definitely, Kanchan. It is a hard skill, and humans are not designed to think in that critical thinking mode until and unless the situation or the opportunity presents itself. It has been seen that when, as humans, we are faced with generally life-threatening situations, we start thinking critically. But in our general day-to-day life, we generally live on the creative side and the problem-solving side, as I was telling you yesterday. The critical thinking part comes when there is some problem at hand, an emergency is at hand, and we have to take some decision which could generally be probably related to the life, probably related to the welfare of the people, probably related to
the society or the nation building. For example, let's say a bridge on a river. Okay, so it is important to bring the critical thinking habit into our ambit of thought process amongst us, amongst the students, amongst children, amongst schools at a very, very beginning stage. And I agree with you. Yes, it has to be.
Okay, so there are several skills in critical thinking. So how shall we start, and how shall a child or how a school should incorporate these kind of training to children in at younger age?
So Kanchan, observation is a given fact amongst the children. They learn by observations. We may call it copying, but actually it is observation. So children learn it by observation, and once they think that enough of the observation, sufficient of the observation has been done, and therefore they move on to analysis. For example, when we have seen a child trying to walk for the first time, the child observes people around, elders around, and then tries to take some kind of a calculated risks, and then tries to analyze the situation that holding a wall or holding a door will be helpful to the child. So I think observation is the first thing that we are, as an educator, we think that observation everybody is doing, but that is not the case. When we see some children in the school, when we meet some of those children or youngsters in colleges, yes, they are looking at things, but they are not observing. I think the first thing to develop is the observational skills. We all go to a picnic, we all go to sightseeing, and we all see things, but do we observe things? In the school tour, this has to be a part of very conscious effort on the teacher's side, that please observe and just don't see. Once students are actually designed or asked to observe, they might start doing analysis of it. And then, somebody would say, yes, I have observed a water flowing down the hill, but what do I do with this? So then comes the educator's help to ask certain questions which pushes the brain of the child to think in the terms of analysis.
Right.
Now you have observed, now you do the analysis. And that's how everything has to be thought from an educator's point of view, because children would not know about it. They are overflowing with energies and their own faculties, what we call our body faculties, the senses. It is the teachers, it is the educators, it is the trainers, it is the corporate trainers who have to bring this subtle abilities amongst the learners. So observation, analysis. Once you have done the observation and the analysis, the third is the interpretation. How interpret it? How would any child interpret it? So, I was listening to this in the most of the schooling system that I have seen across, that I have traveled. You bring 10 different children in the classroom. Now those different children are not all of the same IQ, same thought process, same observation, same EQ. EQ is very important. And then we ask all of them to climb the tree. Now, the one of them who has a mind of a monkey can climb the tree. A mind of a bird will definitely fly to the tree. But how do you take the mind of an elephant to climb the tree? Now, once we put the children through these things, The child who has a mind of an elephant will always think that he does not have the ability. But that's not the problem of the child. It is the problem of the educator. So I think it is very, very important for teachers, for educators, for trainers, for people like you and me to take this message that the creative and the critical thinking skills is not only for the children to pick up naturally. It is nothing that you just shake a tree and something will fall on you. That we also have to shake that our own ways of thinking and then get into the observation, analysis, interpretation, and then we have done these first three things, then we go to the other techniques. I think I make sense.
Yes, it is, and you have raised a very good point, like observation. And here I think that in training observation, because all the things as a human being we are trained. For walking also we get training. So like getting that skill of observation, I think we also require meditation and yoga techniques to enhance this.
Exactly. But the challenge, Kanchan, I face always is that I see that yoga and meditation has been promoted in today's world as a tool for adults, as a tool, therapeutic tool for adults, for people with various chronic illnesses or generally a stress. But more and more, it is important to inculcate those yoga and meditation. We have to remove the religion part of it, of course. And we have to bring it to the masses, to the children at a very, very beginning level. And we have to show the results in the children who go through these yoga sessions or meditation, how peaceful, how precise they can think, how critically they can think, because their mind is at one place. It is not wavering around. And yes, it is important, and you have brought a wonderful point.
So it was, as usual, very nice to talk to you. We will continue this discussion further. So we'll meet tomorrow again and discuss critical thinking further. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And today we are discussing one of the wonderful king, Lalitaditya. He is the most powerful king of ruler of Kolkata dynasty. And it is said that in few chronicles that he is a world conqueror. And his empire included not only Indian parts but also Afghanistan and Central Asia. To discuss more about this wonderful king, we have reputed historian, Ms. Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm also good.
Yes. And today we are discussing a wonderful profile of great King Lalitadit. And I just want to share one thing. I happened to visit his Avantipur in Kashmir. And since that, I'm mesmerized the kind of structure I've seen there. So I would like to listen more about this wonderful ruler of India.
See, Lalitaditya belonged to the Karkota dynasty of Kashmir.
And it is also said that this Karkota dynasty evolved from the mythical Naga dynasty. Okay, and he was termed as a word conqueror by one of the writers of Kashmir, Kalhana. So Kalhana wrote one account known as Raj Tarangini, in which he describes Laitaditya as a word conqueror. And to tell you, Kanchan, the meaning of Raj Tarangini is rulers of the river. Okay, rulers of the river. So uh, Kalhana has explained his reign as such that he was ruling all the extents of the rivers of India, not only in India, Afghanistan, Central Asia also. And if you view the historical accounts, not only in Kalhana's Rajtarangini, we get the mention of Lalitaditya in the book of Tang Dynasty of China. So that means he had relations with China also that time. Some historical accounts they put up that one of his ministers, Count Kun, was of Chinese origin. So that means he had, extent till China. And if we see his time period, it is from 724 to 760 CE.
Okay.
Why he is termed as a world conqueror is that he was the king who not only stopped the Arabian and Turkish invasions in India, but also established his empire in most, major parts of India, Afghanistan, and the Central Asia. He is also termed as the Alexander of India. So why? Because Alexander also boasted to be a world conqueror. So same way, the Kashmiri author Kalhana, he wrote about him that he was a world conqueror, not only a world conqueror, a person who built the empire, who developed all the areas of art, architecture, and he was a great builder. Apart from a military general, he was a great builder. Why he is termed as a world conqueror? Because first of all, he defeated a very famous king, Yashovarman of Kannauj.
Right.
And finally, Yashovarman, submitted to him, and not only Yashovarman but other rulers that time, they all accepted his suzerainty. And why he is, praised in all the records is because he was the one who stopped all the foreign invasions. That time, all the Arabian, the Turkish invasions which were happening in India, and the time period in which he ruled. He ruled for around 37 years. So that time period in which he ruled, they are free of foreign invasions. Otherwise, before that, you find lot of foreign invasions happening. Because 326, you get Alexander coming to India, and many other, Arabian and Turkish invaders also.
Right.
But his rule, that almost 37 years he ruled, that was free of invasions. That means his army was very strong, his empire was, huge, and he was a good administrator because he was able to manage this huge empire sitting at Srinagar, because Srinagar was the traditional capital, but he developed his new capital that was known as Parihaspur. Still it is there, Parihaspur. Parihaspur means a smiling place. So he developed his capital there, and he controlled the entire India, Central Asia, and Afghanistan from there. Not only in terms of his military conquests. He is also known in history because of his, love for temples. So many temples he built,
Yes.
and one of the temples, which is 3 miles away from Anantnag in
Right.
Kashmir,
Right.
it is the Sun Martin Temple. It is the Sun Temple.
Yes.
We only get the ruins now because it was ruined by one Islamic invader. He ordered rather
Right.
to destroy the temple.
Right.
So this
Good
Sun
evening.
Martyr temple has a huge temple in between,
Good.
surrounded
How are
by
you?
84 smaller shrines.
Right.
So, and very beautiful architecture. Very beautiful architecture.
Yes.
And not only this Sun
Same here,
Martin
same here.
temple, he built
First of all,
temples
I would
of
like to ask you
Shiva,
a question.
Vishnu,
This
all
name is very unique
deities
one,
he
Akulmach.
built the temples, but
Your company's
unfortunately,
name.
the invaders who came, they
So
destroyed
how
all
it
the
actually?
beautiful
Okay.
architecture which was left by Lalita Ditya. Not only this, we because that time, there was scarcity of water probably because of as we know Kashmir is very cold. So he built many bunds. Bunds means small water bodies for the purpose of irrigation and canals, which he got built
Okay,
from the
great, great.
rivers, canals
Very
for
unique.
the irrigational
I thought that
purposes.
it may be
So
some
not only
international
we
name.
can remember him as a military general,
I
but
would
a
like to ask you
builder
about what does it mean
who
actually?
has left a good legacy. But unfortunately,
100%.
as I said, the
Okay.
invaders,
So
the
you are
Islamic
basically like
invaders, they ruined it. They rather gave orders to ruin it, so, which is very unfortunate. And see, it has not only happened in Kashmir in the reign of Lalita Ditya, but if you move down to Gujarat, Mahmud Ghazni, he attacked Somnath temple many times.
Right.
Why? Because it was a very rich temple.
Right.
Very rich temple. So, to tell you the fact, Ghazni, he invaded India 17 times.
Right.
From 1000 to 1017 AD. So not
so
only
now I think it's
in
better
Kashmir,
situation in
so
Gurgaon.
many places these
So far the
invasions
pandemic.
has happened, which have destroyed our heritage, because all these temples, monuments, they come under heritage, and they tell us about the history. You
Right.
know,
Right.
so much of destruction was done in the previous years, in the past, and now I will divert from the topic, Kanchan. Now when I'm not talking as an individual, I'm talking as a common person. Now when we want to undo that which has happened, so lot of communal questions they come up. Many communal questions
Yes. Right.
they sprung up.
Yes, actually, we don't realize this is a part of our heritage and we should be proud of it. As I told you, when I visited Avantipuram, it was so mesmerizing because even the ruins, the architecture on the pillars and the stones
So
which
tell
I've
me,
seen that point of time,
you are
it
known
were
not
really
as CK, you
very
can call me JC
artistic.
also or Jayanti.
And you really
It's my first
feel
name.
and you have that kind of
whatever
greatness
suits
when
you.
you touch any of
No
these
problem.
stones, and it is spread on in a vast area. And that unfortunately it is all in a stone, I mean ruined.
You are just getting the ruins.
Right.
And just imagine if we had the original temple, how grand, how beautiful it would be.
Right. Right.
Main temple surrounded by 84 small shrines.
Right.
And it was the temple of sun god, because Martand is another name of sun. So not only for the sun, but he built temples for Shiva, Vishnu, and other Hindu deities. And why Lalitaditya is also praised in the pages of history, as I told you, not only for his military conquests, but for the work which he did for his subjects, for the public, because he cared for the public. He built those water bodies, bunds, canals for irrigation, and not only that, we in Kallana's Raj Tarangini, we get account that the statues which were built, they were huge, and maybe that was exaggerated also, because seeing the time period, you feel little confused at how they were able to erect so huge statues of gods and goddesses. But Kalhana's Raj Tarangini, which was written in the 12th century CE, gives us a very detailed account about his reign, about Lalitaditya's reign. Though he, see, now if you do a comparison, because some people, they compare Lalitaditya as a word conqueror, and they also compare him with Alexander, because they say he was the Alexander of India. But one unique thing about him was he was not into brutal killing, which Alexander did. So that difference we have to understand. He was not. He just when he went for conquests, there was always this option given to the king, that if it is your wish that you submit to us, or you have a battle or fight. So that way, treaties were also done, and many agreements were made. So it was not all that brutality. So when we compare him with Alexander, it is good, because as the history portrays Alexander as a great king, Alexander the Great. So we should also call Lalitaditya the Great. But unfortunately, Kanchan, mention of Lalitaditya is not in our history books, which is very, very sad.
Yes, very sad. And any who doesn't,
Why our children are deprived of the heritage and the great times which our kings had in India.
Right.
So this is little unfortunate, actually.
Yes, really very unfortunate, because any king who has ruled such a vast empire, and for so many years, he should be, and without benevolent or without caring of subject, no king can rule such a vast area and such a long time. And of course, Lalita, that has to be taught in school, and of course in colleges also, because he is a part of our rich heritage, and he was a great king.
And even Al-Biruni, even in Al-Biruni's accounts, he is mentioned, because his name was Laitaditya Mukta Pida.
Okay.
So Al-Biruni mentions Muttai, which is an upbranch of Mukta Pida.
Okay.
Tang dynasty of China, they mention his name.
Okay.
So that means he was known far and wide.
Okay.
His glory was far and wide.
Yes.
So, but unfortunate that foreigners knew about him, but now our generation, they don't know about the great kings. And I should be thankful to you, Kanchan, because at least you have taken up this task of exploring the great kings of India. So at least through this series, we will be able to tell our students, the common public, about the great kings which existed.
Yes,
who were really great.
Yes, and actually, it is something which really makes us proud, which should make us proud, that we belong to such a great country, that we have so great people like Lalitaditya, or like maybe Harshvardhan, maybe Ashoka, Chandragupta. So, and then we should have pride in this aspect of our culture and traditions.
Yes, and see why India was known as Sone ki Chidiya that time.
Very
Because
interesting.
of the prosperity.
In fact,
And it was
what
this
was there
wealth
is
and
very
prosperity only which
much in need for
lured
the
the
SMEs also.
foreign
Actually,
invaders
SME
to come to
segment is
India.
now they lack
Alexander,
two things
Gori,
mainly. One is the market,
Ghazni,
and second is the
they
finance.
all came to
So
invade
now
the wealth.
naturally, if you can develop the sales
And
channel, and I think
how
you have developed
India
because
was
you have
so
telling that you have
much
taken a
wealthy and
plans.
prosperous because of
So
the
naturally, you are
rulers,
already
because
well
of their
placed and
policies,
good.
because of their
I really
administration.
appreciate it.
Because see, when if a head of the family is not good, you cannot expect a good family. Same way, if the ruler is not good, you cannot expect a flourishing country. So that means our kings were great.
Right.
Who were glorified even in our Puranas, Vedas, all the ancient texts. They sing the glory of our kings.
Right.
So we should be proud of that heritage.
Right.
As Indians, we should be proud of our culture, of our heritage, of our history, which is really magical, mesmerizing,
Yes.
beautiful.
Definitely. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Mitaji, today and discuss one of the greatest King Lalitaditya. We'll be discussing more about his period in our other series. Till then, bye
Yeah,
what is
I
the
will
revenue
cover
model then?
about his military
How you are
conquests
doing
Yes.
it?
in detail.
Yes, we'll be discussing military conquest in detail in our next series.
Monthly
So
subscription.
till then, bye bye. Take care.
And for
Thank
every
you.
month, you are inviting them for a networking session, and as well as probably talking to, sharing their views, etc. Something like that.
I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. And today we are discussing one of the greatest kings of India who has a tremendous effect on our history and our future also, because he is the one person who stopped there are two kings, and he is one of the kings who stopped the foreign invasion, and I'm talking about Porus. So we will be discussing more about in this current series, and to discuss and to know more about this great king, we have an eminent historian, Professor Meeta Joshi, who is head of the department of one of the prestigious colleges for women in Hyderabad. Welcome to the show, madam. How are you today?
Fine. So
Namaskar,
you
Kanchan,
right
I'm
now
fine.
everything
How
is
are
virtual.
you?
But do
I'm
you
fine,
do this
ma'am.
physical interview,
So,
physical
we are discussing
events also,
about
or everything is
Porus
virtual only?
and Alexander and the impact of this war. There was a war. So, we will be
So tell me
discussing more.
how
We
I
want to
can
know
help
more
you in any
about this
way.
great king, Indian king, Porus.
Okay, so before I tell you about Porus, let me give you a brief overview that
Okay.
what happened before Porus
Fine.
in
So
India.
now I am
There were
telling
a
a
lot
little
of
bit of what
Iranian
I
and
do.
Macedonian
As probably you
invasions
have
in
checked with the
India,
Facebook and
and after
LinkedIn,
the
it's
Persians,
there. But
there were the
being a
Macedonians,
business coach
the
and strategist and
Alexander of
consultant both.
Macedonia,
So
who came to
I have
India to
founded
plunder
one
his wealth,
vertical
the
called
wealth of
Ascentric
India.
Global.
His main motive
So
was that
this
because
Ascentric
he had
Global
heard
is a
lot of
consulting
stories
platform,
about
and we are having
India's
experts
wealth,
in.
India's
We have
glory,
this digital
about
technology vertical as well as
the temples
strategic
which were very,
management
very rich
consulting,
in terms
as
of
well as we have
jewelry, in
HR
terms of
experts,
money. So he was
and
very, very
all of them,
curious to
mostly of
visit
them,
India.
are already
So,
renowned in their own field.
uh, make it the
So
Greeks were the
now
next.
we are
First came the
into few
Persians,
projects.
then
Actually,
came the
you can say
Greeks.
that
So
we are
Greeks
initiating,
were the next foreigners who
especially right
came
now.
to
More
India,
focus is coming on
and
digital
that
transformation.
time the political
And apart
condition
from
of
this, I am
India was
also
such
advisor to few
that
other
it was again divided into small,
companies
small
as well as
provinces, principalities,
some
and there was
ventures
no
like yours,
unity.
where
There was
they are
no
trying to
unity.
make this
So,
global business
because
acceleration.
people have heard
They are
about,
marketing, they are doing national,
Alexander's
international events,
personality,
and
that he
bringing
is a
business
brutal
exchange meetings.
warrior,
So I
and
am also with
he
them.
had
So
taken this up
what
in
we
his
can
mind
do
that
is
he will conquer the
we
entire
can have
world.
a kind of
There is one
tie-up,
small
something
story
like that,
about him,
where I
that when
can,
he was a child,
I
he
give you a
showed his
proposal
hand to
so
an
that I'll discuss with the
astrologer,
team. Then we can
and
have
he
few
told
exchange
the
meetings, and
astrologer, I
we
want
can
to
decide
conquer the
something that
world.
how we
So
can
the
go ahead.
astrologer said, you don't have that line in your hand.
Definitely, our
So he got so
many
furious that he took up his
there are
sword
demands for this
and he,
marketing, etc.
made a
And
line in
there
his
are
hand, and
demands
he
for
told the
from government
astrologer,
enterprise
I
also.
will
We have
prove you
actually
wrong.
people with
I will
B2B
conquer
business
the
also,
entire world.
and then
So
other B2B and
he all
this
the Indians
other
knew
whatever
about
domain we
his
were
stories,
thinking
that
about.
what
So
type
more
of personality
now
he
my
is.
most of the time
So
is going
when
for that, and also
Alexander
as you rightly said,
came
I
to
am
India
writing a
in
book with Marshall Goldsmith,
326 BC, if
and
we
that has become
see, that
very
time there
challenging for
was
me
a
right now
Prince Ambi,
because of the
King
time
Ambi
constraint
of
actually.
Takshila, and
So this
then
is also
this
I am writing. Actually,
King
I suggested
Porus.
him when
Actually,
we
his
are
name
having
was
one
not
interaction.
Porus.
I suggested that
He is
whatever
mentioned
business
in Greek
philosophy you are teaching
records
me, these
as
are all based
Porus.
on the USA
Because he
Western
belonged to
management
the
style.
Kuru
But
dynasty.
India, as
He
you know,
belonged
he is
to
a
the
very
Kuru
good
dynasty. So
believer in Buddhism.
he was called
So he
Paurava or
loves Buddhist
Purushottama.
philosophy. And
So
many
he
times
was
he mentioned
in
in his
Greek
books also that
accounts,
is
in
there.
Greek, all
So
the
I asked him that
travelogues,
why don't
we
you
get
think
his
about, and
name
he
as
also knows
Porus.
Gita
So
very well. So I
Porus,
told that why don't
Ambi,
you
and
highlight,
Takshila
think
and
about this
Porus's
field, do
empire
something in the
were
Indian
nearby.
context.
So
Think
when
because
Ambi
India is
heard about
all the big CEOs are Indians,
Alexander coming in,
and
he got
Indians are
very
globally
afraid.
present.
So
Even
he said,
the
instead
latest
of waging
US
war,
government is
let
having a
me,
good Indian presence. So and
welcome
he
him
told me
and let me
why don't you steer it? You do it, I'll
submit
be
under
waiting.
Alexander, so
And
that
now it
there
backfired
is
for me.
no
So
destruction. Number one.
I
Number
have to
two,
work on these things,
because
and I
if
am
I become an
actually
ally of
doing this thing
Alexander,
actually, apart
then
from whatever I
my
do.
prestige will
So this is
increase.
in a nutshell
So
about
what
me.
Ambi did when
And
Alexander came, he
in fact,
welcomed him. He welcomed Alexander
we are connecting
and
with
he gave
many
him
experts
lot
like
of
you in
presents.
different domain.
Because
We are
he was
getting
also a
connected
king.
also, and
Alexander was
it's a good
also
fortune for me,
king of
what I should say,
Macedonia.
that
So he
it
gave
is always a
him
learning experience. That
around 700
after this
horses,
pandemic, actually, this has shot
3,000
up.
oxen, and
Pandemic has
10,000 sheep.
become a boon for us, actually,
So
you can say,
not only
for
this, he gave him a
verticals like
contingent of
us, actually.
5,000 soldiers
So
and
otherwise, I would have
replenished the
to
treasury
travel,
of
as you know, very much
Alexander.
that
So
international
now
travel and all these
Alexander
things are
became
so
more
very hectic.
egoistic, that I will be,
So this is now
because
mostly we are having
he
this
had
using
this in
this
his mind, that
Zoom
he
and
is a
all the
conqueror.
other
So
avenues,
he sent a
and
message to Porus
a
or
lot of various
Kaurava,
meetings are going
that
on, in
you
fact, right now.
also,
So I'll be happy that
come
if we
under
can
my
collaborate in
suzerainty.
some
You
way,
accept
and
my power.
we can
But
definitely
Porus refused to do that.
be a little
He
bit of
said no.
use for
If
you.
you are
You
a
are
king
already having
and
good
if you
presence
are
in the
a
market.
warrior, come to the
In some
battlefield.
way, let
I
us
will
see
see you there.
what
So
lies
Alexander
in the
got
future.
very much annoyed by this, because when he came to India, he got such a welcome from Ambi, from King Ambi. So he got very, very annoyed, and they met. It is known as the Battle of Hydaspes, because the river Jhelum, in Greek accounts, it is the name of Jhelum river
No,
is
it is better.
Hydaspes. So this war between Alexander and Porus is known as the Battle of Hydaspes. So Porus's kingdom was between Jhelum and Chenab rivers. And because any place which is near a river is very, very fertile,
Right.
so his kingdom was very prosperous. So when Alexander's army and Porus's army met, the army of Porus was bigger in size.
Okay.
But the army of Alexander had refined artillery. They had refined, equipments of war.
Right.
In Porus's army, there were around 210 elephants, and he had a standing army of many thousand soldiers, the army of Alexander was also big, but when it came to warfare, the Porus's army lacked the skills. They lacked the skills. But one advantage Porus had, that he had elephants.
Right.
And Macedonian people had never seen elephants.
Right.
So when they saw the huge elephants, they were spellbound. They saw the elephants for the first time. So what the soldiers of Alexander's army did, they started piercing the elephants with the arrows.
Right.
So the one elephant, one or two elephants, they got very angry and they ran. And
They're
many
charged.
people,
Yeah.
many people were
What I'll
trampled
do,
to death
I'll
because of that.
send
But
you
in
the
spite of
profile
this
details of
advantage of
those who are
Porus,
in SSC
he
Global.
could
You
not.
just study,
This
and
was
then
one
we'll
thing.
talk again.
Another
That
thing,
how we
heavy
can devise
rain
this, because actually,
happened. So because of
honestly
rain, the
speaking, you have
chariots'
people who are already
wheels
very
they
highly
got
globally
stuck
connected.
in mud.
So they are
So
not the
that
material for this
became
type
a
of
disadvantage for
thing
Porus's
actually.
army.
And
And
SME is a
in
good sector. And actually, I am also connected with
war was
NASCOM, and
fought
then
in the
I am a chartered
field
member
of
of CARI
Karri.
also. So
K-A-R-R-I, Karri.
networking, I know that
So
that's a
there
good
it
In
was
fact,
all muddy,
what I can say,
and
a
the
few, 3, 4, 5
chariots'
years
wheels
back,
they
I
got
joined
stuck
one
in
club
the mud.
like this. I
So,
named
so
it
that
Titan Club.
that became an advantage for
Then
Alexander,
I
and
backed out
finally
one fellow called
Alexander
Durga, who is
made
also
Porus
named
a
this
prisoner.
Suresh. His name is Suresh
He made
Pansarwala.
Porus a prisoner, and when
I was
he was
invited for
taken to
him to speak
Alexander's
many
camp,
times, and Suresh
Alexander
is doing
asked him
one.
that,
He floated one flag which is
"What do I
registered
do
named Tajurba,
with you now?
and
Because you were
he
very
also likes
egoistic.
DNIP.
You did not
Like
accept
Tajurba,
my
they are now there.
suzerainty,
Started with the All
and
India presence, but then
when
again they are
I gave
confined
you
to
a
the
proposal, you
this
refused
territory
it.
of
But
Delhi
Porus was
Delhi
such a
NCR, you can
brave,
say. So
person,
they are
because he
networking.
is
He is
known for
doing
his
now. He is
bravery,
doing mostly workshops how to
and his,
triple your profit for
this
90 days, etc., etc. This is
confidence
what.
he had.
And
So even if
mostly
he
now
is a
he is into
prisoner and
training,
he is
etc.
standing in front of Alexander,
So
he
I am
gave a
thinking
very
much
cool
beyond that. Is
reply.
that if
He
there
said,
is any other business
when
proposition from your
Alexander
side, apart
asked
from
him,
this
"What do I
logistics
do
help
with
and
you?"
all,
He said,
you
"You
can
do
definitely
what a
order.
king does with another king."
You can
So
definitely
this
present me, and
reply of
we can
Porus melted the heart of
include you
Alexander.
in one group.
And
But then again,
Porus was also a king,
these
and
things
then
I don't know that
he
how far I will be able
he
to help you.
appreciated the
Apart
courage,
from this,
the bravery that
if you have any
uh,
serious project, you
Porus
can
could
share me. If you are
have been
into
killed by
technology
Alexander,
projects, etc.,
but
we can
still
involve
he
you
is
with some
speaking
projects
in
also, because we are doing
a
a lot of
high volume,
government
and he
projects
was
are also we
speaking
are
with courage,
in
with no
talks.
fear at all. So this
So far the
impressed
technology part
Alexander,
of
I
execution
think this,
seems
and
to be
then
smooth
Alexander
sailing. We can
yes,
see
I
actually.
think
huh?
this
And
line has become
for your
so
channel
popular.
promotion, these things
Even, I
actually, this
mean,
will be good if
the way
I can
Porus
share it
told
in few of my groups.
Alexander, treat
But
me
that's not
like any
just to help
other
you. That's
king
all.
treat
It's not a business
another
proposition for
prisoner
me at
king.
all.
So I think this is a very, very
So
impactful behavior, impactful part of personality of a great king Porus. Because in
Yes,
normal ways,
a
he never
normal
answers
human
like
being will frightened.
yes.
A normal human will be frightened. You are
Yeah.
standing in front of a
Yeah, he
king.
may
So
be
instead
thinking
of
of a treaty, or he may be thinking of a friendship.
in
But
LinkedIn.
here's a king who said, "Treat me like another king treats
29th where? In
another
LinkedIn.
one king."
as treats another king. This
Right,
So
was
as
his
a
reply.
global
right.
So
influencer. Acha.
Alexander
Okay.
embraced him and returned his empire, what he has invaded. Rather, when he left India, he gave some other parts of India also to
So
Porus to
you
take
became
care.
his mentor.
So it came
You
under
became his mentor.
the Macedonian this thing sovereignty, but Porus took care of
Okay, good.
that entire empire. One thing more I want to tell you, Kanchan. See, somewhere our history is also mistaken, because whenever we call Alexander, we address him Alexander the Great.
Right, right.
So, if you think as a common man or a common person, he was a brutal
Especially for SMEs,
warrior.
this is really good
He killed
because
thousands
they
and
are
thousands
badly
of
looking
people
for
just
market,
to
etc.
satisfy his own
So
ego.
I
Right.
will
He
definitely able to
wanted
help
to
you
become
in
a
connecting
world
few people.
conqueror.
But you are
Right.
already connected.
If
And
you
then
see
again,
other things, if you
you send me the
suppose you
propositions,
see
what are you
Ashoka,
exactly
he
thinking,
also
and
did
let us exchange. I'll be sending the profile of Ashoka Global people also.
Right.
You see,
And
Chandragupta
let
Maurya,
us see how far
he
we can
was
go.
also a very great king.
And
Right.
So, but what made them great was their deeds, their goodness,
Right.
their
yeah,
compassion
actually,
towards
we are
people.
actually
But
taking into our
Alexander was
vertical
a
many companies
totally
and
opposite
entrepreneurs
personality,
because
and why
we have
we call
many type of
him
requirements are coming.
Alexander the Great
And
as a
globally, not
history
locally also, not only locally.
student
So
and
what we
as a
do, we
history
try
lecturer.
to connect
I
with them,
really
and
think that
definitely we
why
charge
see
consulting
that's
fee.
why because
And
we
these
portray
are
a
all
wrong
project
history.
based connections.
We have
And
given
sometimes
a
we have
see, this
funders,
way
we
you are
have
giving a wrong
impact
message
investors.
to the people
So
that whoever
in any
kills
case, we
is
need
big,
Right.
whoever
people with
kills
diversity.
is great.
Right.
So
And
it is not
we
a
try
right
to
message.
Right.
look for the
If
opportunities where we can place them.
any history
And for that
chronicler or
we,
any
it's
history
not,
writer
we
would
don't
give
charge anything
to
because
the
it
next
is all
generations.
just adding into the
And
vertical.
when he
And
was
charging will only
going
come only
back
if then
to
he is
his
considered for any
place,
projects,
he
or we
died
can
on the way.
have a
He
mutual
died near Babylonia because of
business
malaria.
execution, something like
Alexander.
that.
And when before his
So
death, because
this is what
he could
actually.
sense that he was
So
dying, he told his
now
people
Akulmach, you can
that when
definitely share the
you
proposal.
take
I'll
me to the grave,
definitely discuss
you
with few of
keep
my
my
friends.
hands out
Those
of
will be
my
interested. We
this
can
thing.
connect, no problem.
When you take me,
So
when they
that
asked why, then he said,
your
people
membership
should
structure
know
also you can
that
share,
even a
whatever thing
word
you have.
conqueror
But my
goes
experience
empty
is that
hands.
this
When he leaves the
I
world, he
was I
goes
am into
empty
the global
hands.
board of
He
this
realized it
one of
very
the group
late.
called Market Next.
Alexander
They are also
realized it very
he was
late.
also
But
outside. He's from
we
Kerala,
calling him
and they
great,
are
we calling
into.
him,
They have started one venture
okay,
development
he
company, and
was a
Market Next is
mighty
a wing for
warrior.
them.
I agree.
They started with
But
this membership
that
fees.
was
Then
on
they
the
finally left
that
it.
was the power of his
He
sword.
once told me that
That was the
see,
power of his army.
Doctor.
But if
Once
you
you
see
make
the
them
other
member, they
aspect,
think that I have
it was
married to death,
only brutality
and
what he
so
did.
so much
He killed
demand they
thousands and
started. Then
thousands of
I am getting
people.
bombarded with so
Many
many
families were
messages,
totally,
etc. We have a big team, in
finished
fact,
because of
and that
Alexander.
becomes
And
killing my other
but you
ventures.
can
And
call
he is
Porus great.
into
You can definitely
consultations
call
with
Porus
especially
great
his
because
expert
fought
domain
with
is
lot
Africa,
of
and
bravery,
then Latin
fought
America
his
and few other
kingdom for
countries.
his people.
So this is what
He never,
he was sharing
because
actually. In fact,
Alexander
initially I
was a
also thought
foreign
about
invader,
doing this
so
membership
he
type of
never
thing. Then I
wanted to
thought that
give
it will
that
not be
impression to
my cup
his
of tea. Basically,
subjects
it needs a
that
different
as a
mindset.
king
Actually, I'm not,
I am a
telling
failure.
anything,
So he fought. It is
criticizing
a
anything for you
different
because you
story
are
that
already
he
doing this, and
was
he
defeated.
probably
He
will be doing
lost
it
the
more
battle of
systematically.
Hydaspes,
And
but still
naturally,
he won.
if
In the
anybody is
pages
doing,
of
I'm ready.
history,
Well,
you
we have
remember
digital
Porus
material
as a
people also
great
with us,
king,
and they are giving
for his
lectures
bravery, for
education
for
sector,
his
literature
valiant
sector.
behavior,
So
for his
we can,
courage.
if possible, if you want, then we can
So I
connect
think
you with
that
him also.
the whole
He's a Pune
personality
based
and
guy.
the
He's
character
running a
of
company.
Horus is
Now
much
recently
higher
he
in
went to
terms
Dubai
of
to open an office for them.
a king. I feel when
So
compared
this,
to
what I'm trying
Alexander,
to say
why?
is that
Because
we have
Alexander just
many
won the
companies, and
territories,
not all
but
are
here
on
is
board,
one
and also
king who
some
fought,
of them are
who defeated,
into the
and
loop actually.
after even defeat, he impressed a king. A king we call the Alexander the Great, and he was so impressed that he has said, "Okay, no, you are so great, and the way you are so smart, and you deserve to be king, a great king." So he has said, "Okay, fine,
Well,
I
you
will
carry
treat
on.
you like a king. I'm a king, and but you are also king."
Whatever
But
model
on
is
at the
successful,
same time, Porus
it will
also
be
took
replicated.
care
So if your model
administration,
is
he took care
successful for
his
you,
kingdom, he
then
took
why
care of
bother?
his people, which I think,
Everything is not
in a
everybody's cup
way,
of tea.
Alexander the Great has that was not having that capability, as not missing out in trade, isn't it?
Yeah, he was. He see the history which is written is. I'm not saying that it is not up to the mark, but somewhere they lack. Somewhere they lack in portraying the people.
Right.
Whether it is ancient history, whether it is European history, whether it is medieval, modern, uh, when we had our Indian struggle for independence, so the Western authors, Western historians, they termed our freedom fighters as
what I'll suggest, CK, is you please
revolutionaries,
send me the
and
proposals
they have
and
not
with all your promotional,
termed them as great
probably
people,
brochures,
Right.
whatever
because
need you
you're
need.
fighting against them.
I'll be
Yes.
sharing
But
it
if
my
you
group,
see from
and as
our
well as I am
perspective,
sharing
they
the
were
this
great
proposal
because
also
they
with
gave
you,
us a free air to breathe.
and then
Right.
So some
let us talk
the
again.
historians,
By that time,
they
let me
have
see
a
that
different
how
they
we
had a
can
different perspective
leverage each
to
other's network.
see the events, to
That will be good.
record the events, which at some places is not just, because you are giving a wrong message.
Yes.
You are giving a wrong message
No, if you don't
to
want to
the
quote
for
them,
the
don't quote them.
generations to
Just tell
come.
them what type of
So it was
states
lovely
and
talking to you,
formalities and
Professor
supports you are
Joshi. We'll
giving.
be
Just
discussing
don't quote the
about
fees. That's all.
porous and the situation at that point of time in our next episode. For today, it was so wonderful to talk to you and know more about this great king, Porous, the Great of India. So see you tomorrow. Bye bye. You take care.
Thank you, Kanchan.
No, that is what I'm saying. Just send me that part, which I can share with few of my guys. Don't share the commercials. Don't share the commercials. Fine. Yeah, that will be good. And I am writing my mobile number here. You can also write yours so that we can also connect in WhatsApp or whatever way you like. Fine. Fine. Marketing is the biggest, bone of contentions for all the business guys. So you are.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and
focusing on that domain
welcome
only.
to Sortie Wednesday.
That is definitely
And
going to give a lot
friends,
of
as you know, in the Sortie Wednesday, we
the
usually
membership style is also very good.
give the tips to our contestants
These
to
things
make
you
more
have
powerful videos so that there are
powerful
more
friends
fan
who join the
followers.
CEO's
And
chair. One of
usually
them
my
is their link. And
colleague from UK joins.
these things are very much in,
And
there
he's
is
one of
another
the key
international
person to
website
give
also. I'm
those
just
tips.
forgetting the name.
His name is
They
Naval
have a
Gond.
very good presence.
Unfortunately, there is a
they are
storm
also,
which is praising
inviting many
UK,
stalwarts
and
to speak and
in
share
Naval's area
different
there has been a
topics.
power cut, so he is unable to
Just like I
join.
have a
But
good friend who
nevertheless,
is
I will
a
give you the
capital
tip.
minister. So one of
Thank
them
you,
is
Naval. We will
very
catch up
renowned
again
climate
on Sortie Wednesday next week.
expert, you can
But
say.
in the meantime, the
So
tip today
he's
is about
running one of his
how do
show, which
you
is very well
ensure
appreciated.
that there are more and more viewers
Many
sticking to
global
your
stalwarts for
videos
speaking
or
and
your
sharing
channel.
their views, etc.
So the whole idea
So these
is
are
that
very
when you
in
make a
thing, and
video,
now it will be more and more, because
more and
video is
more
the
people should
now
come.
video is
It's
the
not
latest
only that
craze.
one video has become very popular, but the next one is not equally popular. So you need to do a little bit of analytics around what is selling on your channel and what is not. In other words, what your viewers, standard viewers, like and does not like. So that analysis you have to do in order to ensure that your channel is more popular and the people who are watching you keep coming back again and again. Now, one of the trick to do that is maintain a bit of variety. And since most of the video platforms allow categorization into different categories, you can also make playlists. Say, for example, if you're choosing Facebook or YouTube, in both the platforms, there are playlists which you can create. And if your channel has
You are adding a
variety,
lot of value.
that means you are catering to a wider audience.
People, not only
Say, for example, if you're making a training based video, which is related to, say, lead generation, let's say, for example. And if you also have another playlist which talks about how do you create impression using LinkedIn. So that becomes a second link list, playlist, and that is how you can maintain variety in your channel. It's very important, dear viewers and also contestants, to maintain variety on your channel to ensure that
so you can share
your
mobile
channel
number here,
caters
or
to
also otherwise you
a
can
wide
WhatsApp me
array
also.
of audience and also provide support to wider audience. It's not only one type. if you're making a video in astronomy, make sure that
Actually,
you also
on that
talk
day, I
about
was so occupied.
what
You
is
asked me
happening in the
that what.
terrestrial
In
world,
fact, on that
which
day,
is Earth. So
had
you
it
have
been
one thing
we are
on
talking,
astronomy
we
going
have to
and
talk on
another
mobile
thing
only.
what is happening around Earth. So these are just examples. So the moot point here is viewers
Yes,
and
now I
contestants
understand.
that in your channel you have to maintain variety, and that is how a set of audience will keep coming to your
sometimes serious people
content,
come. Most of
watching
the
your
time,
content,
people
because
come who want to just
what they like is your
waste your
content,
time.
your presentation
And now,
style, and your technical
but I am
skills in
fortunate.
terms
I
of
have connected
presentation.
many
So
good
these are the
friends in
things that the
Facebook.
viewers are looking for
Many good
from
friends.
a knowledge-based
Some of
channel,
them became
either
my
on YouTube or some
associates
other platform
in
like
my
Twitch or
research team
Facebook.
also.
But make sure that you maintain variety in
So in
order
that
to
way, I am really grateful to Facebook
popularize your
and LinkedIn also.
videos or channel. So this is a little tip for today in Sortie Wednesday. I will catch up with you again tomorrow on some other subject.
So
Until
I'll be
then,
happy
bye.
to definitely to get a good friend like you, and let me see how we can leverage actually. You send me whatever you want to send, and let me have a look in it. Then we can talk again. Fine, no problem. We can chat in WhatsApp also, and then we can come again live. Yeah, if we can see each other, it is the best way.
Who let the dogs out?
Thank you so much.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Have a good day, good evening, I can say.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we are joined by Mr. Ramesh Krishnan, who is a business development and channel leaders, and he's working for a security company based in San Francisco. Welcome to the show, Ramesh.
Fine. So actually, now
hey,
I am.
good evening, CK. How are you? It's nice to see you.
Yes, Ramesh. In fact, what I feel is that this lockdown situation that is affecting the globe has brought people together even before what we were. And look at you, both of us. We are talking after a decade.
Will be if
Yeah,
there
that's
is
what I was
any
about to say. First of all,
miracle
thank you for
happens.
reaching
So
out. It's been
this will be
ages. I
the
think it's been
miracle
15
that
years, more
BJP
than a
takes
decade,
being
decade and
ordered,
a half.
because they don't have,
When we
didn't have
last
any
we were
presence at all in
colleagues, and
India.
we
So
remained in
now
touch.
they
But
are
I've been
almost
back here for quite a
eyeing each
while, and
other.
it's nice to see you. Thank
So
you
that
for
is the
having
best
me.
part.
I'm happy to talk to you.
Same here. You're looking as energetic and as jovial as ever, Ramesh. Please
That's a
keep it
big
up.
problem for
Well, that's very kind of you. It's
many
still
projects
only
which I tried to
8:30,
didn't do
8:45 in
well,
the
that
morning
became
over here.
backfired because of
Give
all
it a
this
few more hours.
political
I mean,
nonsense.
I'll try, get through
So
the
that's a
day and,
kind of a
do
drawback for us.
a little bit of things on the
And
weekend. Maybe
next
at
time
that
when
time, I don't
we'll
know
speak
about
more
the
on
energy part.
political, we can do.
One has to maintain a sense of humor
Now
about a
a
lot of
lot of
things. So
international business people are
thanks for
interested
saying that.
to enter
And
into
you look
India,
very well, man. You don't
and
look
we
like any
can help
different than
them
what
to
I've
get
seen
the
you.
gateway, because
It
we
doesn't
have
look like
good
you've aged at all.
friends there.
I mean, I lost all my
in
hair,
here.
but
And
Yeah, so I think I can
secondly
share
is
some
that
secret.
there are a lot of
I do cycling to work
abroad. There are a lot of
about 60
markets,
kilometers
as you
every week.
you are
That's
already
my
well
routine.
aware.
So
So
I have made
I'm
my
just
routine,
repeating.
and even in this
So
lockdown, I have a cycle
now
at home, so I keep cycling.
if we get a good
And
IT, we get
from
good
when
IT
we were together,
companies
I was working for
who
you
can
as
handle
part of
this
your
kind of
team
things.
member.
So that will
From
be
that point, I've
good
lost
for all of
about
us actually.
17 kgs.
So we have
So
something
this
in
is
common. Saturday mornings, I normally
you send
do a
me,
bike ride
catch up again.
between about anywhere from 30 miles to about 50 miles.
Thank you. Take care.
It's going to rain today, so can't bike.
দেখা হচ্ছে আবার বেঙ্গলি
So I love
টেক্সট
biking,
মিট
bike
again
all the time. So that's
দেখা
my excuse
হচ্ছে
for not
আবার
biking. But there are other things that you do.
লেটস মিট
I
again
have a big park
দেখা
right
we
behind
will
my
see
home
each
where I
other
live,
হচ্ছে
and not too far from. We're about 40 miles south of San
হ্যাঁ
Francisco.
দেখা হচ্ছে
But as you know,
মানে
I live in
let us
these
meet
days.
again.
The entire planet is kind of in a situation which we have never been confronted, and
चलिए ठीक
for
है
some
thank
of
you
us, working
so
from
much
home
to
has been
I enjoyed
pretty
a lot.
business as
Thank you.
usual.
Bye.
You remember, I used to have a home office, back when you and I were colleagues. I mean, and so for 20 plus years, I've had a home office, and work from home has been part of that regimen for me. So the work from home is not new, but what's new is that now the work from home is actually a shared work from home, right? I mean, so like everybody else, I have a family. My wife is also a healthcare professional who works for a large hospital locally and as a researcher. And then my daughter is home. Her schooling is now all online. So there is always, now it's a shared work from home. So everybody's got their vantage points. We've got to share not just the living space, but also the bandwidth. I mean, and these days bandwidth has become kind of the most precious commodity for a lot of people. Everybody's on video calls, so obviously, it puts a lot of strain on the network. And then when you take breaks, and especially if you have a teenager, I mean, they do have their little social interactions with their friends, and plus Netflix is a big thing, right? So they consume that. So it's kind of brought a very new way of sort of the work-home, work-life balance in terms of how people are taking their day-to-day activities. So that's the most interesting thing that is going on. I do not know if you're aware. I live in Santa Clara County, which is one of the largest counties in the Bay Area, in the San Francisco Bay Area. And we were the first ones to go into what is called a very restricted shelter-in-place directive, which means the schools were closed. I mean, all educational institutions, anything that is non-essential was pretty much closed. So none of the malls are open, etc. And so it's a very different. So we just completed our third week in shelter in place. And what we have seen is that the social distancing, and I'd say it's actually more of physical distancing. I think socially people are becoming far more active. Our own example, we have connected after 15 years. Well, we should have been connected before, but did we do that because the world is going through a shutdown, lockdown? It's called different things. It's all the same thing, right? I mean, we are all pretty much in a very restricted physical moment outside. But what it has done is it's restricted the physical distancing, which is a very good thing. Socially, I think people are coming more closer together virtually without being face to face. So that's what's really going on. And in Santa Clara, what has happened is that we had to do this first because we were the largest number of the virus incidents, number of reported cases, etc. That actually came out in the Bay Area was in Santa Clara. So we had to do this first. But the good news is because we shut the county down first, even ahead of the country, our curve and I don't want to call it a trend, it's only 2-week data. So it will become a trend over time. But right now, the sign is that we seem to be on a flatter curve relatively versus other parts of the country and even other parts of the world. I don't know. How has it been for you?
Yes, so in India, it is a very strict lockdown. In fact, we have cops patrolling the streets. There are very heavy fines, and there is a new law which is imposed, which is a disaster. I mean, there is a new law which is now running, which is which is applicable during the disasters. So nobody is allowed to walk on the street, but things are coming to us. So life is not changed. Essentials services are running smoothly. But I think I will like to ask you, because you have 3 decades of experience, and none of us have seen this kind of situation ever in life, at least our generation. My parents have seen the lockdown during the war, but I think none of us have seen it. Neither you would have seen this kind of a situation. What do you think from your point of view? Will this change the way we do business, or do you think that life will become normal after a few days?
I think it's a matter of perspective. So I was a little child when that last aggression in India happened. And as you know, I was raised in India. And, when we had what was called blackouts, and if you talk to your parents, they will tell you we had to black tape, we had to put this black paper, like a chartboard paper on our ventilators, in the homes. And in Delhi homes, we used to have a ventilator which was all the way on the top of the ceiling and all that. So the cars going with the half blackened headlamps actually started at that time. So we used to have a lockdown from 6 p.m. in the evening till 6 a.m. And there were trenches dug in every park. So if you talk to that generation, they will tell you. And I was a little child, so I do have memories of it, but like you said, the world hasn't seen anything like this before. See, there it was a very different thing, right? I mean, you had an identified physical aggression that was happening. Right now, what has happened is that there is a virus that is out there which is not discriminating based upon the color of a person or the race of a person or the culture of a person or border, where this can just pretty much now permeate itself into the ecosystem that we broadly call the globe, right? So I think we are faced with a common enemy, which is the virus. I mean, and it has been a wake up call for the entire planet. And for a change, there are pluses and minuses. The good thing is that there seems to be at least a coalescence of ideas globally in terms of how do we beat this. There are countries that are sharing their data, it's out there, and you know how many people have been affected. Countries are shutting borders not because they don't want to trade with others, they just want to prevent the further proliferation of this virus. So I think it is causing a lot of anxiety for a lot of people just because it's uncharted. These are really uncharted waters for a lot of people, for the majority of the globe, irrespective of how old or young you might be. And I think to your question, is it going to change the way we do business? I think here's what's going to happen, right? I mean, we do not know for certainty when business as usual or business as we knew it or life as we knew it is going to go back into that into that particular approach or that way of living, right? A lot of ways, if you look at it more from a sort of soul searching or spirituality perspective, you say, well, did the human beings do this to the planet by so much growth and such rapid, sort of expectations, or trying to grow beyond a certain rate? And does it have to really be that? I mean, can we not um, sort of contain some of that, and so that we can be a far more cohesive global community? I mean, take an example, for instance. Prior to coronavirus, what were we hearing? We were hearing about bad incidents happening all around the world, whether it's got to do with a small minority element that goes and decides to either kill some people or whatever it is that they do. um, I think that type of heinous crime is completely, we don't hear it. I mean, can you even tell me where, on which channel that you can go and hear something like that, right? So I'm not saying that this is the antidote to killing things like terrorism and all that, but my point is that I think it's, I get the message, if I were sitting in other parts, I would say we can actually work with each other despite the differences that we have, so that we can bring down the incidence of any kind of border aggressions and what you have, but just sort of simply working with each other. I mean, so that's maybe the positive that has come out. Now, will it change the way we work in the future? I think this will definitely have an impact on how we go about doing our daily business. uh, you know and I think from a family structure perspective, I think a lot of families have started enjoying this time together. I mean, they are carving out family time versus work time, etc. So maybe this is in a way more social integration within a family, a nuclear family. It's also more social integration, keeping in touch with friends with whom you might have never spoken for 10 years or 15 years or whatever. That on the social side, that would change. What do you think?
So, in my opinion, I feel that this is going to continue for some more time because the virus is not soon going to vanish so soon. And but my more pertinent question is that if the virus is not going away, then we will always suspect the other person. We can always say because of the social distancing, but we can get into virtual closeness, because we can't talk to the other person or meet the other person. So there could be some opportunities or new way of doing business or new application opportunities for various organizations and stuff like that. That is what I feel.
Well, so two things, right? I mean, for a large portion of at least the technologies and the industries that I have been and you have been, um, we conduct a lot of business. Like, for instance, my job is global, and I don't travel all the time to go meet somebody who is sitting in, say, Asia Pac or Africa or Middle East or Latin America. A lot of times it is through a video call or a phone call. I mean, the thing that has changed is there are more video calls now than there were before, only because there is that closeness. You see, the visual impact of a conversation is actually far more valuable than just a pure, voice that is at an end of a wire or wireless or whatever you want to call it, right? So I think a large portion of the technology world, at least, and a large portion of that large global business has been conducting itself virtually for a long time. We've just not been so aware of it. Now that the situation is forced on us, we think, oh my God, I mean, like, what is this? We have to do business this way. Actually, it's not that. It's just more that we are using the virtual technology real time to conduct business, right? I mean, we've always done that. We just never mentally thought about it, right? This is making us think about it.
Right.
The other thing I'll say is I'm a glass half full guy. So you have to hold hope. So this is not going to be a permanent situation. We all know that. There are vaccines being developed, which will not be available this year, but will definitely be available next year. So if you think that people are going to avoid each other because I don't know that you have the virus or not, you got to think about it. The world overcame smallpox. Okay, how did the world do that, right? How did we do that? Through a vaccine, right? I mean, so when there can be mandates, like India has done a great job, I think, in terms of locking down the entire country, and there is a discipline around it, right? And would you imagine that 1 billion+ people can actually do that? Well, you are living it, so you know it. It's different, yes, in the rural area. I understand that there is a challenge with the migrant workers and all that, but despite that, there is law enforcement that is actually helping people without sort of going after somebody, right? And adhering to the rules. So I do believe that people will not be that hesitant to shake hands. As you develop a vaccine over time, it may take us time. I'm not saying this is going to happen in like June and July or end of this year. I'm saying that there is a long-term view that we have to take a look, right? Where people will get far more comfortable with each other in terms of the physical interaction along with the social interaction. I don't think that'll be so much of a challenge, but it will take time to get there. Yeah, will there be hesitation for parents of young kids to send their kids back to a daycare? Yeah, you can understand why. We are all parents. You know, the research thus far shows that this is only targeting a certain age group. I don't think so. I don't think a virus really cares. I mean, maybe the child has a greater immunity to it, and that's a different matter. So, it can be debated. There are a lot of science. There are a lot of scientists and doctors who will tell you, no, children are not, they have immunity, but they cannot be immune to everything, right? So, I think there will be a slow kind of trajectory in which that will start happening. I don't think it'll be that bad, though. I don't think people will avoid each other and things like that over time. But we don't know. The challenge is, how do you predict when that will happen?
So let's hope that this gets over soon. In the meanwhile, if there are new opportunities, there are entrepreneurs who are who are thinking of doing new innovations. They are most welcome to do innovations to help public by and large. But more important, I would like to say that it was such a great pleasure talking to you, Ramesh, and hearing your voice after a decade, or maybe more than a decade. And really appreciate your advices and your insight on this issue. So, thank you so much.
No, my pleasure too. Thanks for reaching out. And I agree with you. It's going to create a lot of innovation for a lot of people. Out of necessity, out of crisis comes, ideas. And they always say necessity is the mother of invention, right? So I'm sure there are a lot of entrepreneurs out there who are going to come up with some amazing technologies and ways of doing business, even non-technical, etc. And I'm very positive that will happen. I appreciate you reaching out. It's good to hear you, see you, and chat with you. And I look forward to more interactions in future.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Certainly, Ramesh, I think we have lockdown few more days left. Today is day 12. There are a few more days left. So we will find another opportunity to talk to you to check out how things are, because your county has done already tremendous job to contain the virus. We'll check on you after a week or so again.
Sure. We are locked down till May 3rd, at least, if not longer. So, we have a long way to go.
I will always catch you here.
Take care.
Take care and be
Stay
safe,
safe.
be positive.
Yeah. Same here. Stay safe and be well. You too.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Morning, Neville. How are you today?
I'm really well, CK. Good morning to you and good morning to everybody.
So, India's in lockdown, and today I would like to share my sort of mixed feeling, which is a portion of it is sad and a portion of it is angry. There is an elite group in this country, in my country, who sit in cozy rooms which is protected from all sides, and they have this dumb tool called Twitter, and they basically, without thinking, without applying their brain, they basically bring their arrogance into Twitter. Some guy is saying, hey, prime minister did not made my dog's favorite food as essential commodity during this lockdown. And there are others. So I just want to overlook all of these cynics, and I just want to overlook their foolish comments. I would like to give you what, as a community, what we are doing in our neighborhood. So the place where we have about 3,000 household, and we have a few pharmacies, and we have provision supermarket in our locality, which is reserved for our own locality. So first thing we have done is we've actually closed down or clamped down the main gate of our locality so the other people cannot come in. So completely secure. It's a gated community, and within the community we are building a token system so that people within the community don't crowd the provision store. So we have worked out a system where we have put a upper limit how much provision you can buy, so that there is no over purchase. People don't get panic and buy extra stuff. And then there is a token that is only 5 people can spend 15 minutes at any point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So there are limited tokens which are being generated, and this token generation is being done through an app. So we are trying to do our bit to make sure that we are following the authorities. At the same time, we don't panic as a community and pass through this lockdown period.
It's absolutely brilliant. I mean, this is where your community will be probably copied by lots of other communities. You and I spoke the other week about copying really good stuff that's out there. It's perfectly legitimate, and in these times, it's the best thing you can do. So if you're an SME at home now, it's about getting that little bit of discipline and stop the distractions. You started off with, there's the 1% brigade. There's always the 1% brigade. In India, 1% of 1.4 billion people is a very big number. And all of those people on social media can be a real distraction. And we're human beings. We want to know what's going on. We want to put our nose out and find out what's going on out there. But you've got a business to run. If you want your business to succeed, that's coming out of this pretty, difficult time, now's the time to get a bit of focus, to stop the distractions. Now, I'm not saying it's easy, especially if you've never done it before. If you've sat in that office in a tower block and you've been comfortable with the people around you, it could have been a serviced office, and there's no noise, there's no interference. It's very, very easy to focus on what you do. Now you're sat at home. The dog's barking. Social media's going mad. These things are an absolute disaster. Turn off the connectivity. Turn it on when you want to use it. So this is the biggest distraction we could have. Let's use this not as a distraction, but as a tool that it was used for. Don't use it as your heartbeat, boom, 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 all the time. When it goes ping, as it does, my wife's at home and she has hers on all the time because she can't go to the office. The office is closed. It goes ping, and on another occasion it goes bong, because ping is a text, bong is an email, you know? If you get this right, you can actually create a symphony of saying to people, can you send me this message at this time? And it'll go bing, bang, bong, bong, ching, bong, bing, bong, bing, bong. And it'll do that all the day. And boy, that will be a distraction. So just turn it off, you know, use it when you want to use it. Now that is real discipline. And I can't stress it enough. But you have discipline. You have discipline every day, CK. You're bright and fresh. You're 5.5 hours later than I am. It's a little early in the morning here. It's about 6:40, but it's about just about 12:30 your time, just after 12, 12:10, something like that.
Right.
So it's midway.
12:15.
Exactly. So it's midway through your day. You've been through all of your routines. You've done lots of work today. Believe it or not, I've had a phone call with Japan already. You know, so I had to be up a little bit earlier. But that's the point. You get into the discipline. You get the distractions out of the way. And the good news is when you do that, you will be very productive. And trust me, this really does work. After 20 years of working from home, and then a previous 15 odd years of traveling the world in various airport lounges, you don't need earphones to block things out. Your ears block things out for you. Now, you might think I'm mad, but if you start to do this, you're so focused on what you're doing, you block it out automatically. And then when your wife or partner says, you know, would you like a cup of tea? You've ignored it because you've blocked it out. And then they turn around and say, are you listening to me? And you hear that one because they've now come in your face. You will learn how to do that. And believe you me, when you learn how to do that, not that your partner will be particularly happy that you're doing that at home all the time, but when you learn how to do that, you will be incredibly productive. So just do it. Stop the distractions. Do one thing. Turn this off. Turn it on when you want to use it. So day 2, you know, another 19 to go. Perhaps, because they only said 21 days lockdown. That doesn't mean to say that on day 19 there's another 21 days coming. Who knows? But just be prepared. It's time to get things right. Great speaking with you, CK. I'm so pleased that your local arena is clamping down and doing some right things.
Right.
And I'm sure it's being copied, which is good news.
Right. So I think we are using an app, so that even for getting those tokens, we don't have to go to any counter or anything. So if we need to buy provisions, we just request on an app and get a token. We get a time allocated. I think it's brilliant. So I think whoever across the world, across India, I think they should do that in their gated communities.
Well, the interesting thing is that could be a way forward, because it doesn't necessarily, you know, difficult times require certain behaviours, but actually those certain behaviours could be followed through after the difficult times. Because the last thing you want to do is to go to your local provision shop and have 15 people queuing up in front of you.
Right.
You know, so we can be really smart here. You know, so, you know, don't make a crisis out of a disaster. You know, let's make some really good solutions. That's one. I wonder if people are listening out there that they've got their own solution. Send it in. tell us about it. We can always spread the word because we'll spread good news. Let's get rid of the rubbish news, the behavioural waste, as I call it,
Right.
and we can spread good news.
Right.
So if you've got something good out there, folks, send it in and we'll spread it because that's what we can do. Anyway, day 2, I'll see you on day 3.
Sure. Have a nice day, Neville.
Will do.
Bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I'm in company of very senior professional, a global player who joins us today. Ian Moyes, Chief Revenue Officer of OneUp Sales. He joins us from London, and we will talk about very interesting subject. But before that, let me invite Ian.
Hi, everyone. I'm pleased to be here, and hopefully we're going to have a meaningful conversation that will give you some insight and some value in your time spent listening.
It will be a pleasure, Ian. I think one big problem that everyone has, and people like you and me, we have to handle a lot of distributed workforce across the world. And the challenge that all of us are facing, all the chief executives and all the leaders across the world are facing that how they manage the workforce, that is one, and how they keep the workforce motivated. And since you work globally with so many organizations, with so many leaders, what is your opinion on this issue that we have?
Yeah, sure. And it's a challenge that was thrown on all of us, right? But before COVID, there was a mixed opinion on remote working. So we had many people already doing it, remote working, getting on with it. But often they were in certain roles. So, for example, territorial-based salespeople were often in this game anyway. Nothing's changed. They were remote working. They were out on the road with customers, and they periodically would come to an office. So for those, the role and the behaviour type may have been ingrained in them for years. The real challenge has been those other, particularly back office people who previously were hired to be in an office. How many people would have hired a finance team or a support team previous to this on the basis of hiring remote workers? There are some, but most companies, even the high tech, leaders in the workspace and the most innovative, had a physical space or multiple physical spaces. They wanted that team camaraderie. They wanted people to learn from people through osmosis. The people sat around them. They wanted to drive motivation through a leader walking the floor. The old management by walking around. So not many had thought about what would happen if we were all put into this situation for obvious reasons. And I think that the thing to contend now is how has behavior changed and how does it need to change in leading teams? Whether that team is small or large, how are you behaving in engaging with those individuals and managing them? And one of the behaviors I've seen and had discussions around is typically people metricize this. So you look for metrics that are easy to measure, KPIs, for example, and that you can visibly see in systems. So people will look in their CRM for how many calls has someone made today, or what activity have they created? Are they being active? And this is one of the first areas I challenge people, that activity is not necessarily productivity. Activity does not, by definition, have a direct correlation to the outcome. There is a difference between correlation and causation. What you want is activity that causes the right outcome, but doesn't just show you that someone's busy. So it's very difficult because what I've seen is leaders looking at the activity in a system and then using the stick approach to pick up on an individual of, well, you're not doing enough calls. It doesn't seem like you're working up, putting enough activity in. And there's a real danger in leadership and management that you will interact with your team with your employee in a different way that stems from suspicion. Right? If you suspect they're not putting the effort in, how are you going to address that? And that's the hard piece, particularly now it's remote. Because in an office, you'll see that behavior. The individual around their colleagues will probably feel that behavior themselves, right? If that individual slacks off for a 2-hour lunch, if that individual is easing back and not putting the effort in, maybe not, you know, in a work environment, it would probably be a conscious thing. You can feel that's happening because you can see people busy around you. If you've stood at the water cooler having a chat for 2 hours, you know people are seeing you. There is a sort of self-policing aspect. If you're at home, you don't have a camera on watching everyone the whole time, right? It's inappropriate. You've got to trust the behavior of individuals to be getting on with their job. How do you know they are? How do they know they are is an interesting question. They may be slacking. What if they're working at 70%, 60%, 30% of normal, but they've slowly evolved into that behavior and they don't realize themselves because they haven't got visibility of colleagues around them. They haven't got the buzz of the office of what's going on. You know, there'll be some metrics in your systems, whether they be CRMs or ticketing systems or what they've been, but do they have visibility of how they compare and contrast to the people around them? Do they know actually they're doing the least effort per day out of a team of 10, 30 people, whatever it is? People don't want to be letting people down by the nature of it, but at home they have more distractions. So it's a different environment. It's something we've not had to deal with before, and it's very easy for a leader or manager to fall into miscreant behaviors, you know, using the stick instead of the carrot, using the negative. And does a manager, you know, I ask myself this, do I really want to spot someone who isn't behaving in the right way, you know, is letting the team down? That is a difficult call. What do? Do I call them in the afternoon and say, look, you're letting it? It's an uncomfortable call for me, you know, and it's an uncomfortable call for that individual, particularly when they may say, well, I didn't know, I had no intention. And it all feels bad. It's one of those difficult conversations. So I think we need to look at, you know, a number of factors. How the individual, do you understand the individual situation of that team member? Because they may have specific challenges today that you need to appreciate, depending if they're homeschooling, depending if their partner is in you know, the medical services, having to do things differently than they were before, work extra hours. What is their situation? And then understand what is the behavior you should be able to expect from them still. Because after all, you're still paying them. You know, whilst we're all in a difficult situation, they still have a role to deliver to. And if they're not delivering, what impact does that have on the people around them? That's the other aspect. You know, if one person or two people out of a team are being allowed to not perform, does that create extra work for the others? Do the others have visibility or feeling of that? And how does it make them behave? Does it make them feel, well, if they can do it, I can do it? So it's not we're not in an easy place right now for any leader or manager in terms of the people. And I think the people is the hardest piece we're having to deal with.
Yes, and actually, these are very real problems. In fact, all of us are facing it, and there are tools available in the market which you know, companies like us, small companies, can invest in, and there are VPNs to measure the time. But I'm sure what the point that you're making is very relevant. You know, we can build all the systems, but the humane side is something that we need to reconsider, because nowadays we are also getting exposed to the personal home affairs of our employees, right? Because, you know, in the video we can see, like you mentioned, the partners may be busy and these guys are doing babysitting while working also. So what is the solution, Ian? I think now we have identified the issue, how we can tackle it.
Yeah, so I think there's a number of things. I think one is that, let me give you some examples of the things you can do. One is think about doing regular team calls. You know, perhaps doing a morning huddle. Think what works for you and your team and the size of the team, but some of the behaviors I've seen and talked to people that are working well, and many people have adopted this, is, are you having, for example, a morning call every morning for 15 minutes where everyone jumps on that's available, and it isn't about jumping on and checking the metrics, etc. It's about having a chat. It's having a coffee. It's that behavior you have when you go into the office, where you also have morning, or what did you do last night, that sort of thing. Is just creating that camaraderie so they don't feel isolated. So it's the people piece. Or, the other way you can do that is do a beginning of the week and end of the week. Just think what works for your team, but something where you bring the team together. So that's number one. Two is thinking about touching base with the team members. And I do this with my team, and have done this over the whole COVID, but not in a way that is isolating the individual. What I mean by that is have a legitimate reason to touch base. Now, it might be they're working on a particular customer opportunity or a customer problem or a particular project. Have a reason you want to touch in with them and talk about something of that. And part of that conversation, you can easily then ask, how are you getting on? How's it been this week? And this sort of thing, rather than you call them to have that conversation of, how you doing? Well, guess what? If that's why you're calling me, you go into a sort of a programmed answer. So it should be part of the normal work environment that you are regularly finding a reason to call them for a business reason, not just to check in on them, because that becomes they know what you're calling for, right? You're talking about something else, and part of the conversation is that warm part of, and how are you finding it the past few days? Is this project keeping you busy? You can make it part of a more natural conversation and more genuine. The other thing you can consider is, for those individuals that you feel may be struggling, is having a conversation with them. Look, I need some help on something. I've got a particular project that I'm working on as a leader. Could you take part of it off my plate? Make them feel wanted and needed with sub-special projects. That's outside their normal remit, maybe stretches them a bit, but maybe makes them feel more valued. The other thing to look at is what metrics you're looking at of the behavior. Because as you rightly say, there are tools to do this. What I've seen is a lot of people just use pure tools that the manager looks at. CRM stats around how many calls they've made, or how many new opportunities they've created, how many tickets they've closed, etc. And that's really me as a manager looking at that and looking at an individual's performance. And if it isn't good enough, what do? Bring the stick in. One of the things you can do there, and it's a little bit slanted towards what we do at One Up, but is you can, on top of CRM data, very easily, you can present that data to those employees in a more interesting way. And a lot of people have been turning this on during COVID, is gamifying that data. Because you've already got the data, is representing it in a way that all of those employees see it in a very friendly manner, gamified. So, for example, you might have 5 or 6 metrics that a particular team, it's important to have that they're behaving right and creating activity around those metrics, because that is the cause of the outcome you want. If they're not making calls, they're not following up, they're not creating opportunity, or whatever they're not doing these things, we know we're not going to get the successful outcome. Well, easy. Put some points around those things, present a leaderboard, and have something on a screen that you can display to all of them, even remotely, which during the day keeps them up to date on how they're doing against their peers. So it makes it a bit of fun as well, right? There's no problem with having a bit of fun at work on work factors. So we've seen a lot of people use this to gain, it's about marginal gains. You don't have to take someone working at home and double their performance and output, but if you can get a 5 or 10% gain through simple things such as this, presenting it, making it a bit competitive, and letting them know where they stand, and let everyone can see, oh crikey, Joe's at top of the leaderboard today. I'm gonna beat him tomorrow. Driving that, because then it becomes self-motivation. It doesn't need you calling them to say you're falling behind. They can see it all the point during the day. They can see where they're at. My kids are gamified, right? They're doing learning online at the moment, and if they see someone in their class is a bit ahead, they put a bit more effort in and put a few more hours in to do it, rather than me standing over them saying, you need to do another hour of this maths. Which one would you prefer? The individual doing it themselves, or which manager wants to micromanage and call people and prompt them and tell them? So there's simple things you can do to gamify the data you've already got that you can turn on very, very quickly and create a bit of fun in the team that wasn't there before.
I think this is a fantastic idea, Ian. I think I think I've never heard this before. Gamify your performance itself. So I have one question. Do you
Sure.
have some Excel-based model, or are there any tools available to do this? Because to be imaginative also will take a lot of time for people like us. If it is something
Yeah,
ready-made available, I can use it simply.
Yeah, it's a bit biased because it's what we do at One Up Sales. We have a very simple cloud-based tool that you turn on, and it will suck data from lots of different systems very easily. The data you've already got, and just gamify it for you and make it pretty on screens with nice images. The users can even put their own photos in, and if you wish, put their own sounds in, so that if they do something that makes it successful, they close the most tickets there. Whatever you decide is something to be celebrated, it can create an alert with their sound and their picture on the screen, telling everyone, wow, look how this individual did today. So yeah, we've got a tool that does that. That's very easy. And the beauty of it is, this isn't a big decision for people to make, but it really means something to your employees. And for the managers, it means you don't have to micromanage. It creates self-motivation in people on a daily and hourly basis. It shouldn't be once a week you check in, look at the metrics, and then go, you're not doing good enough. That doesn't cause corrective behavior. If someone can see all the time how they're performing against their peers, in the office you could see it, but if you could see it now remotely, wouldn't that be interesting? That you start going, oh, I need to do a bit more today now because I can see I'm third place, I'm fifth place. I want to be up there today. And you start behaving, and it's self-adjusts. It's such a wonderful thing to see.
So what is the input for this data? How the measurement will get into the system to make sure that the grading happens?
Yeah, so the way we do it, we suck the data from your CRM system automatically. So it's pretty easy. All you have to decide as a business is what data needs to be measured that you want to be represented. we link it so it sucks that data in automatically. So we're automatically checking for that data and pulling it in. So you don't then have to do anything. There's no manual. You can manually upload spreadsheets and do data. You can do, but you don't really want to be doing that, because now you've created someone a job of doing this. And the key thing about gamifying data is it needs to be up to date. People need to trust the data and see it very simply. And then you just yourselves go, how do I want to represent this? And here's a really interesting thing. It isn't just about people playing against people. You can have teams against teams, and you can have different size teams with it automatically balancing it. So if you've got a team of 6 people against 10, it automatically makes it fair and balances the metrics that it's like you've got 10 against 10 competing. So it gives more points relatively to the 6 appropriately, so that if they did the same behavior, fair outcome. So it's a great thing for driving team behavior, team targets, individual targets and behavior. And you can even have it that people can challenge each other. Wouldn't it be great? I'm sat here right now. I want to challenge Bob, who's the other side of the country, but in my team. I want to challenge him today to do more calls than me. I want to challenge him today to close more tickets than me, create more opportunities, whatever it is. I can issue that challenge as an individual. I don't need to go to management. I can start doing it myself and getting the team to compete with each other. And we all do it. We all live in a gamified world, in our consumer world. We all have applications that give you points and you get badges for it. If you do Salesforce training online, training systems, learning management systems are typically gamified, and you earn badges for each level you get to, and it drives self-motivated behavior. It works scientifically and psychologically. Gamification drives the right behaviors within people across the world. Why wouldn't we do this in business?
In fact, while you were speaking, I was trying to apply it to my own company, and it gave me an idea. Why can't we make the dashboard itself as a screensaver for everyone? So whenever you look at your screen, you know exactly which team is doing better and which is not doing better. and then it will inculcate the ideas of competing between teams. And then if a team leader is prudent, and if he wants to basically compete with another team somewhere in some other city, he will exactly know which is the individual bringing his team score down, and then they will fix that point. So I think it's very interesting. How do we get access to this, Ian?
Sure. So by all means, two ways. One is thank you for giving me that opportunity. One is come to oneupsales.co.uk, or by all means come to me individually at ianmoyse.co.uk. That will take you to my LinkedIn profile, and by all means engage with me personally, whether it be you just want to have some questions or guidance on this, or you're actually interested in a technology to help facilitate.
Amazing. Because so far what we have done is, and we were thinking that we have nailed the problem. I'll tell you exactly what we have done. We have actually migrated all our employees to something called virtual office, and to give more personal time to each other. So like in the real world in 2019, we used to call each other for a cup of coffee. So we still do that, but we actually create a breakout rooms, and we bring each other, individual coffees. The other person will bring his coffee, I'll bring my own coffee, and then we have coffee together. So up to that level we have done that. But I think you're talking about a next level, because you're now talking about using the digital world to automatically propel in the forward direction. So I think it's amazing. It's very, very interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm sure a lot of viewers who are watching this may be interested in reaching out to you and leveraging this whole gamification concept. If there are ready-made tools available, they will like to access it. I'm sure a lot of viewers may be interested in doing this.
Super. Thank you. Look forward to hearing from some of you.
Right. Ian, it was a great pleasure talking to you today, and we will find some other great opportunity to discuss something else. But I think today's subject about how to motivate your employees while managing them remotely using gamification as a concept is really, really mind-blowing. So thank you very much for sharing this with us.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
So see you next time, Ian. Take care, and we will catch up soon. Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to our show. And today I would like to give greetings to you. Today we are celebrating 88th Air Force Day. And twin engine two-seated fighter aircraft being displayed during the parade of at Hindon by Air Force, and there was a parade also. So, and to discuss more and to really feel happy about all the achievement our Indian Air Force has done, I'm joined by Sitesh Srivastav, who has a background of corporate training, and he's been closely associated with marketing and IT profession. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. Greetings.
Hi, Kanchan. Thank you so much for this. And good to witness this specific, very, very special day for Indian Air Force. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. Today my spirits are very high. And I'm also discussing in the family about Air Force. And actually, you know that in my childhood, my school and my interaction with Army, Air Force people were immense. And my school was also into Army cantonment. So I can very well relate, I can appreciate, and I feel that maybe today we are talking, but I should be flying a jet, I guess.
Yeah, Kanchan. So it has been great dreams and desire from a very childhood days in various parts of the country. While I have seen those Indian Air Force flights, they doing what they call sorties. They do a lot of sorties every day, and I've been fortunate also to stay closer to some of the Indian Air Force installations in the country, like Allahabad, which is now Prayagraj, and near the Nepal border, a couple of Air Force installations. And it is interesting to know their logo, the motto, which is called Nabha Sprisham Deeptam. That means glory that touches the sky.
Right.
And it's a great pride to see Indian Air Force reaching heights. And 88 days, 88 years, sorry, but I think it's a very young force, very vibrant, and recently there has been an addition called Rafale, which has added to the muscle of Indian Air Force. What are your memories around it, Kanchan?
Yeah, actually, because since I told you that I have a lot of interaction during my childhood with force people who are in force, so I happen to be friends with girls where their families are from generation they are into Air Force and Army. So it has been quite a interesting journey till now, and I can very well relate with the sentiments of any army professional or any Air Force people, and how they today how what they are feeling. So I just want to tell you that this Indian Air Force was established in 1932, but the first squadron was established was came into being is 1933, and then there was World War II. So they also participated in this war. When they came back, so we were still not independent at that point of time. So we Air Force was called Royal Indian Air Force. Maybe this is the impression of British Raj at that point of time. But after independence, this become Indian Air Force. So, and every year on 8th of October, there's a parade which is being supervised by Air Chief Marshal. Today, Mr. Baduria has witnessed the parade, and there's also a medal giving. But apart of this, I guess this is a very important days in terms of showing the muscle to the enemy of India, and of course telling all people in India that you are in safe hand, isn't it?
That's right. That's right, Kanchan. And it is important on two fronts. One is to keep the morale high of the forces. Second is to give the message to the international community about our progress, not just the enemy. Even the people who try to think of our armies as weaker or as probably 40, 50 years back, we are not that anymore. Now, coming from the Royal Indian Air Force that was raised in 1932, we have come a long way. When it was after independence, the way this was structured, designed, the muscle was given. When I was growing up, Kanchan, I was always interested to know about the army, and the desire to get into army. But I was always told that Indian Army, Indian Navy, and Indian Air Force, the army is the key of these three pillars of army, and Navy and Air Force are there to support the ground infantry. And that was always giving a message that Navy and the Air Force are auxiliary services. But over the years, I have realized that they are not auxiliary services. They are in their own They are full-fledged warfare systems and structures with their equipment, hardware, and all of these three need a complementary support of each other, rather than one being the main and the other being just an auxiliary, because the warfare has changed, the battlefront has changed, the traditional way of wars have changed, and it is more and more about digital stuff, the hacking stuff, the mind games that are being played out, and then a little action on the hardware part or the weapons part. So in that way, Indian Air Force is a great institution. The other thing that I want to touch upon, Kanchan, is the known weapons that we have, like the Hawk, the MiG-27, the Jaguar, the MiG-29, the Sukhoi 30, the LCA Tejas, a utility helicopter ALH, AN-32, and most of it, I mean, the majority of it is Russian origin, French origin, or other countries' origin. And HAL, that is our, from my Bangalore, we have probably one of the Navratnas, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, HAL. And I want to see HAL grow as a competent organization which not only develops weaponry for Indian Air Force, they should be able to export it to other countries as well. Yes, so I think 88 years down the line, I would like to think that our Tejas probably should be equivalent to Rafale. It should be at least equal to MiG-29. We are delayed on that part. And I'm sure that our military strategists, government, the designers, they all are thinking towards making India military power by reducing the number of vendors from outside. Isn't it, Kanchan?
Yes, obviously, because we have a great army, we have a great air force, and of course we have a great navy. But, and you have touched a very interesting point, that the warfare now, what I feel is warfare has changed, because you need not to rely all the time with army in the sense the foot soldiers, and you can sit in anywhere in India. We have that kind of capacity, and we can target, if enemy eye on us, we can target from any city where the base is, and within second that the face of war will change. That type of capacity we have. But there one major point which you have raised is that currently we are not making our ammunition, and we are
Yes.
we are exporting ammunition. So I think Make in India, I think government is taking a lead, or may be serious about making our own ammunition here, so that we become more self-reliant in terms of ammunition, and giving lot of opportunities of to Army and Air Force and Navy for homemade equipment and bullets and pistols.
That's
I
right,
think,
Kanchan.
the area where I think a little is required by the government and by the companies.
The another interesting part, Kanchan, is that inclusion of women as a pilots into the Air Force. That's a very interesting chapter
Yeah,
in
that's
our
what I told you now, that now women are there. When I was growing up, there was no opportunity. So I feel like flying jet, but then there are limitation, I guess.
Right. No, I think a couple of years back, a great gesture was made when our former president, Pratibha Devi Singh Patil, she rode one Sukhoi, I believe, and she took that sortie, because Indian president is the supreme commander of our armed forces, which includes all of these three pillars. And recently, the Chief of Defense Staff, a position has been created, so that that position, that role can combine one place instructions or a strategy to be driven by all the three forces rather than three communication channels. I believe that's going to yield, that's going to help us in the modern warfare that we speak about. And Indian Air Force, I believe under Mr. Bhadoria, RKS Bhadoria, is a great force. It was very good to see in all over the television screens today, since today morning, at the Hindon Air Base, which is in Hyderabad. It used to be in Palam, which is inside Delhi, but because of the lot of restrictions in the Delhi airspace, it is now moved into the Hindon Air Base. So I believe that the motto, the touch the sky with glory, and we are into the glorious space. Last year, Kanchan, you remember Abhinandan Vartaman, the pilot who took the MiG-21, was captured in the Pakistani airspace for 6 years. It was again a glorious moment for Indian Air Force and the strikes that they did in the Balakot area. So I am really proud of our boys, as they call them, and I wish in the next life I can become an IAF pilot.
Yeah, sure. All the best for that. And closing, I just want to say, me and my family and all from Akulmach are giving heartfelt greetings to the veterans and to the warriors, air warriors, and their families. Are very happy Air Force Day.
Good. Thank you, Kanchan, for this. And I remember Dr. Kalam's, our former president's statement, the self-reliance is the path towards the self-respect. And I believe on this day, Make in India and HL will come together, bond together, and build great airfare, great weapons for our Indian Air Force. All the best.
All the best. Thank you so much, Sitesh, and see you tomorrow with some more interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show. Today we are discussing a topic which is very in discussion, the position of women in our society, especially in Indian society. Well, when I talk about position of women in our societies, I feel that women are organizer, they are teachers, they are health inspector in the family, they are administrator, and on top of it, they are of course queen of family, right? So to discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been associated with many women entrepreneurs during his work as fair. A part of this, he is also connected with radio broadcasting in a very in a very important way. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing? And today
Thank
we
you,
have an
Kanchan.
important topic to discuss, I guess.
Yes, a topic which is very close to my heart. And thank you so much. I'm doing very well. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good, good, Kanchan. Kanchan, I always believe one Sanskrit shloka, Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devta. Wherever women are worshipped, gods wander those places, frequent those places. So it has been a great conversation series with you always. And this subject, woman empowerment for the nation building, is more and more important from an Indian perspective. And we have taken some great steps. In the politics, we always had some great luminaries, some leaders, Sarojini Naidu, Rajkumari Amrit Kaur was a politician. Then who does not know about Indira Gandhi? And there were a couple of chief ministers, women chief ministers in India. But what I want to emphasize and discuss is the larger role of women in the smallest unit, that's called family. And some of the women have done wonderful jobs despite the uh, being part of the conservative family or even progressive family, and then all the other stuff that comes with the raising a family. And that is something which needs to be talked about, that needs to be celebrated, and that needs to be propagated. What do you say, Kanchan?
Yes, I feel that when we talk about, especially in Indian tradition and culture, I feel women always played a very, very important role, right from very beginning, from very antiquity. But even in if we discuss in freedom struggle, we have names like Queen of Jhansi, you see, and all these Sarojini Naidu. So all these women played a very, very important role during all along. You can take movement Satyagraha, Swadeshi. They have played an important role. And when we see after independence, though there was a little decline to in women's position in terms of having a position in the offices or in any private sector. But in spite of this, I feel now after coming to power by BJP, when BJP is power, I see that there are 38 MLA currently in UP government. So that shows again a kind of a rise in women power. Now many women are joining army. They are also into administrative work. They are handling like Sushma Swaraj. She was a foreign minister, handled the portfolio very well. So this is my what I have noticed. So what is your what are your points in this?
So, Kanchan, yes, Kanchan, I mean, the names that you have taken, they are very respectable names, are great motivational names. But I think, Kanchan, that in a population of 1.3 billion Indians, it's still very, very symbolic when we see women progressing and reaching at the glass ceiling, breaking the glass ceiling and going even above that. And therefore that statistics needs to improve and it starts from the home. It starts from the lowest unit, which is called family, which is not denying that still we have a lot of bias towards girls, lot of negative bias towards girls. They grow up with a lot of negative sentiments, negative statements, and a feudal mindset. And I would also blame the Indian television serials not to do enough in this aspect. But if I see from the sports, from the jobs, from the opportunities available within government sector and in private sector, we have done well, but still from the 1.3 billion perspective is still a lot needs to be done. The way some of those bad incidents are taking shape in the northern India at this point of time and other parts of the India, it sometimes is very surprising how can these two poles exist at the same time simultaneously. We have Menka Gandhi, not only a minister but also a great animal welfare activist, and of course we have ministers also, and but I am more interested about women who are excelling into corporate sector, into the jobs, into the mid-level, senior level jobs. What are the challenges they face while they grow up? So on one side, we have people who have broken the glass ceilings and they have reached by their sheer hard work. And then there are some who still complain that there is not enough, that their families have done, their spouses have done, and the family pressures have not led them. So as a woman, you have been also doing so many things. Do you feel things have improved in the last at least 20 years, Kanchan?
Yeah, I come from a thought where we believe as a family, we believe then in the equality. And we always in the family from my childhood, it's always stressed that you have to be excel whatever you do. So that is a thought which always been taught as a family, because we are a joint family and there are a lot of girls and a lot of boys, and we grew together. Now, when I see other families, so sometimes I feel the basic cause of this ignorance or not taking girls seriously and just want to give them away in the marriage. So I feel that main cause is education. If you're educated, like new government has introduced Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, so people should have that idea, which is kind of germinating now, that a girl can give better results as compared to boys when they infuse pairs. So though there's no comparison, because all boys and girls, they are into a set of different role. But then when we think about girls, so we in over of the period of time, the girls being given a backseat. So I think in new India, this thinking is day by day changing. So I think education plays a very main role, and the change whatever we see in the society, though it is very slow, but I feel it is somewhere people are thinking that girls should need to get out of the house, have achievement of their own, and so that's how society is changing. What do you
Yes,
think?
Kanchan. Yes, Kanchan, and I started realizing this, Kanchan, when I cleared my secondary examination, 10th, and then the higher secondary 12th. And in those days, it was always said girls have scored so and so percentage in CBSE or ICSE. This has continued till today. Now it also includes girls top UPSC list. I have met some wonderful Indian Foreign Service officers, the women, and managing the relationship between India and those respective countries. Very powerful, very impressive, at the same time, very persuasive and very graceful at the same time. So I feel this more and more homes, family members, elders in the family need to realize this about the importance of educating a girl child and giving them the best of the education. Sometimes I still see some old feudal mindset advertisements on the television, and I always feel the guys who are still in the old school guys, they develop such kind of advertisements. And I'm very interested in seeing a coordinated approach. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is something that is goes very deep into the rural India, and where still a lot needs to be done. And therefore, we have a lot of luminaries. I mean, I can talk about a Lieutenant General. I recently saw on a program Lieutenant General Madhuri Kanitkar, who is Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, a serving Lieutenant General in Indian Army. Then PD Nitya is an Indian Police Service officer, IPS officer, and Superintendent of Police in North Jammu. She was the only lady posted in Jammu and Kashmir last year when the abrogation of Section 370 was underway. I mean, you can imagine at such a sensitive place a woman IPS officer. Then Dr. Sehrishi Asgar, she is an IAS, she's a Director of Information, Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, we know how sensitive Jammu and Kashmir has been over the years, and there is still a lot of unsettling emotions after this abrogation of Section 370. Then the first for Karnataka, I think probably for India as well, D. Rupa is an IPS and the Home Secretary. I mean, the first Home Secretary for the Karnataka state. And to Kanchan, more surprises on the way. In the Cabinet Committee of Security, which is such an important committee, we have two women on that committee. So while before 10 years back or 15 years back, we had ministers, chief ministers, and Sushma Swaraj was foreign minister, which the country would never forget. But they were very, very high level. So there was a big gap. I think now this gap is being filled up in the mid layer, in the corporate, in the government sector, and that needs to be celebrated.
Yes, and I feel that in recent years we have seen more women voter casting their vote. So that shows their interest in the politics. A part of this, if there's a gender equality is there, then the role which will be played by women in economic policy and politics, I think the effect will be far-reaching. Now, when we come to economics, now a woman is a caretaker, she's a family builder. So when a woman has the capability to build a whole family, why not add more contribution to the nation building?
Yes, Kanchan. And even on the sports side, we see, thanks to Amir Khan, we get about the stories of the Fogart sisters.
Right.
And that was an amazing story. Priyanka Chopra did a story on Mary Kom. Though the funny part is that Priyanka would have earned more than Mary Kom. And interesting part about Mary Kom, I would say, Kanchan, that she comes from the Seven Sisters northeastern states, which are still struggling to find a name in the mainland India. And they have given amazing boxers, amazing weightlifters from that part of India. And Mary Kom is a 5 times, if I'm correct, world champion. And this year she was the best hopeful to bring a gold from the Tokyo Olympics, which has been postponed for next year. And Mary Kom is right now a Rajya Sabha member as well. So there are amazing stuff. You know, PT Usha, remember in our times, Kanchan?
Right.
PT Usha was a great sensation in the athletes. So I think we need to talk about this in time to time in the Indian society. Whenever we see some injustices being done, as we are seeing some spate of events, we should at the same time stand up and talk about and propagate about these stories at the same time, where the repressive stories don't take the front seat. It is really bad in the modern India, Kanchan.
Yes, and I feel I just want to add here when we see and hear such stories about women. So I think we should be ready to really call bad things bad and good things good, rather than arguing and doing a discussion, endless discussion, where it doesn't reach anywhere. So we'll be discussing more about women entrepreneur in our next series, and we'll discuss the profile of few names in the industries. So till then, bye bye, take care.
I would only say the closing remark that there used to be those days when I used to like what great poet Mahadevi Verma said, uh, मैं नीर भरी दुख की बदली. I think it is time to change that. Thank you for this conversation, Kanchan.
Thank you so much, Sitesh. It was wonderful talking to you. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, welcoming you all on Top Brass Spotlight. And today on Spotlight, we have Mr. Satya Madala, who is the CEO of Single Point Solution, a very specialized, innovation-driven company which is producing systems and solutions end-to-end for electric vehicle charging. And they are helping the new budding entrepreneurs to set up the EV charge station across India, across the world. Satya is also one of the top voices which is known in the startup fraternity globally. So without further ado, let me welcome Satya to the show.
Okay, thank you very much, Chandra. So good morning.
Yes, Satya. In fact, you belong to a very special community which is pioneering the new wave of innovation. And as we know that we are under lockdown and we do not know the end date of COVID-19 to end. And I think what work your company and yourself in terms of innovation that you're bringing to the world is very, very remarkable. So why don't you talk about the EV charge solution that your company has developed, and now you're looking to market it?
Yep. Yeah, Chandra. So it's nice talking to you. On this technology. So basically, we as a single point solutions, we are providing a total EV ecosystem. Like ecosystem means actually we are providing A to Z solutions. In our A to Z solutions, we are providing hardware to till software. So in our software also, actually we are providing a software for our OEMs, and we are providing a software for our users, and we are providing some sort of embedded programming system for our hardware. So when it comes to EV ecosystem, we divide it into few parts. So when it comes to hardware part, so we develop a hardware. So we develop a hardware, and hardware components will sit in a charger. So which supports to communicate the EV charger to cloud. So that means by using this technology, so we can maintain the charger. We can maintain the charger in a remotely. and wherein actually the administrator can control the charger from his dashboard. So that is one part. When it comes to registration, so admin can register the charge points in a backend system. So the backend system will carry all the charging informations, charging station informations, and in a charging stations actually there is a connector information, and in a connector information there is a QR codes and payment details, wherein actually administrator can monitor so the payment part, and the he can control, he can specify the cost of the unit charge on on that particular location. Say for example, if you take in a Noida, so Noida is the price is different from Delhi. So say for example in a Noida, depends on that electrical board. So they specify per unit how much it is, and in a Delhi it is different from that. So they can control those things in a backend system. So we are providing another thing is we are providing a mobile application for a user, wherein actually mobile application comes to user when he downloads, just he needs to register, and when he register that actually our mobile application will show them the nearest charging points. So we administrator can specify that it's a, if it is a 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers what it is, so he can find out the charging stations, and when he clicks on the charging station, he can find out what is the chargers available in that particular charging station, and what is the price of that charging per unit. All these things will come into the mobile application. Now, so for this actually we use the OCPP protocol, and we are taking some EVCC technology, wherein by using this OCP protocol, actually we connect to the charging stations, and we'll get the information from the charging station, how much it is run, and today how much business happened by using the charging station, and those information we'll get through OCPP server. So OCPP means it's a open charge point protocol. So by using that protocol, we'll get the information from the charger. And when it comes to EVCC, actually it is some battery management system which sits in a car, wherein actually it gets the information from the car, and what is the battery, how much it requires to charge, and what is the battery health, and how much it is consumed so far, and what it requires further. So all sort of information we'll get by using that EVCC. And when it comes to mobile application, so the mobile application is developed on a native platform. So the mobile application, when it when the user when the user when he wants to charge his car, so he needs to find out which distance the charge point is, and he the mobile application will route that by using a Google Maps, routes to the charging station, and when he goes there, then just he needs to open his mobile application and scan the QR code, and it redirects to payment part. And in a payment part, actually we are specified 3 items. One is a cash payment, and bank payment, and time base and full charge base, something like that. So when he says okay cash payment, just he needs to enter the cash, and it redirects to like a payment gateway. So he needs to pay the amount, and he can start charging by using the mobile application itself. It doesn't require any human interaction to charge his car. So sometimes actually charging stations used to be in a remote areas. So the infra companies who is maintaining the charging station, they don't need to maintain any people to collect the money or to charge the car or to maintain the charging station, all this stuff. So this sort of technology we are providing and we are implemented in some places, we are succeeded, And actually, we wanted to come into this domestic charging and you know and what do you call, like um, this big chargers, so which can be installed roadside. So we are providing A to Z solutions. That means actually from charging station installation to till cloud maintenance.
So
So
if I
this sort of,
yes,
yeah.
Satya. So if I understand this as a layman, your company, which is Single Point Solution, is providing a end-to-end solution to somebody who wants to invest and set up a business around charge points. So
Yes.
is that correct? My understanding is correct.
Yes. Correct.
And for enabling that business, you have end-to-end life cycle of this whole business, starting from hardware to monitoring to consumer base, a lot of analytics, and also the customer database. So entire solution is available from your company, which is Single Point Solution.
Yes.
So I have this
So
one question right now before we get on to the second phase of our discussion. So this is a solution which is used by a business who sets up a charge point. Now it could be a coffee shop, it could be a charge point station, or it could be a parking lot, or it could be just a provision store who's providing one-off car charge solution.
Yep.
Is your solution also available for individuals for home purpose? Is it scaled down for a home purpose as well?
Yeah. Right now we are working with some OEMs who is manufacturing the electrical cars. So we are providing a domestic charges for them, wherein actually the person who buy this electrical car, so they will get a charger. So where we call them as a domestic chargers. So by using the domestic chargers, any plug can be used to charge their car. So that means actually, with a 200, to 260 watts or 150 watts plug can support to that, can support the charging charger which we provided. So where we called it as a domestic charger. So we are providing those chargers also to OEMs, wherein actually even individual person can directly buy from our store. So where we are coming up with a store with some electrical chargers, electrical charger store it is. So where they can buy the components from the store also. But we are giving some warranties to OEMs. So when you buy a car from Tata or Suzuki or Ford, so they will come up with the domestic charger. So that charger is developed by us, and which can be controlled by using your mobile phone. So the charger will communicate with your mobile by Bluetooth technology, wherein actually anywhere if you are connected to this internet, so you can control the charger. So that means actually how much time, like if you wanted to charge your car, so you can control from your mobile. So you can come to know what is the electricity consumption by using your charger also. So those analytics also we are providing on a mobile application. So that is a domestic charger we called. So there is a charges which we are working out with which we are working for governments and infra companies. So any infra company wants to establish any charger, so we are providing those chargers also, which is a commercial chargers.
So in case of domestic chargers, there is no, apart from just seeing the charge statistics on my mobile, there is no billing component, right? So when it comes to domestic charger, there is no billing. But when it comes to business charging solution, there will be a billing component, which will be integrated
Yes.
with the payment gateways, and a user can pay from variety of platforms like credit card, UPI payments, etc. Excellent.
Yes. So when it comes to domestic charger, actually domestic charger can be controlled, but not a payment part. So the payment part actually, the electricity consumption comes to your meter.
Right.
So that are working out with discoms, that discoms will provide you some slabs. So according to the slab, actually, if you right now, actually, Telangana government is trying to introduce some sort of slabs if you are using some EV. So they wanted to give some subsidies. So those sort of things will be managed by discoms, so electricity boards. So yeah, that we are not touching. Actually, we are touching only the adapter part, adapter in the sense the domestic charger part, and the connector. So there is some various varieties of connectors available. So according to your type of your car, so we'll provide that connector, domestic charger and connector.
This is very exciting, Satya. In fact, the world is moving towards the electric vehicle, and it could be a car, it could be a tricycle, it could be a bicycle. So I think the world is moving towards the electric. I think your company is coming out with the solution at the right time, and in a country like India where there is a huge requirement, and people who wants to set up this business, the end-to-end solution is available from your company. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about the analytics part of it? If some, say for example, from a point of view of a business person who wants to invest and set up a charge point, how you can actually help that person to set up this business?
See, this to answer this question, actually, it is depends on the governments. So right now, central government is introducing some sort of subsidies, wherein actually, they're inviting infra companies. Infra companies are individual people to come and participate in the in some programs. Actually, fame is giving some subsidies to infra companies who wanted to establish a charging solutions, charging points, charging stations. So say they categorized in three types. Actually, one is category A, so which covers total public, and private category B, and private and public. So when it comes to category A, so the charging stations will be established in government areas, wherein state government, along with the central and state government, they are providing some sort of subsidies on electricity and chargers and land also. So some registrations also they are providing, some discounts when you are registering the land for the charging stations. So when it comes to charging stations, so if you wanted to buy a charger, so up to 70% of price that charger will be covered, subsidized by government. Say it is categorized. Say for example, if it is a private category, so they are giving 25%, and if it is a public and private partnership, then they are giving 50% subsidy on a chargers. And if it is a public, then they are giving 70% subsidy. So likewise, so this state government discoms also, electricity boards also, they are providing slabs on each unit. Say for example, Karnataka government is providing 6 rupees 10 paisa for a unit, and AP government also providing some sort of 5 rupees 75 paisa, something like that. And the Telangana government also coming up with some good subsidy to establish charging stations. When it comes to the person who the company or person who wants to establish charging stations, so they'll get their investment within 1.5 years, something like. So it doesn't require to maintain any human interaction. Like they can establish a charging station, then people will come and by using our technology without intervention of any human, so they can charge their car and they can pay and they go off. So that means if you work with a fame, So FAME is already giving
Hello,
some sort
friends.
of
I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you're
frames,
welcome to
subsidy
our
frames.
weekly show
So if you fall into
Roundtable.
that
And today we
subsidy
have
frame,
interesting
so
panel
max to
and
max,
also
so
interesting
infra companies
subject to
can get their
discuss.
ROI within
So
1.5
before
years.
I start this
So that
discussion, I would
calculations
like
are all
to
there with us.
welcome
So
our
it is a little
panelists.
big
We have
subject.
Sitesh
So
Srivastava, who
what is the involvement and what
is
is
an
the
IT professional.
cabling
He is a
level
deep
and what is
interest in
the
corporate training. He is
establishment type,
closely
and there
associated
is a
with
concrete
radio
work is
broadcasting.
involved.
So welcome
So
to the show,
we
Sitesh. How are
we
you today?
calculated everything and we kept aside. So
Thank
it's
you,
a big
Kanchan.
subject to
It's
explain.
wonderful to talk
It's
to
a
you always
very
and to
long,
the
this thing.
interesting
So that
and
if anybody interested,
very,
then we
very
can provide
critical
some sort of
subjects at the same time.
DPR
And I'm
as a
well,
kit,
and I'm
and
looking forward.
we'll
How are
help
you?
them to establish the
Yes,
charging
I'm
stations
fine,
anywhere.
Sitesh. And we
So
have
even
another
some of the
panelist,
government, like
Indra
right
Sharma,
now Telangana
who is a
government,
head of the
they
department of one of the prestigious
Karnataka
school
government and
in
Telangana
Delhi.
government, they
And he's
wanted
also been
to
awarded
tie up with this
for the
metro
contribution of
lines, and they
education
wanted
by
to
the government.
establish
So
charging
welcome to
stations
the
in
show,
between that metro
Indraji. How are you
pillars,
today?
wherein actually if they have a space to
Okay.
park two cars, so they can
Okay,
come
so
and establish
we
that
have an interesting topic
charging
that
stations
now
wherein
the
they can
rise of
utilize
who?
it.
The
So this sort of
Atmanirbhar Bharat
arrangements are coming up with
initiative.
state
Now,
governments. So
I think
we
that
have
who has a
everything.
similarity
So
with the
we are ready
Twitter
to help
now
if
has
anybody wants
around
to
3
come
million
and
users, and
establish it.
it is surging
So I think this is
tenfold.
very
So
exciting
now I
what your
think
company is doing, and especially
Okay.
with the state government coming out with these innovative ideas how to establish new business, new ventures, and new way of doing things. I think one of the critical aspect of any business is the support. So since your company is specializing in providing end-to-end, which is hardware, software, and so my question is regarding maintenance. So what sort of maintenance plan that your company provides to the OEMs and the business who buy your products and your services?
See, the maintenance part, that's what I told you, right? Actually, when it comes to hardware, we provide some warranties. So it covers, the warranty covers everything. Actually, the critical components we replace directly without any problem, like, without repairing anything. But when it comes to data problem, actually that can be maintained by using our system on a basis. So it doesn't require to send any person to go and clean it. No. So the data can be cleaned by using our technology, wherein actually we have a separate maintenance system, wherein which will monitor the charging station on a day, on a every minute basis. So if there is any problem, actually it triggers back to administrator. So administrator can run some commands on the system itself. So it will clean the charger on air basis. It doesn't require to go and do any maintenance. So if there is any critical problem in a hardware component, we go and replace it. So it won't take much time, and I can guarantee the system for 3 years. So for 3 years, there won't be any problem in any hardware component in a charging station or connector. So if any, only connector will be exposed outside, so which will be handled by many other people, which sometimes some people will come and they handle it. So it's a connector, right? So sometimes on a regular basis we replace the connector also. So that means if there is any problem, we'll on a system they will come to know. So they'll send the service person and they'll change the connector. So there is no repairing sort of system in a charging station. So only replacing. So any part can be replaced. So that sort of maintenance we are providing.
So this is amazing. You are also providing the entire end-to-end support system ecosystem so that it is very easy for any business to establish and provide services with regard to charge solution. Now, as a layman, Satya, I want to ask one very pertinent question. The question is, there in future there may be a lot of different types of vehicles having different types of batteries. So when somebody goes and want to charge his vehicle, it could be a bicycle, tricycle, quad bike, or even a car, variety of different makes, manufacturers. How the user will ensure that the charge
is adequate or in line with the specification of the battery which is there in his vehicle, because this is very technical information, not everybody will have it.
Okay, got it. It's a good question, Chandra. So when it comes to connectors, so the in a world actually right now only 6 connectors are available. So 6 types of connectors are available. OEMs are depending on only those connectors. And the second thing is battery. When it comes to battery, actually it doesn't require any information about battery. So the battery could be anything, but it is only depending on the connector. So the battery connects to the connector and connector connects to the charger. So the important component is connector. Now, as a layman, so you have some sort of, say for example, Mahindra E2 H2 vehicle is there with you. So the H2 vehicle carries some CCS connector, okay, wherein when you open our mobile application, so when you click on some charging station, it gives you information of the connectors also, wherein charging station comes with a multiple chargers. So charging station is a bunch of chargers, wherein actually the charging station will contain 3.3 kV and 5 kV, 15 kV, and 30 kV, and 50 kV, and 150 kV. So 50 kV and 150 kV chargers are connectors, whatever it is. So those are rapid chargers, which charges the car within a 20 minutes time, wherein actually 30 kV charges will take a little time, and the 3 kV charges is will take a little time to charge the two-wheelers and the three-wheelers. So the person who carries that, actually say for example, if you are driving a Mahindra car, so it requires some CCS to connector. The CC connector and type 2 connector. So the type 2 connector, the mobile application will give you that information, whether the charging station is providing that type 2 charger or not, connector or not. So as a layman, just by clicking on your on a mobile application, and you can search on a connector basis also. So if the connector is CCS2 or type 2 connector, then just you filter it, and it will show you only the charging stations which is provided the type 2 connectors or type 2 chargers. So you can go there and charge your car. So we are not giving a much burden to the user. What it doesn't require to even by when he is registering his car model. So we are showing them the connector also. We are telling them what sort of connector it is. So it gives you only that information, and you can drive your car to the charging station and charge your car. So we created some sort of ecosystem, so which is very any layman can use it, and without any not even it doesn't require a technical guy to understand the system. So directly any layman can use the system. So that sort of system we created. So it is easy to use.
I have one question, which is based on my experience in SFO, where Tesla has made a lot of investments, and in order to support the infrastructure of their cars, they have built every few miles they have built the charge points, and these are again run by the private parties. Some are owned by Tesla. But important thing I wanted to ask you is, say for example, if I go to a Tesla charge point, they have a supermarket, they have a coffee shop, they have multiple things to do. So while the car is being charged, the car owners can do multiple activities. But important thing is, when I put the charger in my car, I can choose the plan. The plan could be a long charge, it could be a mediocre charge, or it could be a fast charge. And the charging solution is giving me different pricing for different types of charge. So does your system also has this kind of a charging possible?
Yeah. Our when I start our discussion, I told you, right. So by using our mobile application, so when you go to the charging station, just you need to, there is some sort of mechanism used to recognize the charger. So some sort of connectivity we are used. So the connectivity is something like a RFID technology or something like a Bluetooth technology, something like a QR code technology. For example, QR code technology. When you open our mobile application, so there is a QR code. So when you scan it, so the QR code will recognize the the charger. So what type of charger and what is the connector placed in the charger. So that is one. And once it is recognized, it redirects to the payment options. So we provided three types of payment options. One is a time-based charger, and money-based charger, and full charger. So so time-based charger, say for example, if you wanted to charge your car for 20 minutes, so there is a, it automatically calculates the price and tells you what is the price for a 20 minutes. So just it deducts the money from your bank account and redirects to the charging screen. So when it comes to price, so if you say, if you wanted to charge for 1,000 rupees, just you mention 1,000 rupees and pay that, and it redirects to start charging. If you say full charge, then it redirects. It depends on the charging station and connector. So wherein actually it was maintained by the administrator. So we are providing some backend system. So in a backend system, he will manage everything. He will say, okay, for a rapid charger, this is the price, and this is the price for a unit, and this is a time to charge the car. So all sorts of information we are providing through backend and mobile application.
So I think
So
I
I
have
think
one
I
last question. Oh yeah, you have answered the question very thoroughly, and I'm getting a feeling that it's a beautiful solution and it is ready to use anyone who is interested in setting up this business. But I have just one last question. When it comes to pricing, there are some business people who would like to invest a lot in setting up the facilities in such a way that the customers, when they walk in into their charge stations, they enjoy the experience. Some guys can come out with a bowling alley, come out with some shopping, you know, supermarkets, etc. So different experience can be provided to the people who want to charge their vehicles. Is it possible to set the price differentially so that one business can have a set of prices other than the other? Because the whole experience of charging your car is provided by how much investment that particular business has made in that facility. Right now, is it available?
Yes, it is available, Chandra. So how it is calculated, some sort of, like, I'll give you an example. So say for example, if you wanted to establish a charging station in municipal areas, GHMC municipal areas. GHMC means like or Hyderabad
Like urban
GHMC,
areas. Like urban
greater,
areas.
yeah, urban areas. And there is a different sort of investment for rural areas. Okay, now coming to urban areas, so it depends on the location where you are right now. So say for example, if you are near to Madhapur, the land cost is very high. Excuse me. Land cost is very high, so wherein the prices may slightly higher than the other places. So when it comes to, say, now we are trying to establish one charging station in front of Silparama, which is near to Cyber Towers. So in that area, actually, we need to charge nearly 18 rupees per unit, because so the unit cost covers this area, and we need to pay some money to GHMC, and we need to maintain some people to maintain the charging stations, all this stuff. So when it comes to rural areas, so rural areas land cost is very less. Actually, they can establish some other business. Say for example, if you take a Hyderabad to Bangalore corridor, so we thought to establish two charging stations. Say for example, if you charge your car in the night, full charge, so which will run for 300 kilometers, say for example 300 kilometers. Now you start from your home. So at a distance of 150 kilometers, we want to establish a charger. So there actually, you can create an ecosystem wherein actually other people can sell their products, say some agriculture products that they can sell in that point, and you can maintain some gaming stations over there. You can maintain some restaurants, and you can maintain some marketplace where people can come and come with their products and sell their products and share some revenue with you. Some sort of business we are created for rural areas. And sometimes in a rural areas the problem is providing the electricity. So in that case, we are suggesting to go with the solar systems. So the green energy, total green energy. So they can maintain some solar systems, which will go for 5 years and which with no maintenance, so no electricity charges. Some sort of that areas if you select, then the RO will come little earlier than the urban areas. So it is depends on the area to area, and city to city and town to town, something like that. So end of the day, the maximum ROI we are showing 1.5 years.
So I think after talking to you, I'm quite excited. I want to tell my viewers that the single point solution EV charge system, I would call it a system, is fully scalable, is very innovative. It fits variety of different business requirements. It has a lot of analytics. It has a lot of different types of charge models when it comes to getting the money out of the business. It integrates with multiple types of payment solutions. So it's a complete ready to use application with complete maintenance, back-end maintenance. So I would really appeal to people who want to set up a new type of business as the new opportunities are opening up, the oil prices are crashing, and the world is moving towards completely renewable energy source. I think your company is definitely playing a pioneering role. I will leave your email address so that whoever watches this program can reach out to you directly. It was really my greatest pleasure talking to you and understanding the technology, the hard work, and the sweat that you and your team has invested in this system and solution.
Thank you very much, Chandra. So not only fuel charges, not only we are not looking at our fuel charges, and irrespective of fuel charges, we are looking at some global warming system. Like so if you use a fuel, then it emits some a lot of these things happen. So if you use electrical cars, so it is globally, and it is there is no pollution at all. So to reduce the pollution, so we encourage the people to use electrical cars, and even a government also, by the central government is taking initiations to convert all sorts of government vehicles into EV vehicles by 2022. But I don't know actually about after this corona what could be the way forward by government. But right now the situation, government announces that by 2022 all government vehicles needs to be converted into EV vehicles. So by taking that advantage, even we are manufacturing some sort of EV vehicles also, EV 3 wheels and EV 2 wheels, and EV scooters also we are planning to manufacture, wherein we are targeting some sort of rural areas, rural fleet, and we are targeting tourism departments to use these e-scooters, and we are targeting municipalities to carry the waste material and to carry the waste bins. So some sort of oil, some sort of water tanks also we are converting into EV. So we are coming up with various products, various EV vehicles also. But so our major contribution is EV charging solutions, EV charging ecosystem. So we are purely concentrating on it. And if anybody wants a different business model, so we can establish and we can suggest them, and we can give a consultancy to establish that business. So if anybody wants to come into invest in this area, so we will provide all sorts of information whatever we have, and we can give them a total hardware and software support. And it's a ready to go products available with us. So that's what I wanted to tell to our viewers.
Very nice. And I think this is a solution with a lot of innovation, and the possibilities are immense. It's just up to the imagination of the uh, person who wants to establish a business in the area of EV charge, and that is where the future is. So it was really my greatest pleasure talking to you, Satya, and I will leave your contact details, and I hope a lot of people talk to you, reach out to you directly, and take advantage of your expertise and innovation.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Thank you.
Nice talking to you, Satya.
Pleasure is mine.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And as you know, the entire world is under lockdown in certain degrees or the other. Some are under a bigger lockdown, some people are under a moderate lockdown, and some people are under total lockdown. But we are under lockdown. So today is day 22nd of the lockdown in India. What are the learnings from this lockdown? So I like to share my understanding of the lockdown and what I understood, what did I learn from this 21 days of lockdown. Number one, the healthcare workers are more valuable than any other person on the face of the earth. You know, we value our cricketers, we value our footballers, we value our business people, business tycoons, but now we realize that the health workers, doctors, nurses, the staff is more valuable than anybody else on the face of the earth. Number two, since we are not driving around, the value of petroleum is hardly anything. We don't need it. It is something that we do not require. Any petroleum-based product like diesel, gasoline, these are no longer considered as black gold as the situation before the lockdown. So now we know the reality. The petroleum products are no longer black gold. Number three, now we really know or understand the perspective from the point of view of animals who are surviving a good life in a zoo, but they are in the cages. So we are similar to that. So I think the mankind should be able to visualize how the animals in the zoo perceive their life. We are similar to that. I think we can all empathize with the feelings the animal has when they are inside the cages in the zoo. Number four, let's talk about nature. Nature is so powerful. If you just leave it alone, it will replenish itself. Now, many of us are hearing birds chirping in our balconies, in our verandas, and open courtyards. We see so many animals. I can hear the eagle flying high in the sky. I hear sometimes peacock, and so I have not ventured out. I'm just sharing my experience of what I know from my house. But I'm sure the non-interference of human right now across the world gives a chance to Mother Nature to replenish itself. Number five, you know, there was a big assumption that work from home is a bad practice. But now it is very clear work from home
is the only option, and it is very much doable. Work from home is very practical. You can actually achieve much more positive results while working from home. So it's very, very practical. Number 6, we can all survive without junk food, without our pizzas, burgers, any kind of junk food. You know, we don't need junk food to survive. We don't have to go to malls to order from various junk food super specialty outlets. We can jolly well survive without junk food. Number 7, but we cannot survive without internet. During this lockdown, we understand the value of the internet. It is, in fact, it is equal to our survival today. So the importance of internet is for the first time known to all of us. Number 8, the importance of personal hygiene is realized for the first time for everyone. You know, the personal hygiene is so important to keep ourselves away from all these pandemics, any kind of ailment. So I think we have realized how important it is to maintain our personal hygiene. So that is a good learning of lockdown. Number 9, I think it's a revelation for every man in the world that they can also cook. They can share the workload at home. They can de-stress by doing menial jobs at home. So most importantly, men can cook is another revelation that during the lockdown, all of us have learned. Number 10, we very wary of the fake news. There are a lot of fake news websites which are coming along, and we need to basically cut the clutter and understand what is real and what is fake, and call out these fake news guys. Don't believe the fake news. So these are the 10 learnings I thought I will share with all of you. And before I say goodbye to you, I appeal to all Indians to download Arogya Setu application, which will help Government of India and help you trace corona infection.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass Nation. And today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training and he is closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show. Sitesh, how are you doing?
I'm well, Kanchan. It's great to catch up with you after some days. And I'm here for another interesting conversation. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And today we are discussing about immigration. You see, 3 days back, we have celebrated International Immigration Day 2020. And the theme of this day was reimagining human legality. You see, Siddesh, throughout human history, immigration has been a courageous expression of individuals' will to overcome adversity and to live a better life. You see, from antiquity, individuals, humans are migrating, immigrating to different continents, to different cities. And globalization today, together with the advances in communication and transportation, has greatly increased the number who have the desire and the capacity to move to other places. So, what is your idea on this?
Well, Kanchan, I agree with you that we as a humans, we have always been a migrant beings, migrant species, and we have always traveled from one place to another place. Only in the modern history, modern world order, which is our today's democracy or whatever crazy we can say, we talk about migration more and more. And I have been seeing this migration from various angles. And I would be really surprised to ask some people, some of the authorities in the United Nations, some of the experts in the immigration and migration, that this migration was always the hallmark of the humans. But in last 50 years or 100 years, we have been hearing about migration. When we talk about India's case, we have hearing about Bangladeshi migrants. When I live in Africa, I have heard about lot of North African places from there. The poor people from North Africa, they get onto the boats. They try to get into the coast of Italy or Greece, and that 300 mile or 300 kilometers of the sea stretch is very, very treacherous, very, very dangerous. Many people have died. Then America's history, USA's history is full of migration history. From 1776, they proudly say that they are a country built by migrants. So, but my thing is that with the today's world order, how much is the migration story a crisis story, or shall it be turned into something which is a innovative story? It's a mixing of cultures story. How we have to take it in that way? So what is your take on a generally when we say about a migrant's story?
Actually, as I see, because even in new era, there has created challenges and opportunities for the societies who are migrating, and that is throughout the world. It also has underscore the clear linkage between migration and development, as well as the opportunity it provides for the co-development, and that is concentrated improvement, economic and social conditions at both places like origin and the destination of migrant. But lately, we have been seeing that migration has created a havoc. When we really see the number of international immigration or people living in a country other than their country or birth in 2019 has reached around 272 million. Women immigrants were 48% of the total number, and the estimated 38 million were children among them. And among all these immigration, though this is as I told you, it has a history of centuries. We have been migrating as a human race, but 3 out of 4 international immigrants are working at age that is between 20 to 64. And we also seen the kind of depression, the kind of atrocities being seen by the immigrants. And of course, there are some countries who are also facing problem, especially in economic and social development of their own country, and that has created a problem for the destination countries. Now, approximately 31% of international migrants worldwide are Asia, 30% are in Europe, 26% is in America, and 10% in Africa, and 3% in other countries. So, what I feel is that though this is kind of a trait, human trait, but nowadays due to the crisis, it has become a crisis, and it also exposed by COVID-19 pandemic, and that has created a real problem, a real situation for both immigrants and for the destination countries.
That's right, Kanchan. You are so bang on with the data, and I am really happy that you spoke about that data. My take on the migrant challenge, which is termed always as migrant crisis, whether it is a migrant crisis in Europe, people coming from the troubled regions of the Gulf, or it is a migrant crisis of the southern Europe, people coming from the northern Africa, from Libya, Algeria to the European borders, or it is a migrant crisis at the Mexico border with America. Last year, or in 2018, 19, I have heard, I have read that there have been a lot of trespassing between the Mexico border and American border, where even some Indians were also there, between that border. There was a story of a small 6-year-old girl dying while trying to cross the border with her father. And these are the stories all across the world. The challenge is that how do we face it as a country? How do we facilitate it with the people who are trying to enter? Generally, the migration has always been a human choice, but last 100 years or so, we have been seeing, rather than being a choice, it has been forced upon. I have met a lot of people from Asia Pacific in Japan. I have met them in Africa also, who have no choice than to apply for asylum. They are the typical migrants. For people like us who are into the working field, we choose migration based on our choice, whether I would like to stay in Europe or Africa or Japan. But that is my choice, and that is not a challenge. The challenge is the crisis that happens when people who do not have options and then they cross. So there is a United Nations International Organization on Migrants. I think they keep a record of that migration happening. During the COVID, they came. They have figured out that there have been almost like 3,000 deaths in the last 10 months of this pandemic on all the migratory routes. And it is, maybe that is just half the data. So every country today, which a big country, small country, they are facing this migration crisis. And I would say, as per the United Nations Human Convention on the human rights, the migration has to be taken as a human right. But at the same time, with all the checks and balances that a country would like to be put on those migrants, like in India, we are facing the Bangladeshi migrants issue on the Assam side, and they came around 1971 war with Pakistan during Bangladesh liberation. Now that has grown; it has become a challenge for us. Similar is the migration in the European countries. A lot of people from the Gulf, they moved on to Germany, France, and other European countries, and we are seeing some challenges on that front. Lot of migration happens in the Southern America. So we need to have a human approach towards migration. Probably we need to speak about it, talk about it. We try to see if some migration has already happened. Can those people, rather than deport them, can we bring them into the mainstream?
Yes,
What do you?
yes, I feel there are mixed element of unforeseeability and emergency and complexity, because what happens, immigrants come to destination countries, and I've heard a lot of stories regarding they are not able to mix up with the destination population due to their belief and due to their social structure. And apart of this, there are other difficulties of these international immigrants, because they require a lot of, as you said, lot of cooperation and collective action among the countries. And as you mentioned, the United Nations is also playing an active and catalyst role in this area, with the aim to creating a dialogue and interaction within the country and the region. But again, the problem still persists, because there has to be some experience and some collaboration in this particular field in this subject, because this is a human nature. We have been migrating. Even here also in India, we do migration from our home to Bombay, for example, to get into a city of dreams and get our means and our dreams fulfilled. So, but when we talk about international immigration, so that has become kind of a talking point nowadays, because there are some tensions within the communities, and why they are moving from their home country again, because due to in search of a good life, definitely, and there are some wars going on, so they have to escape from that. So all these things, what I feel, require a lot of collaboration, lot of help, and lot of understanding among the countries how to deal with these immigration issues, migrant issues in the destination country and countries, as well as in their home country, so that these people can remain peacefully, happily at their place. And this is what I feel. This is my point to this.
Yes, Kanchan. Yeah, I think, Kanchan, that you are talking about the inclusiveness of the migrants into the society which they go in. And that's exactly what my thinking also has been. That there are very few places in this world which we say they have been melting pots of cultural assimilation, amalgamation. India has been one of it. For thousands of years, we say a lot of people have come, a lot of communities have come, whether they came as invaders or they came as traders. They have always come and they have assimilated into our culture. So more or less, we are our Indian society is also a migrant society. Then in our country, we have so many different cultures, languages. As I would like to say, every 500 kilometers, the culture changes in our country. Similarly, I would also think one very interesting way when we talk about the migrant crisis internationally, it is important to see the structural facilities available to the migrants to be part of the country where they have come. Plus, they need to contribute to the not only to the economy but also to the cultural assimilation of their new acquired country. And nothing best comes to my mind, Kanchan, than to share our Indian migration story that is very interesting to my heart. And I have been studying Indian migration in last 100 or 150 years in various parts of the world. In South Africa itself, there have been around almost 1.4 million people of Indian descent, which we call South African Indians. They all were taken by the British system in the indentured times, and they have lived there to tell the tale in 3 generations, 4 generations. That is the same story in Mauritius, Fiji, Gibraltar, Suriname, and other places. And the stories of the migration shall, if we tell to the current citizens of any country in terms of the success brought by the migrants, success brought by the migrants' children, I think those stories will push lot of migrated population to contribute positively in the economy of that country. And today, one of the great examples is Kamala Harris, a first generation migrant's story, a child. And there are so many such stories across the world. And I'm sure not only from the Indian population, but also from the other populations, other communities, other nationalistic populations. We have great migrant stories. One of the great breakthrough COVID vaccine is from a Turkish migrant in United States, I'm told. So if we talk in those terms, I think the migrant crisis can be handled in a better way. And the incidents that we see all across the world, not only incidents, we also see the fallbacks, we also see some pushbacks by the migrants, by the acquiring country. All those things can be minimized.
Yes, point. I mean, it's a good point.
And what I feel is that we have to think about these migrants, and again with the theme 2020 theme, which is reimagining human mobility. I think we should stress on that. We have to be creative, responsible, and collaborative in providing opportunities to immigrants, opportunity to migrants. So it was so good to talk to you today, Sitesh, and we'll meet again with some other good subject in our next episode. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead, and let's migrate to Mars now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Very soon we will be. But we should have a kind of a real setup. You see, we can't be Martian just like that. Okay, it was lovely talking to you, Sitesh. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye, Kanchan.
Bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. As you know, we are discussing about Maurya dynasty, and today we will be discussing about Chandragupta Maurya's administration. We have already done overview about Chandragupta Maurya. Now, when we talk about Chandragupta Maurya, he is one of the greatest king. He was a great general. He was an empire builder, and he was the greatest administrator. To discuss more about his personality, his administration, I'm joined by eminent historian Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College for Women in Hyderabad. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing? How's life in COVID era? Since we are discussing about a golden era of our history. So how's life today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. Life is good. COVID era is a bit disturbing, but then it is your perception how you take it. So life has to go on.
Yes, true. So let's discuss the golden era of India in the times of Chandragupta Maurya. So it is said that I've read that in Kautilya used three legs of administration or three legs of law. One is custom, and I think it's missing out maybe custom and you have to tell me the four legs of
Okay. Yeah. Before we discuss that, let me give you a backdrop of India before Chandragupta Maurya established his empire. That time, the ancient India was, there were 16 Mahajanpads, and those 16 Mahajanpads, they were like separate provinces. The Greek influence was very much that time, because 326 BC, Alexander has come, and when he left India, he left his satrapies. Satrapies, you can say governors, to take care of the Indo-Greek area which he has invaded. Now, one of the person was Seleucus Nicator I, who was the ruler of Babylonia also. So he entered into a matrimonial alliance with Chandragupta Maurya because he understood that if he takes or undergoes any type of dispute with him, then it won't be good for the Greeks.
Right.
Now these 16 Mahajanpads which were there, the first thing Chandragupta Maurya did was he united those 16 Mahajanpads and created a centralized administration.
Okay.
A centralized administration. Then, because Chanakya was there, Chanakya was his mentor, he was his guide, he was his minister. So Chanakya started working very, very meticulously to consolidate the power and make kingdom free of insurgents.
Okay.
This was Chanakya's strategy. And then Chandragupta Maurya, he entered into a series of alliances with the kingdoms or the provinces and the kings. For example, there was a Himalayan king known as Parvataka, with whom Chandragupta Maurya entered into an alliance. Then now, if you see the administration of Chandragupta Maurya, it was very, very well organized. There was the king at the top, at the hierarchy. Then he had a council of ministers. Those ministers, for example, Nagarika, Purohit, Amatya, Sumant, then Mantri, different ministers to manage different aspects of administration like revenue, civil, justice. Everything was taken care of by Chandragupta Maurya.
Yeah, so
And
Patel used to stress on four things. First is dharma, then custom, and then I think royal decree. So all these are more powerful pillars of his administration, I guess.
Yes, see, Chanakya said that first of all, you should have loyal people who are in your council of ministers. Then he said the justice system, the judiciary, who were, taking care of the problems, solving the disputes,
Right.
that should be sound. That should be sound. Then you should have an efficient army to support the empire. Okay, these three. And one was the civil administration. Because if the civil administration is good, the empire will function nicely automatically.
Right.
So this was these four pillars. Then, because army was very, very crucial and is crucial for any kingdom or empire, so Chandragupta maintained a huge army with 6 lakh foot soldiers, 30,000 horses, and 9,000 war elephants. Those war elephants were groomed and trained for warfare, even the horses. And the discipline of army was such that whether there is war or no war, regular training happened. Regular training. They were trained. It was well equipped with the arms which were available that time: bows, arrows, and shields, and fireballs. Many things were used to wage the war. So that all Chandragupta Maurya's army possessed. And as I told you, the administration was very, very well organized. And see, why people were happy in Chandragupta Maurya's rule was that before Chandragupta Maurya, the Nanda dynasty was there, and before Nanda dynasty, Shishunag dynasty was there. So the Nanda dynasty's rule was very brutal. Where Dhanananda was known for his, brutality, and the taxes were enormous. So the common public was suffering a lot in his reign. So when
friends,
Chandragupta
I am now
Maurya
making a
came
recording
into power,
with
and one more
elevated
factor is
camera
there,
and
that
also elevated
the
mic. I am in
humble
the standing
background
position.
of Chandragupta
Standing
Maurya.
position has a lot of
Because,
advantages.
as
I
I
am
told you
testing whether it is
yesterday,
going to work
he
for me.
is set to be
Since
a
while
Shudra.
standing, you can show a lot of
Because that time
gestures, you
Varna
can
system was
bend,
very,
and you
very
can
prominent.
react to
So
what
being
people
a
are saying,
Shudra,
and so on
coming
and so
from,
forth. So I'm just
a
testing it,
very, very
trying to
humble
see
background,
if this
and
works, and
rising
if the clarity
to
of
such
the
a
voice
stature
and
of a king,
picture is
but
adequate.
still,
So this is just a
but
test.
still after becoming a king also, understanding the problems of the common people. That was the greatness of Chandragupta Maurya. And see, the extent of empire was so huge. Almost he ruled the entire Indian subcontinent apart from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Odisha. Otherwise, all the entire Indian subcontinent was under Mauryan Empire, and probably that was the biggest empire ever. The if you see the boundaries of the empire, it extended up to our modern Pakistan, and more than that, Nepal was under Mauryan Empire. So the extent of the empire was huge. So managing such a huge empire, sitting at Magadha, sitting at Patliputra, it must have been a very, very Herculean task. But because he was supported by a very good team, the Council of Ministers, supported by Chanakya, supported by a network of spies, because those spies would give them the entire information about what is happening in nook and corner of the entire kingdom. So everything was so organized, very, very organized. And one more thing which I want to highlight about his administration is that he was a great road builder. Chandragupta Maurya was a great road builder. He improved the infrastructure. He developed the infrastructure. So, and see why these means of communication are important, because when you are doing trade and commerce, then if you have good roads, if you have a good network of roads, the navy was also very strong. The Chandragupta Maurya's navy, because all the important ports they had, so the trade and commerce happened from there. So not only one aspect, each and every aspect of administration was covered by him, each and every aspect.
Yeah, so actually, I always get impressed by one point is that Chandragupta Maurya, after Nanda dynasty, he enjoyed the absolute power. But in spite of that, he was not, he didn't acted like a pharaoh of Egypt or somebody like, even like Roman also. He was different. I think he's very benevolent. He understands, he's sharp, he knows what his subject is looking for, how can he help his subject. So he never attained a divinity position, but he remained a king in spite of having a absolute power. That is one. And second, I feel is that I have read somewhere that whenever somebody comes to his royal palace or royal place, all his walls and pillars used to covered with gold and silver. Lot of birds pictures used to be there, and whoever comes and visit that royal area, he's so impressed, and he feels so good about what he's watching at that point of time. And then again, I also read that there used to be apartment according to the hierarchy of people who are working in royal families. Like king had an apartment, then the prime minister will be having an apartment, then royal people who used to work in the palaces, according to their position, they were given a specific position, a specific place to live. So I think then when this all royalty is so organized, I think that also a message or a feeling of organization must be there in the general public also. So I think this also affects the general public to cooperate the king, I guess. What is your idea in this?
See, why Chandragupta Maurya united those 16 Mahajanpads. These 16 Mahajanpads had oligarchies, and Chandragupta Maurya was a monarch.
Right.
Okay, he understood that if he wants to rule for a longer period of time, then he should have a consolidated power, number one. Number two, a centralized administration. So these two things were in his mind. And probably his model of administration and this integration of 16 Mahajanpads, what Chandragupta Maurya did, Julius Caesar did the same thing in the Roman Empire. And then the Greek influence was there. Megasthenes was in his court for 4 long years as an ambassador. He was there as a Greek ambassador. So Megasthenes, in his book which he authored known as Indica, he has mentioned about the goodness of Chandragupta Maurya's administration, that the common people, the subjects, were very, very happy and they lived up. And as I told you yesterday, economic prosperity was there in his empire.
Right.
Why economic prosperity comes? When your administration is sound,
right,
all your the revenue part is taken care of. Because see, when Nanda rule was there, then taxes were very high. So Chandragupta Maurya kept this in his mind, that he is not there to torture his subjects. He is there to take care of his subjects. So the taxes were also implemented accordingly. So it's a very meticulous thing to do, but he did that. And Chanakya was there at the backdrop, managing everything. He took care of this fact that the kingdom should be free of insurgents. So all these things made him a great king. All these aspects of his administration, his personality, made him a great king. And then in later years of his life, it is said that he took up Jainism, and one Jain monk, Bhadrabahu, he took him as his disciple. And it is said that he left his body. He died starving, because in Jaina tradition, this tradition is followed. So he starved himself to death in one of the caves at Chandragiri hills near Shravan Belgola in Karnataka. So again, this aspect of his personality, when he renounced his entire huge kingdom, it was a huge kingdom that time, and he gave it to Bindusara before he left. So whenever you are powerful, Kanchan, when you achieve power, when you acquire power, you tend to develop some pride. You tend to develop some ego. But that time what happened, there was a bad famine in his empire. And then the Jain monk told him it was because of his, wrong deeds. Because he killed so many people in order to expand his kingdom. So that's why he wanted to, pacify that. That's why he took up to Jainism. That was the reason that he adopted Jainism. And then in the later years of his life, he lived and learned Jainism in a cave. And finally, he starved himself to death. And for a king to do that is, you read the histories of all the kings, you will come to know no one has done it. Who will leave a huge kingdom and go just like that? Only if you were a Buddha, because Gautam Buddha was also born in a royal family, but his journey was totally different. But Chandragupta Maurya, coming from a humble background, becoming a king of such a vast empire, and then leaving everything just like that and adopting Buddhism.
I think that shows the greatness. That shows the greatness of a personality and a king, because it needs a lot of courage to leave
I know.
this
Lot of courage. You
huge
have to kill your
empire.
ego.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ego
no,
and
first of
courage.
all, yes, you leaving the power is a big thing.
Yeah.
Abandoning, what you have
Right.
already.
Right.
So because see, human is greedy by nature. We human beings are greedy by nature. We crave for more.
Right.
We crave for more.
Right.
But when he has everything,
Yes.
he had everything,
Yes.
what a person can ask for. And you leave everything just like that and become a Jain monk.
Yes.
How great it is.
Yeah, it's very great. He ruled with greatness. He left the empire with greatness. That shows that he is one of the greatest king of Indian subcontinent. Of course, of the world, I guess. Because the way he has ruled, the way he has carried himself, and the way he looked after his subject, that makes him...
And a long rule, 24 years.
Right.
24 years he ruled. So it's a long time period.
So it's lovely talking to you, Professor Joshi. I would be discussing more about this particular era in terms of economic and the position of women in those times in our next episode. So till then, we'll just take a leave for now today. We'll meet tomorrow, maybe with other new subject on this era. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. As you know all that he has a deep interest in corporate coaching. He has taught many professionals, IT professional and marketing professional in his career. Welcome to the Top Brass show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, very well. What about you?
Yeah, counting each day of this winter. This weekend is supposed to be really, really chill.
Okay. So take care. But I also want to tell you that just stay safe and healthy. And this pandemic,
Thank you.
Take care because winters are there in South Africa.
Sure, I just heard this.
Yes.
I heard this morning that South Africa is now number 4 in the world ranking, just after India.
Oh, I see. Okay, then you have to take care pretty well about your health. Okay,
Yes.
the last week we have discussed about the change management and we have also discussed few pointers. So, and one of them was creative thinking. So what happens nowadays, everybody talks about creative thinking, right? It's one of the most abused word, I think. So how creative thinking will help in change management? I want your opinion on that.
Right. So, Kanchan, I always, when I meet the youngsters or even the school children, my first few minutes question is always to them, what is your hobby? Because I feel creativity has to start from a hobby that somebody has. And I always ask them their hobby. And the school children still tell some of the things as hobby, but I must tell you that most of the school children these days and the college students, as well as the young engineers who are recruited into the companies, most of the time they will say exploring the internet, watching YouTube,
Yes, Yes, that's
So,
the answer they generally give.
right. And if you remember, I mean, in our times when we were small, we had certain kind of a philately, collecting the stamps as a hobby, collecting the butterflies as a hobby. So some hobby. So I think for the creativity, hobby is the first step. And therefore, in the schools, the hobby has to be taken as a serious subject, not as just a side subject. Most of the time in the schools, we know maths, mathematics, science, and all other those subjects are the prime subjects, and hobby class is just to take a break, basically. So I think that there are hobby classes in the schools all over the world, but it has to be taken as a mainstream subject in the schools, and that's how it should go.
Okay, so what are those hobbies which we should inculcate in youngsters so that when they become a good professional and when they take up job, so those hobby should help them in doing a creativity in getting their job done in offices.
So, Kanchan, I think the stepping stone towards a creativity is to inculcate a habit about knowing the general affairs around the child, around ourselves, and tell our children to figure it out what is happening in this world, what is happening on a daily basis. Most of the time, you see children are busy on their digital devices, but if you look deeply into those digital devices, you will find they are playing games, they are chatting with the friends rather than any productive thinking or a productive thought. So once a student knows his general surroundings, what is happening in the world and what are the subjects, then he can think in his mind how it works out, which one is the place of a hobby where the student or child can contribute from his own natural instincts. Most of the time, we as parents, as educators, we really don't focus on the natural instincts of our students. And I think that is the key thing, which is my message to the educators, because sometimes the children are oblivious to their own capabilities. It is us who can tell them that you are good at it. Why don't you pursue it? I will be standing behind you.
Right. Yeah, so you have mentioned like stamp collection. Generally, very few children I see that they are doing coin collection also nowadays. And so it's a good point which you mentioned today. We will be discussing more about creative thinking in further in our shows. For today, it was wonderful talking to you. Take care.
Thank you.
And see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And I'm very honored and pleased to have our guest today, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Just to introduce briefly, Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist known across India. So we are very honored to have Nagesh. Nagesh, welcome from Ahmedabad.
Hi, CK. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure being here and talk to you about today's subject. Today, I think we are going to do right to freedom of religion.
That is right.
Yes.
That is right. And since we are on the journey of discussing human rights, and this is one of the very important right given to Indians. So over to you, Nagesh.
Yes. To begin with, CK, I would like to point out that United Nations has recognized the importance of freedom of religion or belief in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article 18 of UDHR states that everyone shall have the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right also includes freedom to have a religion or whatever belief any person wants to have from his or her choice. Similar provisions are found in Article 18 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and also in 1981 Declaration on the Elimination of All Forms of Intolerance and of Discrimination based on religion or belief, then 1986 establishment of the Special Rapporteur to identify existing and emerging obstacles to the enjoyment of right to freedom of religion or belief, 1993 Human Rights Committee's Article 18 of Civil and Political Rights, which I've already mentioned.
So I'm back
Now,
to square
Article
one,
18 of
and
Civil
this
and
is how
Political
my picture is looking
Covenant
like
is
when I'm
widely
looking at
regarded
the
as
screen.
one
So
of
I
the
think this is
most
perfect.
important
I'm
articles on
being
freedom
recorded
of religion
nicely
or
also,
belief.
and
It
I'm
says that
so this is the
everyone shall
configuration that
have
I'm
the
going
right
ahead
to
with
freedom of thought,
finally.
conscience, and religion. This right shall include freedom to have or to adopt a religion or belief of his choice and freedom, either individually or in community with others, and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in worship, observance, practice, and teaching. Then it says that no one shall be subject to coercion, which would impair his freedom to have or to adopt a religion or belief of his choice. Further, freedom to manifest one's religion or belief may be subject only to such limitations as are prescribed by law and are necessary to protect 1. Public safety, next, public order, health, or morals, or the fundamental rights and freedoms of others. The state or the government, the states to the parties to this covenant undertake to have respect for the liberty of parents and, when applicable, legal guardians to ensure the religious and moral education of their children in conformity with their own convictions. Now, I would like to point out two quotes, one by George Bernard Shaw, which says that there is only one religion, though there are hundreds versions of it. And the other one is by the Rudolf Otto, which says that religion is that which grows out of and gives expression to experience of the holy in its various aspects. So we know that in human lives, religion plays a very vital role, and it is an integral part which influences the minds of people. Especially in the Indian society, the religion plays an indispensable role in governing the conduct and the behavior of the people. When it comes to religion, Indians are extremely possessive, and if anyone tries to hinder in that, they become alert or they become very active. It is pivotal to maintain some decorum while exercising this right in order to avoid any kind of future jeopardy, and therefore the state government or the central government can impose some restrictions. Now, the perception relating to religion varies from person to person. It is entirely a matter of choice and belief. The reason behind having strong faith may be that they perceive that religion adds meaning and reason to their lives. So, people who are having strong faith leave no stone unturned in showing their fidelity towards their respective religion. Now, how this right is protected under the Constitution, we have four articles, Article 25 to 28 of the Indian Constitution, wherein freedom of religion is provided. In India, being a secular nation, it gives every citizen right to follow the religion he believes in. A secular state is said to be the one where there is no official religion followed. So the government has to respect every religion that a person is following. Now, every person is also entitled with his right and liberty to preach, practice, and propagate the religion of his choice. An opportunity is also provided by this right to spread his or her religion among everyone without any fear of the government intervention. So, it is ensured by our Indian Constitution that no citizen is deprived of his right to practice and profess his or her religion. So, this is what the basic freedoms we have internationally and nationally about right to freedom of religion.
Nagesh, let me share what I think about this. I feel as a professional, because I've been associated with the industry for over 27 years. I have worked in many organizations and I've also worked with variety of people. I feel that we are truly very lucky. Our founding fathers gave our constitutions to us, because in a country like India, I think this is the only country where multiple religion, multiple types of people, multiple races coexist. So at the workplace, in a true sense, you don't look at other person's religion at all. And that is because of the foundation of our country. While sometimes we keep hearing these news, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, as a layman, I feel that every citizen has a right to practice their religion, but I don't think they have a right to impose their religion on anybody else. Is that right?
Absolutely. You see, when it comes to religious practices or a religion is concerned, there is no imposition. That is how we call it a freedom. The freedom means that nobody would try to impose his or her religion. But at the same time, there are conversions being taken place in our country and in world over, which also say that a person has a right to convert himself to any other religion. Maybe, after getting a perspective of that religion, the person has a right to convert to any other religion only if at all he is convinced that he would want to profess or practice any other religion which he is comfortable with. So there are a lot of debate which is going on. There are certain restrictions, certain laws which were imposed by certain states where right to conversion was a state law which was upheld by the Honorable Supreme Court of Madhya Pradesh and Orissa. But at the same time, I believe that the Constitution, when it says right to religion, freedom of right to religion means anybody can convert it to any other religion of his choice. So that is what the Indian Constitution provides for.
And certainly, I think we are very lucky to exist in a country like India, because there's so much harmony because of this particular provision given to citizens. Because at the workplace, we don't look at anybody's religion. Religion is something very personal to us. And as you mentioned that, citizens have right to practice any religion of their choice. But, it remains a personal issue. It does not come and affect the work life. And I don't see there is any other country which is so liberal to its citizen about their religion, even though there are a lot of democracies around the world. And I have traveled a lot. I have lived in few countries, so I know for sure that this kind of freedom, what we get in India, is not available in any other country. So I think I feel very blessed and lucky to be part of this country.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. In fact, there are countries where there are no religious freedoms given to the citizens. Some countries are atheist, yet there is so much of impositions or control over this right of freedom in many countries. To name a few, we have restrictions in China, although it's an atheist country, being the communist party ruling the country. Then there are countries like Pakistan, of course, then Sudan, Eritrea, and North Korea, Burma. You know, these are the countries which are not giving this freedom. Although internationally they are all the members and they have signed UDHR, and also they have been part of many treaties and conventions. So we see that in our country there is immense freedom of religion, for professing, for practicing, and celebrating. So this is very important, where the government does not, you know, uh, kind of puts any restrictions, or rather facilitates every religion to celebrate their festivals, their religious ceremonies, etc., which also takes a lot of effort of the government, wherein the police force is provided, and a lot of measures are taken. So this is something great about India, that the government plays an active role in ensuring that people are able to practice their religion, and celebrate it. So that is the most wonderful part of this country.
Nagesh, thank you for your views. I also want to share with you that our viewers are liking our series about these legal aspects that you come on the show and talk about. There are some comments we have received also. I wanted to share with you today that people are very thankful that we have started this and they want to see more about this. And now I would like to address the viewers, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any questions, do write to us and we will try our level best to answer this along with Mr. Nagesh Sood.
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure, and I'm honored that people are liking it. And this is my kind of contribution. So it's always a pleasure being with you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Nagesh, and we will meet again tomorrow with some other human right aspects.
Thank you. Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to the show. Today is a wonderful day as usual, and today we'll be discussing about one of the most important land reform which is being done by central government about Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir, because earlier before 370 article, no outsider was allowed to buy the land, but this bill is passed and Kashmir is for everybody. Now anybody go and in Kashmir and buy. And this bill also being passed on a very important day, that is Infantry Day. That means yesterday. To discuss more about this bill and the repercussion. We have Siddesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been associated with radio and also a very keen uh, critic on political scenario. So welcome to the show, Siddesh. How are you today?
I'm well, Kanchan. Thank you so much for this conversation yet again. And it's so close to my heart, Kashmir, and I am yet to see it fully. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine, wonderful. Things are okay, and I'm celebrating this particular law which is being passed by Central Government because Kashmir is it remains in my heart because I passed my childhood in Kashmir, and when we see Kashmir for all, I think that gives an immense pleasure and happiness.
That's right, Kanchan. The biggest tag that has baffled me and actually it has hurt me many times is that before last year, I was not a permanent resident of the state, categorized inside the law. And therefore, I could always go to the state as a tourist, the state which was my own, the state that I cherished in the 1960s movies made famous by Shammi Kapoor Sahab and his famous Kashmir Ki Kali movie and other movies of after that. Times have changed. 45, 50 years later, last year when it was made, Jammu and Kashmir was made as a union territory, then there was a hope that this particular tag of permanent resident of the state would go away from the section 17 of the law. So this notification which has come yesterday runs with 111 pages. And it also applies to the farmland as well as the residential land. But I'm sure government will not allow a big bang approach, knowing the sensitivity of Kashmir and the Jammu region. And therefore, this has only paved the way for any Indian citizen to buy land and property in Jammu and Kashmir. And outsiders will now be able to purchase the urban or non-agricultural land. Contract farming will also be allowed and permitted in the agricultural land. But as we are seeing the kind of protests happening from the valley leaders, it is very disheartening. What do you say about it?
I feel that is a bit disheartening, definitely, because now Kashmir is permanently part of India in terms of law and centralized law and other aspect. Because this the most important amendment has been made in Jammu and Kashmir Development Act that deals with the disposal of land with the center omitting the phrase permanent resident of the state from section 71 or 17 of the law. This means people who are not permanent resident of the state can purchase land, and this kind of attitude should be celebrated by especially Kashmiris, because now this is a way towards development. Many more companies will come, not only people from India, but many more companies will come, and Kashmir will see a height of development which was, I feel, was stagnant to shikaras and stagnant to the 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 old tradition which was there. Now, youth of Kashmir has a lot of selections they have in front of them in terms of career, in terms of going out, and in terms of agriculture, what things they want to do on their land. And especially people who go out who are not resident, and if they go and buy a land, they will also add in the economy of Jammu and Kashmir. And in case people who are against this, I feel this is really disheartening. Isn't it, Satish?
So I think, Kanchan, the changes that have applied is only applied to the Jammu and Kashmir and not the Ladakh. And that is something that makes it little more interesting. And since last year, the former state of Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, was also protected by Article 35A. But now that was repealed last year, and which created a lot of flutters and sensitization in the valley. And a lot of local political leaders were put under necessary house arrest kind of situation. And the yesterday's decision will actually make it easier for an Indian citizen to feel at home while he or she is in Kashmir. And I think until and unless a region is secluded or segregated, something like Hong Kong enjoys, something like Macau enjoys, till then, Kashmir should be a integral part of India. And when we say integral part of India, they cannot have a separate flag, they cannot have a separate anthem. And of course, the land buying, going, staying, and should also be as homogeneous as it is by everyone else feels in every other state. So the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, he claims that the agricultural lands were not up for sale to non-local buyers. So the amendment that has been done to encourage the investment. And that investment is a very important aspect of Jammu and Kashmir to make it a world-class destination, even if it is for the tourism purposes. What do you think?
Yes, definitely. I agree with your point, because at the moment, I think Kashmir is not at par with other states in India as far as development is concerned. So I think that's a great move of central government, and that also give a way for immense progress, because as it is, Kashmir is known for tourism, but then if there will be rise in tourism after this, and there will be more settlement or more places a part of what are being existed in Kashmir. So people will come and see the people who will come and buy land, and they may make a recreational spot. So that is also becoming easier for people. And since I have lived in Kashmir, I can very well understand sentiments of people who are opposing, and also sentiments of people who are with this law. Especially, I prefer that the law, I appreciate this law, I am with the law, because now maybe people who are not against this law are not supporting this law. I think they maybe later on start supporting when they see economic development in the state, and they feel proud of this day.
Right. So Kanchan, there has been basically 4 major land laws in Jammu and Kashmir, and because of these, the first 2 laws have been abolished. Only the last 2, where it talks about the permanent resident clause, has been deleted. And therefore, I can proudly say, or we can proudly say, that we are equal citizens in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir. So after eliminating the protections, the Home Ministry will push the changes that would definitely shake up the Jammu and Kashmir's largely self-sufficient rural economy. I'm not saying that it will not be shaken up. It would be shaken up. but it will also lay open the industrial and the commercial forces from outside. There will be development zones, and these development zones will bring in designated industries. So earlier, the development authorities could acquire land under the former States Land Acquisition Act, which was said that it was allotted or leased out for residential purposes to anyone who was not a permanent resident. Now land will be acquired under the central law, which has no such restrictions. They will have an industrial development corporation, and that will help building up some commercial centers related to various industries. And this corporation will manage the industrial areas and the industrial development zones. And the government is also required to keep the land at the disposal of the corporation and acquire the land under the central acquisition law. And there are strategic areas that need to be developed that will be available for development in all this. This will also allow for low-cost housing, and the land will not remain in the hands of few big landlords, as has been seen. And therefore, government will be able to push for promote public-private partnership for affordable housing. There will be fast-track approvals, and if this law is amended, it can be sold to any Indian citizen. So maybe we can think of our next plot of land in Gulmarg, isn't it?
Yes, sure. Why not? I also want to put across this fact is that this law is being passed on Infantry Day. So in a way, it is respect is being given to soldiers and their families and people who are being affected during this war in Jammu and Kashmir in 1947 when intruders came in Kashmir. And these soldiers had to move from house to house to clean up these intruders. So I think this is a very big gesture of central government, and I appreciate this law, and I support this law. So it was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and we'll discuss some other topic tomorrow in the next episode. Till then, bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm going to explore properties under magicbricks.com.
Please give me also information regarding especially land buying in Kashmir.
Yes.
Okay. Bye bye. See you.
Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technology, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate teaching, and he has been teaching marketing professional and IT professional in various sectors. And I would like to welcome today Sitesh to the show Top Brass Nation, but today is a double welcome because I'm welcoming him in the show, and as well as to the motherland India, because he has just returned from Johannesburg to India. So how are things, Sitesh? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Kanchan. It is always wonderful to be back to the land where we call it our home, our motherland. And as soon as the plane lands, the Indian soil, there is a different kind of a thrill that goes through, and it feels wonderful. It definitely feels wonderful to be back. And this trip has been a very, very memorable trip. And at the same time, it has been a serious trip to travel in these pandemic times. At the same time, it is also very reassuring to see everybody's help, support from the ground staff to the travel agencies, to the authorities, to the airport staff. And I must say that despite whatever we read and see and hear in the sensational news and reporting, I am impressed, and I am thankful to everyone who made these memorable, numerous trips possible, one of which was mine.
Yes, actually, I know that you have been trying to come India to your home for a few months. And then there's also a mission, Vande Bharat mission, which is organized by government. And till now, it's around 9.5 lakh people have taken the advantage of this and returned home from abroad. So how you felt, what are challenges, if any, and how all this materialized for you? Because I know not only Air India, but Indian government also take help to other airlines also, so that Indians should come back if they want to under this mission.
Anjan, this has been a truly, as I said, remarkable time for everyone who was actually, or who is still actually mentally stuck away from their motherlands. And therefore, when this Vande Bharat was announced, Vande Bharat mission was announced, it brought a very specific joy to everyone who is at this point of time depressed, distressed, rather than to come back to India. And the Vande Bharat mission was a very, very welcome move, an initiative by Indian government. And the planning for it, the starting of it, the approvals for it, of course, the people who wanted to travel in this scenario, their apprehensions about the safety and the hygiene part of the travel, the ticketing part of the travel, who will get the first entry into those flights. People carry different kind of visas, different kind of visa status, or their visas are expired or they are about to expire, and so many things. To design this kind of a mission is something which is a mammoth task undertaken by the Indian government. And though for each aspect in a democracy, there are probably more number of negative sentiments rather than the positive ones, I am all for it, and I appreciate this Vande Bharat mission. And wherever the Vande Bharat mission couldn't reach, Kanchan, their Indian government or Indian consulates, I thank all the Indian consulates and Indian embassies across the world who actually ensured that they are in touch with other arrangements, other commercial airlines. They had to get permissions from the Indian airspace, the DGCA, to land in India. And it is a two-way mission. It is not only bringing Indians back from the other countries, it is also the other foreigners stuck in India to take them to their countries. So this mission in a totality, I would say, is a very, very commendable, and it should be remembered for a very long time, the commitment of the Indian government to bring its citizens. And when I say citizens, Kanchan, initially I heard it is about Indian citizens stuck outside India. Later on, there were certain arguments about the people who are
overseas citizens of India, OCI card holders, or people of Indian descent. We call them in South Africa, we call them South African Indians. In America, we call them Indian Americans, and therefore every country. Then when government included all of these categories, then it was a truly, a world, a humanity bringing together what Indian government showed in this Vande Bharat mission.
So
Yes.
Vande Bharat mission started on May 7th, and on 1st August it entered into 5th phase. So would you like to discuss what is the process and what is the procedure you go through before coming back to India?
Yes, Kanchan, it is started with one basic premise of Indians who have compelling reasons to come back to India, and those compelling reasons were categorized, or they are categorized in certain of the segmentation. There is an emergency in the family, there is a death in the family, there is a job loss, which is a very common phenomena at this point of time. So people had those compelling reasons where they could actually reach out to the nearest Indian High Commission or Indian embassies or Indian consulates and register themselves. And to tell you the fact, this started much before the approvals of the flights started coming in. You know, Kanchan, that there are certain countries in many parts of the world where our Air India does not reach, or some commercial flights, we do not have direct relationship, direct flights from those countries. There were, in some cases, the ships also which reached to the nearest ports, where some of the landlocked countries in Africa, where we do not have regular flights. So it starts with someone registering at the nearest Indian High Commission or Indian Embassy or Indian Consulate. And from there, Indian High Commission or Indian authorities take that list, look for the compelling reasons, look for all the undertakings that the traveler wishes to undertake. And then if Air India reaches, then it is up to Air India to get the ticket bookings and all other procedural formalities of the travel. If it is a commercial airlines, then there is a travel agent involved, and that travel agent with the commercial airlines